youth. Help them, Father, to access adequate financing and find supportive mentors and partners who can guide them on their business journey. May the Youth Economy Agency be a channel of transformation, O God, equipping our young entrepreneurs with the skills, knowledge, and network they need to thrive. Remember your words in Jeremiah 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Lord, we trust in your promises and believe in the potential and abilities of our youth. As we move forward in this Youth Investment Forum, grant us, mighty God, clarity of mind, collaborative spirits, and open hearts to truly invest in the dreams and aspirations of our young entrepreneurs. May our efforts here today bring about positive change in their lives and contribute to the growth and advancement of our economy. In your holy name we pray.
Amen, amen. Thank you, Mr. James. Please be seated. Let me first apologize for the absence of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy, and Minister for Justice and National Security. He is on his way and hopefully will be joining us shortly. Also, Dr. Ernest Hilaire, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture, and Information. He will also be joining us. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs. His Excellency Peter Chen, Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan. His Excellency Luis Manuel Lopez Moreno, Ambassador of Mexico to Saint Lucia. Mrs. Lily Chen, Resident Representative of the Organization of American States. Mr. Daniel Lee, Chief, Taiwan Technical Mission. Permanent secretaries and other government officials. The chairperson of the Youth Economy Agency, Mr. Thomas Leos. He should be joining us shortly. The CEO of the Youth Economy Agency, Mr. Brian Vidal. Other members of the Board of Directors of the Youth Economy Agency, staff, facilitators, and mentors of the Youth Economy Agency, guest speakers of the Youth Economy Agency's inaugural Youth Investment Forum, clients of the Youth Economy Agency, other specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome once again. My name is Lovely St. Amy Joseph. It is a pleasure to be taking you through today's proceedings. We are all here because the astute minds of the Youth Economy Agency recognize the indispensable role of mentorship in the journey of young entrepreneurs. We know that mentorship is a linchpin, it's a bridge between the wisdom and expertise of seasoned professionals with the unbridled potential of our emerging innovators. So welcome once again, especially to our young people. But to give you the official welcome, it is my pleasure to ask you to put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to the Chief Operations Officer of the Youth Economy Agency, Mrs. Crystal Rivera.
I'd like to adopt the protocol that has already been established. Thank you very much, Mistress of Ceremonies, Mrs. Lovely St. Amy Joseph. I would like to recognize the presence of our Minister for Commerce, Honorable Emma Hippolyte. Thank you so very much for joining us, braving the traffic and the weather from the Sulphur City to be here with us this morning. And I'd also like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Peter Chen. Thank you for joining us, your Ambassador. A very warm welcome to the Youth Economy Agency's inaugural Youth Investment Forum, an event that stands as a beacon of opportunity for our dynamic youth enterprises. Today we gather not merely as spectators, but as active participants in a crucial dialogue about the evolution of businesses from their humble beginnings in the microstage to the towering heights of large enterprises. This forum is a testament to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, who, with foresight and dedication, has championed the cause of youth development. It is through his unwavering commitment and the steadfast support of the government of Saint Lucia that we stand here today. This gathering would not have been possible without their vision and dedication to fostering an environment where youth entrepreneurs can thrive. In a world where resources are finite, the Prime Minister and our government have not only spoken about the youth economy, but have also allocated valuable resources to nurture it. The Youth Investment Forum is a reflection of the government's passion and belief in the potential of our youth. It signifies a strategic move to expose micro-enterprises to diverse funding opportunities, guiding them through the various cycles of growth from micro and small to medium and large. The impact of the government's commitment is not just rhetoric. It is palpable in the success stories we witness from our main beneficiaries, the youth of Saint Lucia. Their businesses, nurtured by the supportive ecosystem created by the government, will not only survive, but thrive over time. The youth economy, fueled by this commitment, has made a meaningful contribution to their operations, demonstrating the tangible benefits of investing in our youth. We are also most grateful for the support of the Republic of China, Taiwan, whose assistance and encouragement throughout this year has made plans like today possible. Ambassador, the Youth Economy Agency, and the young people of Saint Lucia, thank you, and your amazing team for the immeasurable investment you've made to the success of our developing nation. Thank you. It has been proposed that the failings of most entrepreneurial ventures can be attributed to inadequacy of funds. Therefore, in our quest to facilitate the greatest success among our clients, the Youth Economy Agency is exploring multitudinous funding options. So while we note that the commonly cited reason for failure of startups and micro-enterprises is inadequate funding, we also note that the amount of funding available through our grants, up to $5,000, and our loans, up to $30,000, may not adequately meet the needs of all our clients. Therefore, to complement our funding resources, we would like to offer our clients a viable alternative: opportunity for investment. In an effort to fulfill this mandate, the Youth Economy Agency has forged strategic partnerships with key agencies and organizations, for example, Export Saint Lucia, who assisted with identifying young persons who would benefit from the 2-day investment training. Invest Saint Lucia identified suitable investors to participate in today's forum and consider the businesses of our creative clients for possible investment opportunities. And Bank of Saint Lucia, who trained our investment-ready clients in fundamentals of investment this week. The overall goal of today's forum is to stimulate economic transformation. As we embark on this forum, let us remember that it is not just a meeting of minds, but a collaborative effort to shape the future of our youth-led businesses. May the discussions and interactions here today catalyze innovation, spark partnerships, and illuminate the path for our budding entrepreneurs. 2023 was dubbed the Year of the Youth, and we at the Youth Economy Agency have definitely focused all our energy on the youth of Saint Lucia. In this regard, with today's forum, we hope to finish this year, the year dedicated to the most creative, innovative, fearless, energetic, and passionate of our population. We hope to finish this year strong. Thanks for joining us in this endeavor, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Crystal Revere. Now, the Youth Economy Agency, since being launched, I think a mere 8 months ago, the 3rd of April 2023, the office was opened, has been able to undertake substantial work. And I know recently we had a first cohort of young people, about 100 young people were able to receive training, introduction to business planning, Currently, there's a second cohort of young people undertaking that training, all made possible by the Embassy of China, Taiwan, and of course, the invaluable support to today's Youth Investment Forum. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, help me give a warm welcome to His Excellency Peter Chen, Ambassador, China, Taiwan.
Honorable Emma Hippoly, Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs. Mr. Thomas Leons, Chairman of the Youth Economy Agency. Mr. Brian Vidal, Chief Executive Officer of the Youth Economy Agency. Colleagues from Diplomatic Corps and colleagues from Youth Economy Agency, distinguished guests, all the entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a true pleasure and honor to be here on behalf of the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, not just as a supporter, but as an enthusiastic participant sharing in this inspiring moment and proudly backing the youth economy policy initiated by Honorable Prime Minister Philippe JPA. And I would like to share a heartening story about the impact of investment, a legacy left by a Taiwanese entrepreneur, Xu Wenlong. Beyond building successful businesses, Mr. Xu has founded the Qimei Museum, housing invaluable instruments available for loan, not for sale. And borrowers only need to cover insurance costs. This initiative has been a lifeline for less fortunate students, ensuring their musical dreams thrive. In 2015, a young Taiwanese musician, Zheng Yuqian, won the silver prize of the Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, playing a priceless violin made by an Italian master in 1732 and generously loaned by this Qimei Museum. This example not only underscores the significant benefits of investing in talented youth, but also shows that investment goes beyond monetary contributions. AI pioneer and NVIDIA founder Jason Huang once said, "The path of entrepreneurship is filled with pain, vulnerability, challenges, embarrassment, and shame, qualities that ultimately become the superpowers of entrepreneurs." Therefore, I encourage all the young minds here to fearlessly pursue your dreams and embrace challenges. For you are the future of the nation and catalysts for global development. This forum is not just a stage for listening, but a platform collaboratively constructing the blueprint for the youth entrepreneurs. The government of the Republic of China, Taiwan remains committed to partnering with the government of Saint Lucia to assist and invest in more young individuals in seizing entrepreneurial opportunities, thereby transforming not only individual lives, but also shaping the future of our nations. And I would like to take this opportunity to commend the hard work, the efforts, and the achievement for the promotion of development of the youth in Saint Lucia for Youth Economy Agency. Can we put our hands together for Youth Economy Agency? And I wish this forum achieved resounding success. Thank you.
We are certainly putting our hands together for the youth of Saint Lucia, and we will put our hands together yet again for His Excellency Peter Chan from the Republic of China, Taiwan. Always ensuring grassroots level support and overall support to our economy. Speaking of our economy, business development, commerce, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Honorable Emma Hippolyte. She is the Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs.
Ambassador Peter Chen, Ambassador for the Republic of China, Taiwan. We have with us the other members of the Diplomatic Corps, and I recognize the Ambassador for Mexico and Miss Lily Soto, who's representing the OAS, and Mr. Lee, representing the ICDF, and other members of the Diplomatic Corps. I recognize Dr. James Fletcher, a gentleman that we have a lot of respect for, that I expect to transform things around for us. I want to recognize the chairperson of the Youth Economy. He's not in yet, Mr. Leos. I recognize Mr. Vidal, Mrs. Where is she? Riviere, and the senior managers of the Youth Economy. I want to recognize here, and I have a young list here of persons who are going to share their knowledge with us today, and that is Dr. Jonathan Gustave, Mr. Clemio Hodge, and Miss Donna Regis Prosper, and I think I knew the name at some point as Donna Regis, so she's done other things in recent times. Miss Tamu Petra Brown, Dr. Tamu Petra Brown, and Mr. Raphael Saul. As members of the panelists, I recognize as well our exhibitors, our youth who have really benefited from the youth economy. I recognize other civil servants who are here, and esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and welcome to this inaugural Youth Agency Investment Forum. I'm extremely pleased to be here, and I will share a few words as the Minister for Commerce today. Commerce, business development, and all the other things. First, as a government, I want to tell you that we work as one government. So when the youth economy, through the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, every member of cabinet supported the establishment of the youth economy. And I want us today to give a recognition. The Honorable Prime Minister is not with us at the moment, but I want us to show our appreciation for this visionary act for our Honorable Prime Minister. And as the Minister for Commerce, it was very important for us at our ministry to understand what was happening because of the role that we play in business in general. And we saw the youth economy as providing to us a new crop of business persons. Because when you look around us in Saint Lucia, and I will say some of the OECS countries, you have, when you look at the retail trade and you look at what was happening to us, we had a few businesses that were there that were established 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 80 years ago. And what we really wanted was a new crop of businesses. As the world changed, as we focus on IT and everything else, we were saying, how do we benefit? How do we provide, how do we get new businesses coming into the service sector? So the youth economy was actually providing us with this new ground and new set of persons. So the youth economy, you turn your hobbies, you come now and you say, we are doing things differently. But in terms of the business ecosystem that we have, we have to look at what are all the things that are needed, what is the environment we need for these businesses to thrive. And we looked at, based on the research that you're doing, our own challenge within the Ministry of Commerce was an absence of funding. So we responded by having our MSME loan program. Many of our small businesses were impacted by COVID, and quite a few of our businesses closed their doors and were not able to get back up. So we went into the MSME loan program. I must say we had the support again of our friends from the Republic of China, Taiwan, as well as the OES, providing us with the technical support, coming in and working with the ministry. Now, when we looked at what was happening to the youth economy, in order for that ecosystem to exist, they needed to have a program that is similar. Within the mature businesses, we have a Chamber of Commerce. You have SLISBA. You have the Manufacturers Association. Now, I know most times when I engage with the young persons, they believe that they would be out, sort of, don't feel comfortable in that environment. They're speaking a different language. And they believe that these organizations needed to be transformed to facilitate them. So I'm hoping that with the youth economy, you now have the inaugural investment forum, but you then have to start talking about putting that ecosystem that is addressing this young environment. Because the language is different, the method of work is, your method of work is different, your thinking is different. But one thing I want to tell you, that you need to have a partnership with the older businesses. You need to have a partnership. Like 2 weeks ago, we recognized companies such as the companies that we had the JQ group of companies, JQ Child's group of companies, and you can see the transformation that they went through, those of us who understand what JQ was. We looked at Carrasco and Company, you see the transformation. You look at J. Burgas and Company, significant transformation. But some of the older companies still require a lot of assistance. So I'm hoping that that partnership that we have within government is also a partnership that we will have within the private sector. Mature companies partnering with young companies. When I went across there, I'm looking at your marketing, very fresh. And that is what the mature companies need. So in creating your new companies here, you need to see opportunities. How can you provide services to the mature companies to cause them to expand? When I look at the other partnerships that we have, you've heard that you need the support of agencies within the Ministry of Commerce. Export Saint Lucia, for example. It is an agency of the Ministry of Commerce. One other agency that is extremely important for your manufacturing sector is the Saint Lucia Bureau of Standards. I want you to pay attention to this institution, because as you try to scale up your companies and provide services to the outside world, the recognition that you have to embrace standards is critical, both in the service industry and other manufacturing industry that you have. You need to embrace international standards. So you need to know, walk through the doors of the Saint Lucia Bureau of Standards to understand the standards that you need to embrace now, to understand the support that you need, whether it is within the Ministry of Commerce or within the Youth Economy Agency. The standards are important. You need to embrace quality, and it is quality that is going to cause your client to come back to you day after day. In terms of the investment forum that you have here, you started your businesses, you've received your $5,000 grant, you have an opportunity to get loans up to $30,000. But in order to scale up that business, you need investors. You need funding. And one key way of getting funding is to invite investors. But you need to be able to sell your product properly. The investor needs to see an opportunity for profit, because investors, when they come to you, that is what's in their head. What is the potential for my investment to give me returns? And I'm hoping that the various panelists today will put you on the right track as to what it is that you have to do. Finance is the fuel that grows any business. Your investor as well might come with various specific skill sets that your business requires. So today I am hoping that as I look around, as I walk around, I see quite a few products that are very attractive. I see you as being the next set of businessmen and women for this country. I believe that the partnership between the youth economy and the Ministry of Commerce is critical for that growth. As the minister responsible for the Ministry of Commerce, I tell you that we are available day in, day out to work with you, because you are the youth economy. As soon as you get into the age 30, you've got to move to the Ministry of Commerce. So I'm telling you, so I am looking at all of you here and saying these are future clients of my ministry. Today I speak with you because your Minister for Investment is unable to be here. And as one government, I felt it was so important that I stand here today to say that as a cabinet, we are proud of what you have achieved. We are proud of the energy that the youth economy is bringing to the work that it has to do. But it is when we work together, that we will move that angle and that we will move this economy. So I want to thank our partners. Let us give all our partners, the OAS, the China, Taiwan, for the support that they have done to our economy in general. Let us show our appreciation to them. And let us give you, the beneficiaries of the youth economy, a round of applause for taking that bold step. I thank all of you, and I pray blessings upon your respective initiatives. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Hippolyte. At this time, we're going to loosen up. Yes, we're talking investment, we're talking business, and I know as the young people say now, we're standing on business today. We're going to stand on business today. We're definitely doing that. But we also want you to bring your creativity, your ingenuity, and your charisma to the Youth Investment Forum. Now, I have a question, and I see a gentleman in the back who I think will be able to answer that question. I just indicated that we want to see some charisma. How many of you know the BBC's Word of the Year this year? And speaking about youth energy, we're going to walk. I know that he knows this. So if we're talking charisma, according to the BBC, this year's Word of the Year is?
Riz.
What's Riz?
The ability to sweet talk, be romantic.
And it is thought to be a shortened form of the word charisma. So let's do a Riz check, ladies and gentlemen. Youth Economy Agency, yeah. On the count of 3, I want everybody to give me a yeah. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, we're not awake as yet. Let's do that again. 3, 2, 1. All right, and now we're ready for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow the lead of our Chief Operations Officer, Mrs. Crystal Riviere, as she coordinates the group photo for the Youth Investment Forum. Please stand. And Riz.
It's the year of the youth? Yeah. So, we're going to huddle as close as possible together. This is the center. Minister will be at the center with our Youth Investment Forum thingamabob. That's the name of it.
Everybody.
So everybody, you just come on in. Don't be so shy.
Christmas morning, I'll see you
Because by the end of today, nobody's going to be a stranger. Everybody's going to be your friend and a potential investor in your business. And we're focusing on the picture takeouters in the front.
She buried the one who She buried the one who died on the cross.
And the picture takeouters in the front will give us a clap dance that we will all say. So we will all say, yeah!
My job teasing. Pity boy, you pretty chap laughing by. Run, run, Satan come. Pity boy, you pretty chap laughing by. Run, run, the devil come. Glad to call, stuck on New York at all. The US Embassy have Lucian under scrutiny, and it ain't no joke when one visa get revoked, and with no visa I can...
After the blue suit goes to the red, which come in. Looking forward. Everybody ready? Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Yes. More. Lucian, and more. Lucian and Rich just come from more. Yeah. Yours one come more. If you can just, yeah, you're young, just
Thank you so much. I think we're a bit, more active now. We've gotten the juices flowing. The creative juices are flowing. And we know some of you had some coffee this morning, thanks to our exhibitors outside. They're doing a fantastic job. So during the break, during the lunch, ensure that you visit them, see what they have to offer. Give them a word of encouragement by all means. At this point, we will take in a video presentation which focuses on youth in agriculture. Of course, agriculture is one of the industries that we're zoning in on, where we want to harness the potential of the youth.
I've been doing farming for 2 years now. After I lost my job, I went into farming full-time. I grew up doing farming with my parents. They had bananas, coconuts, and other crops, vegetable crops. I've taken it not just as a passion, but on a serious level in terms of sustainability, as well as an income. I've been planting seasoning peppers, cucumbers, watermelon, corn, broccoli, cauliflower, chives, celery. Sometimes it don't go as planned. I lost some of my crops to pests. I lost some of them to the heavy rains. I will continue because it gives me great pleasure knowing that I make a contribution to my community, to my family. When I plant and I see that I can harvest and I can share, I can sell, it gives me great joy to know that I have the potential to make a difference in persons' lives.
We started off in 2020, and originally the farm used to be a banana farm, which was owned by my great-grandparents, then my grandparents. So for the last 2 years, we've been very successful. We held the largest market share of sales for 2021-2022, be it both tilapia and shrimp. Currently, we're looking to expand into aquaponics. We have the guys from the engineering department, Joel and Mr. Quint Odlum, assisting us with that.
5 to 10 years, I see like we exporting.
Looking to be in all supermarkets. We've been working with Export Saint Lucia, Bureau of Standards, to get all our labeling and stuff done so we could package the shrimp, tilapia and produce and have it in stores and on the shelves, both locally and regionally.
In the next 5 to 10 years, I see Royalty Farm as a supplier to hotels, vendors, restaurants, because right now we don't do it on such a large scale. Right now it's just hotels, but in the future I want it to be like import-export.
HydroGrow SLU is a hydroponic farm, and by hydroponics we mean the growing of crops and vegetables without the use of soil. We started this project a little over a year ago. Our plans for this business basically is to grow leafy greens, and by that I mean kale, lettuce, parsley, and anything that promotes a healthy lifestyle for our consumers. I grew up in a household where my father and my mother also did agriculture. However, I knew that I didn't want to do traditional farming. And by that I mean soil farming. I stayed in Taiwan for about 5 years, and I studied environmental and water engineering, a double major.
I am a doctor, so I am in the field of medicine, and you know we always promote preventative medicine, like your diet is your medicine, right? So we don't use pesticides, we don't use herbicides in our plants, so it's 100% organic.
In the next 5 to 10 years, we would like to expand beyond what we have right now. Right now, we are working with approximately 3 acres. Also, we would love to start exporting, not only regionally, but internationally, putting Saint Lucia on the map. The same way that we can import stuff like romaine lettuce to Saint Lucia, we would love to see romaine lettuce from Saint Lucia in the markets like Canada and the US.
Great work being done. At this point, we would like to express our gratitude to Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister for Commerce, Business Development. She has to attend Parliament, so we thank you for your insight, your advice, always much appreciated. it gives me distinct pleasure to welcome Dr. Donatien Gustave, who will be speaking on promoting investment in agriculture towards sustainable agri-food production and food security in Saint Lucia. Let me tell you a little about Dr. Gustave before he makes his way to the podium. Originally from Maynard Hill, Marshall, born the last of 7 children, to Miss Christiana Gustave and Mr. Albert Emmanuel, Dr. Gustave's passion resides in the empowerment of community organizations to facilitate healthy relationships and strategic thinking to achieve goals. He is currently the project manager of the Building Resilience for Adaptation to Climate Change and Climate Change Variability in Agriculture in Saint Lucia. This project is funded by the Adaptation Fund, implemented by the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, and executed by the Ministry of Agriculture in Saint Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome, Dr. Gustave.
Pleasant morning, everybody. It gives me absolute pleasure to be with you. Bear in mind that I wear the hat of a project manager. So having said that, I want you to first organize yourselves in women. Can all the women stand? So we have roughly, let's consider 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I want you to see one dynamic, the number of women. Of these persons, if you are below 20 years, can you sit down? 1, 2. If you are below or between 21 to 30, can you sit down? That's like half. So you have more than 60 women, few less than 20. You have between 21 to 30, representing half, between 31 to 40. Can you sit down? That's a major cohort. Okay, so we have one group left, and we're just going to leave it as above 40. The next key question is, how many men, or the males, please stand. Okay, 3, 10, 20, 30, roughly 50. But of that cohort, less than 20 years old, can you sit down? Less, between 21 to 30. Can you sit down? It's not a small group, but look at the numbers left. It's not as significant. We're doing some simple statistics. We did 21 to 30, right? 31 to 40. And coincidentally, they've grouped on that side. Above 40, 41, sorry. Have a seat. Above 41. So we have a very interesting group dominated by women. There is a comparable number of men, but what is strange is that we're supposed to be targeting the youth today. And everything I prepared was focused on the youth economy, basically persons between, let's say, 18 to 35. But it doesn't matter. We remember the hat that I wear. And before we go there, for the youth, in fact, for everyone, there are three key terms, or three names I'm going to mention that are going to ring throughout the presentation. One of them is a famous thinker, philosopher on war. His name is Sun Tzu, right? So one key concept that I have for you is from a man called Sun Tzu. I think it is written S-U-N space T-Z-U. I'm saying this because first, there's strategy. And did we pray this morning? Now, some of us don't believe in prayer. But let us look at the war in the Ukraine, in all the other countries. The key question I have for you is, what is strategy? Or what must strategy guarantee? Can anyone just say? Success, your victory. So one key action for you is to have a strategy going forward. You need to guarantee that whatever you do, that you succeed. And I mentioned one key person called Sun Tzu. Now, Sun Tzu said that in any battle, you must know the enemy and you must know yourself. Apparently, most of us know about Sun Tzu. And he says if you do that, you're guaranteed to win all battles. I'm saying this because, do you know who I am? No. I think the description gave some detail that I love to work with groups, that I love to be involved in empowerment of people, of communities, this time with you. We know already a key word is strategy, and we must be able to win at whatever we set. So you don't know who I am, you know I'm a project manager, and you've heard of the BRAC-VAS project. You know it's funded by the Adaptation Fund, it's implemented by the Caribbean Development Bank, and it's executed by the Ministry of Agriculture. So if you look carefully, I just want you to know, we're looking at Sun Tzu, know all persons in your environment. You need to make a decision. The first thing is to know. And I'm using that context so that at the end of the day, if there's one project the youth should know is the BRAC-VAS project, building resilience for adaptation to climate change and climate variability. But more than that, it's important, this project is important not just as an example of Sun Tzu and the need to be strategic in your thinking. It's important as a strategy going forward to adapt to climate change, because anyone who's going to go into agriculture, you know there's less water, you know there's more rain, you know you must be able to adapt. Can you tell me who's this young man on the screen? Oh, it's going too quickly. No fault of mine. Do you know this person? I think he's the recipient of a recent prize. Can you see him? Extreme left. Apparently this is going automatically. He's a Saint Lucian. I'm not pressing anything, but it's... Anyone knows this person? We'll leave it as an assignment because you must know. It is your duty to be curious and to engage. Hopefully we'll discuss who's this person at the end. But what I want you to know, without a doubt, is going forward, you should be in a position to know these keywords. Strategy, guaranteeing success with certain actions. Remember, we're trying, at least with this project, you can approach us dealing with food security. I will give some details on how. How many people are interested in agriculture in the YEA group? Can you just stand so I can get an idea? Persons interested in agriculture or intend to? We have, you can meet me after. There are 4 females, and 1 male. But I think there are others, and hopefully what I am hoping you would realize is that there's a lot of funding available in the agriculture sector to facilitate you participating actively as a farmer. But going back, Sun Tzu strategy. Food security is another key concept I want you to be familiar with. You want to provide nutritious food, you want to supply adequate food, and you want to make sure it is accessible. Not only that, you want to be able, this brings us to why we are here, why I was called to engage you, investments. What are the tactics that we can employ for investments? How do you take the finance that Honorable Emma Hippolyte referred to as the flow and inject it with other factors we're going to discuss? So I'm going to try to explore all of these factors with you, and we can win, we can make it. So the first key action for you is due diligence. Do not assume that you know the players on board. Do not assume that this person is going to help you. You must practice due diligence. Having said that, you need professional advice. It doesn't make sense to engage in an activity and you're not familiar with the persons who are experts in the field. So for example, you have the Ministry of Agriculture with many experts. You also have the ICA, International Institute for International Cooperation on Agriculture. You also have FAO. All of these persons also give financial assistance. Leverage. What assets do you bring to the table? What is it that is existing within your family, a friend, a trusted person that you can ensure? Not just ensure, but it's a cost that it's not free, but by default, because you have access to it, you can exploit it. Another key action or strategy, you need to be able to do the financials. How many persons in the youth, this group, know the term amortize? Amortization. Can you stand? I'm just trying to understand one person, 2, and both are women. So if someone, 3, we're not the youth, so 4, and all are women. Is it the case that the guys don't know that if we borrow money, we have to pay back in time, so we break it in smaller chunks? So this is a term in the heading of financial analysis. Let me recap. I'm going to slow down. Sun Tzu, strategy. The Breakfast Project is here to assist you. We're a stakeholder in the Ministry of Agriculture, a project. I'm trying to make you know this one stakeholder. And I'm using this example to indicate to you the different processes you must follow. So it's not just about leverage. I see some people taking notes. I think the presentations are available and they will be shared, no? Leverage, professional advice, due diligence, make no assumptions. But we're almost there. What is the risk, or what are the risks, and what is the return that will make you a successful entrepreneur? Having said that, I want to highlight a key thinker in the past. His name is Peter Drucker. And what he said is that if you're engaging in any business, it is very important that you consider satisfying customer needs. So long as you are satisfying the customer, then you begin to look at the different considerations that would ensure that you're making a profit. So we have financial analysis, yes, but we also need to know the risks and the returns. How can we make this venture profitable? Again, you need financial advice, you need expert advice to make all of this happen. Conditions are very variable, they're changing. It's very important that you are engaged in monitoring and evaluation of not just your business activity, but also of, if you're in agriculture, you need to be monitoring your plants on a daily basis. How long does if you have an outbreak of a pest or disease on a farm, how long do you think does it take for it to spread?
I was just thinking it depends on the pest and maybe the type of crop.
But on average, a day, somebody said a day. A day, it takes, because if you can nip it in the bud, it means you can control. So the more time you spend monitoring, it should be an action that is integrated into your planning. This one, I think, is for you. And if you didn't know these names, I think you should be in a position to approach the Breakfast Project. How many, for those persons who want to approach us, you can do it individually. You can come to us. We're located at Odson, upstairs, the marketing board. You must also work with your extension officer. We started this year, and the project is really going on the ground starting next year. So the Breakfast Project, you have your commercial banks, you have your credit unions, you have FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, you have ECA, you have the Jeff Small Grants Global Environmental Fund, you have the Saint Lucia Development Bank, and the Saint Lucia National Conservation Fund. I'm hoping that we can meet after, anyone interested in getting more information. But what is essential is that you realize You must be strategic in the actions that you do on the ground. You must know all the different stakeholders who are going to be part of your strategy. Remember, a series of actions that will lead to success. I'm encouraging you to read on Sun Tzu. I'm encouraging you to read on Peter Drucker because his focus is on customer satisfaction. How do you satisfy the customer? You know his needs. When you know his needs, how do you produce the product that they want? Innovation. Are we going to produce food without soil? Is soil a major? Some people are saying land tenure is a major issue, that they're not able to access family land to get a loan. So is it a case that in a smaller space, you can do some vertical farming? Is it a case that you need infrastructure so that you can approach the BRACVAS project or FAO or all the other friendly governments in our region? Having said all of that, I'm thanking you on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm hoping we can meet to discuss at any time going forward. I think it is your business to exercise due diligence, to know your financial and risk analysis. To be able to succeed, you must be strategic. Thank you.
We can certainly do better than that for Dr. Gustav. And of course, we do apologize for the late start, and we know some of you are very well aware that we are overdue for a tea break. So we will have a tea break right now. Please remember to check out the work of our exhibitors outside. Our young people are doing great things, and here is your opportunity to take a look and certainly have a taste as well. So I will see you back here in 15 minutes. Look at your neighbor, give a smile, a little chit chat, some coffee, a break. We'll be right back.
We at the agency are on a mission to help you, the young entrepreneurs, to turn your hobbies into entrepreneurship and skills into business. So in addition to your interaction with industry experts this evening, please take some time to ask us about how the Youth Economy Agency can serve you. Today, as we host you, aspiring businessmen and women from Choiseul, Soufrière, and Canaries, please capitalize on this opportunity to mix and mingle with each other, network with industry professionals, and tap into the expertise of business professionals. I urge you to take advantage of this unique opportunity to ask as many questions as possible. Soak up as much knowledge as you can. It is our sincere hope that the invaluable information you will garner today will help propel your business into a season of success.
The Youth Economy Agency has successfully completed the Entrepreneurial Development Training Program. Over the past few weeks, we embarked on an Introduction to Business Planning training initiative aimed at empowering our aspiring entrepreneurs and equipping them with the necessary skills to bring their business ideas to life. By facilitating this training program, We are hoping to upskill 100 Saint Lucians between the ages of 18 and 35 years old. Today, I am thrilled to announce that our business planning training has been a resounding success in terms of attendance, completion rates, and most importantly, angel fund qualification for the various business startups. The objective of the training was to help our young entrepreneurs develop a deeper appreciation for the importance of planning. At the conclusion of 3 weeks, participants prepared a comprehensive business plan for their individual business ventures. The business plan was then submitted to the Youth Economy Agency to be reviewed by an evaluation committee. Once approved, participants qualify for an angel fund of $5,000 cash injection to their respective businesses. These funds will provide much needed financial assistance and resources to turn the entrepreneurial dreams into a tangible reality. This achievement demonstrates not only the caliber of training, but also the potential for economic growth and prosperity within our country. To conclude, as we embark on the next phase of our journey together, I encourage you all to seize the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed through our mentorship program, as well as our training programs. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable journey with us, and we look forward to witnessing the incredible accomplishments that will unfold for each and every one of you.
I would like to call to the mic Mr. Donald Bob, the General Manager of the Force Jacques Credit Cooperative Society Limited, to speak briefly.
There is a reason why a lot of businesses, or you don't have so many businesses coming up, or so many businesses are failing, and that's because it's a high-risk business, but it has a high reward. And so I want to commend each and every one of you here for taking that decision to go into this very special area. And I wish you all the best. I support the youth economy fully because I understand what it can do for young persons and what it can do for our economy and our country. So I wish you all the best. Yes, so in terms of credit unions and what they are, I would like to start by letting you know the importance of money. Money is seen by many as a means by which we can pay for, purchase goods and services, but it's more than that. There are benefits such as a store of value. It can help you determine the value of your products and services. It can be used as collateral. It can be used as investments, and so on and so forth. And hence the reason why it's important that you manage your money properly, not just as an individual, but as a business. So you would know of the traditional commercial banks, investment banks, online banking, and so on and so forth, all there to assist you with that. But credit unions are a very special creature. They are a type of cooperative. And cooperatives are businesses that are owned and operated by members to provide benefits to members that those members felt were not being provided for well enough for them. And so credit unions date back all the way to the 1800s in Europe. And before we had credit unions in Saint Lucia, we had things like susus and other means of causing persons, primarily persons who are not well off, to be able to save and be able to afford goods and services that they would not be able to do on a normal basis. Credit unions are a financial cooperative. In other words, they provide financial services to their members. We are in the business to improve lives for our members. So when you come in and you join a credit union, you're not seen as a customer or an individual that we're looking to maximize profits, but rather we're looking at you as the owner. So if you're a member of a credit union, you're the owner of that credit union, or you're a part owner of that credit union. And as such, we are supposed to treat you like owners. We are supposed to look after your best interests. And so we provide financial services for you, not with the intention of making a profit from you. One of the things I tell young people when they start businesses, put in there as one of your expenses your salary or your wage. and pay yourself if you can afford to pay yourself a wage, but do not use the business money and mix it with your personal expenses and your personal business. All right? So managing your money, a lot of businesses fail because they don't manage. They have a good product, good price, they have customers, they're making the money, but where's the money? And a lot of people come to me and say, Mr. Bob, I can't save her. Help me save her, please. Help me save. And what we put in place for y'all is a special depositor's account within your account where we put instructions there. Do not allow J-Buds to withdraw money unless it's an emergency, unless approved by the manager. So you'd save in there, and when you need money from that account, you will have to seek permission to get your own money.
Now, to deliver our feature presentation this evening, it is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Mauricia Thomas Francis.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to be here this evening to address you, and I immensely thank the leadership of the Youth Economy Agency for this opportunity. Of course, when I received the request, I was dealing with a number of competing priorities, as I always do. But of course, anything to do with the development of the youth, number one. Anything to do with empowering suffragans, I show up. I will start my address by boldly stating that becoming a business entrepreneur has proven to be one of the most rewarding endeavors that one can undertake. The fact that you have decided to capitalize on that tremendous opportunity afforded to you by the government of Saint Lucia to become entrepreneurs speak volumes. It speaks to your ambition, your focus, your passion to contribute to your own empowerment as well as to contribute to the development of your country. Let's give them a round of applause, please. While we speak about the rewards of business entrepreneurship, I hasten to add it is also a daunting task, and there can be failures if it is not done right. The theme of today's event is extremely apt. Planning for success, the importance of a business plan. I am sure that you have heard the saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. In the business world, this is a truism. What are the prerequisites for starting a viable and successful business? Business planning is an essential one. Of course, personal attributes and characteristics of management are essential and extremely critical in the field of entrepreneurship. Of course, why is it important? You might ask. Simply put, if you do not plan to address what you wish to achieve, how you plan to achieve, and what resources are required to succeed, you will never attain your business goals. A business plan is critically important as it assists with validation of a business idea through an in-depth feasibility assessment. So therefore, the business plan is the roadmap which helps to set and communicate strategic business goals, track and take strategic actions on these goals by taking important and timely business decisions, manage resources of a human, financial, and physical nature, and/or identify and manage risk or change that may impact the business from time to time. A business plan is an important guide for service providers and for securing financing. The other element is operations and management. People and process are two very important elements for maintaining a successful business. Ensuring the correct workforce, both in terms of quantity and quality, is key to ensuring efficiency in your business. In recruiting people to assist you in the business, you have to make sure you recruit the right fit. You might have a family member who is unemployed, but you have to ask yourself, hey, while I want to be charitable to my family, does the person have the skills, the requisite skills to ensure that my business venture succeeds? And if you're going to be a sole trader, it is very important for you to acquire the skills necessary to ensure success in your business. So those of you who have not done a customer service course, there are small courses that can be done. And these days, YouTube is replete with all kinds of courses. You can teach yourself customer service. You can teach yourself sales, techniques, business operations. If you cannot afford the time and the financial resources to do a course, go to YouTube. It's all there. One of the areas that sink businesses or cause business failure is the credit policy. How much credit you give. And the same way I spoke to you about managing stock efficiently, in that same vein, you need to be able to manage credit. Because if you take stock and you give it on credit and the cash is not coming, at the end of the month, when you need to meet your overheads, you'll need to face the bank again. And again, the bank will ask you the question, let me see your sales book, let me see your records, what did you sell? All the sales are there, but you've sold on credit and you cannot collect. So your credit policy has to be effective. It has to be one. For small businesses, the better thing is not to give credit. Management and staffing is another key element. So therefore, your business plan must contain an organization chart which would show the level of management, how many staff you're going to have, what are your staff going to be doing, what will be their role in the business. And of course, you must include a financial plan as to how much it's going to cost you. In other words, you must know how much you're going to pay the staff. And you don't just pull that from a hat. You have to do the analysis to determine at what rate do they pay a teller in Soufrière? At what rate do they pay a bartender in Soufrière? At what rate do they pay a masseuse in Soufrière? So that at the end of the day, you can do a comparison and determine how you're going to cater for those salaries and ensure that you attract the best talent and talent that you can keep motivated, because pay is very, very important as well. The final element of the business plan is the financial plan. The financial plan is one of the most important elements of your business plan. This is especially true if the business plans to borrow capital from a financial institution. The financial institution, apart from everything else that I have mentioned that you must include in the plan, you must have cash flow projections. If it's an existing business, you have to include your balance sheet for your last financial year. You have to include your income and expenditure statement for the last financial year, and that would show what you achieved for the last financial year. If it is a new business, we are dealing with projections. And even if it's an existing business, you would have both the projections and the historic data. But for new businesses, you have to have the projections. My experience has shown that entrepreneurs have a false notion that business plans are developed for the bank. Business plans are not developed for the bank. This is far from the truth. The business plan is used by the bank to assist you to achieve your financial needs. However, the plan is for you as the investor to know how you're going to approach your investment. It's going to help you with making decisions in terms of changes that you need to make in your business to ensure that it remains viable, whether you are looking at risk, whether you're looking at opportunities, whether you're looking at threats, and what have you. Ladies and gentlemen, running a successful business, especially a micro business, is not for the faint-hearted. I wanted to let you know that. It's not for the faint-hearted. There is inherent risk in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs must possess the ability to multitask, mitigate numerous business-related risks, as I said, while simultaneously bringing a product or service to market at a price point that meets customer demands. The life of a sole trader, as many of you are or will become, is even more daunting and demanding. If done well, however, the end result can be extremely rewarding. You must be passionate about your venture, your goals and achievements. Keep in mind that there is no going back. Once you've made that decision to invest, you are in it, and you are in it to win. This will ensure that you are in it wholeheartedly, and it's not just another job. Understand your business in and out. Do not get into something you don't have a passion for. You should be ready to eat, sleep, and breathe your business. Treat it as the epicenter of your life. That's how you will succeed. Exercise resilience and patience to navigate the daily demands associated with your business. As you are now starting your journey, this is particularly important as there are several hoops to jump before you can start to operate your business. Hoops to get licenses, to get funding, to get inputs. From my experience, this can be extremely daunting. I must mention government agencies whom sometimes do not have the requisite sense of urgency. Don't lose patience. Continue to beat the pavement and continue to focus on your dreams. Practice good interpersonal and communication skills to interact professionally with all your different stakeholders, including, very importantly, your staff and your customers. Be disciplined and prudent to maintain the correct focus, especially with management of the financial resources of the business, as I mentioned earlier on. Sales do not equate profits. We cannot overemphasize that. Be highly organized, learn to multitask, and manage time efficiently. Management effectiveness also requires the discipline of hard work, adaptability, flexibility, agility, and continuous learning and development. Enroll in related courses to enhance your entrepreneurial skills in customer service, sales, as I mentioned earlier on, and so forth. Honesty, fairness, and demonstration of high ethical standards are essential, especially in pricing goods, dealing with your bank, dealing with your employees, customers, and suppliers. Review your business plan on an ongoing basis by monitoring the business environment and taking timely decisions. Do not be scared of failure, as it will sometimes come. Failure may become a part of your journey. Learn from them. Stumble, get up, dust off, and run again. Many successful entrepreneurs today have gone through numerous failures. Keep an eye out for new opportunities. Identify when existing businesses become the cash cow and when you are ready to invest in a new one. Do not ignore opportunities, as if you ignore good opportunities, you will not grow your business. Give yourself a chance. Step out of your comfort zone. There is a plethora of opportunities out there. Pursue avenues for diversification. If you fail in one, you know that there is another one to hold straight. Ladies and gentlemen, you have taken the first admirable step to capitalize on this tremendous opportunity given to you by the government of Saint Lucia to become entrepreneurs and to empower yourselves. Go out there and be the best entrepreneur that you can be, and your reward will be massive, I can guarantee you. Good luck in your respective endeavors. Remember always, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
So at what point in your entrepreneurial journey did you decide to create a business plan, or at what point did you realize that you needed it and how important it was?
I'm giving the best years of my life to a faceless entity. I would prefer to dedicate all of that time, all of that effort, and all of that skill into myself and for my family, and leaving a legacy for those coming up behind me. And so at that point, I decided to go into the entrepreneurial journey. So But for me, I understood. Being on the corporate seat, I saw where all of the opportunities were. But even before that, I needed to have a plan because all of these things were in my head. All of that experience was in my DNA. It wasn't documented. So I needed to have, and basically what that business plan was for me, it was like a GPS on how to structure, operate, and grow the business. So that's why it was important for me. And I want to add, I applaud YEA for facilitating the business training, business plan training workshop. I see a lot of that going on for encouraging entrepreneurs to develop business plans. But I have a different philosophy when it comes to that. I don't think that as young entrepreneurs that are starting out, your focus should be on your business. Probably most of you, all of your experience and talent is in an area or particular field. A lot of people, the banks, other entities will complain about the quality of the business plans that they receive. The business plans are supposed to be bad. That is not your expertise. So whereas I applaud the workshops that will give you an appreciation, I would like to plead the powers that be to concentrate on taking that away from the entrepreneurs. Let the entrepreneurs focus on their business and entrepreneurship and get the business plan support. So shift the business plan competence to business plan support. That is what these young entrepreneurs need, the support. And Mrs. Thomas Francis referenced the SEDU and other entities and other private entities that help with that regard. I mean, I see the ICDF in the room, and I've done some work with the Jeunesse program, and I've seen a lot of these plans coming through. And again, people lament the plans are horrible. The ideas are excellent, but the plans are horrible. The plans are supposed to be horrible. These are not their skill set. You cannot teach an entrepreneur how to put such an important and involved document together in a matter of weeks.
And Mr. Lord, my question to you, as Mr. Collymore mentioned, you have been in the consulting business for many years now. What are some of the most common mistakes that you have seen in startup businesses, and how do you think some of those errors could be avoided or corrected?
Just as I was very passionate about SEDO, I'm passionate about YEA because I believe in what they're doing. I believe in the development of businesses as a means of St. Lucians owning St. Lucia. That is critical for us because we have children coming, and you will have children coming. We do not want them to be outsiders in their own home. It is very, very important. It is very important because I grew up in Castries, and when I was growing up in Castries, every business in Castries has belonged to St. Lucians. That's not again. And it's going to come to Soufrière. It's going to go to Ancillary. It's going to go everywhere if we don't take a stand. We must take a stand and own our own country. Having said so, when I looked at, over the years, what I realized is that although Mrs. Thomas is very, very thorough, one thing, if I have to add anything to what she says, is that you must learn how to look for business ideas. And when you have found business ideas, you must be honest with yourself and decide whether that is an idea for you. So not every good business idea is for anybody, right? That's one thing. People come with ideas. You don't want to turn them down, but you just know that that's not a fit. Okay. And they go into things that they're not suited for and stuff like that. That's one thing. Another thing that happens because we into this business planning stuff and so on, and that's something I'd like to add to what you're saying. In my experience, the most important thing in a business plan is the research. If the research is not done right, every other thing in the business plan is wrong. Every other thing in the business plan is wrong. If you do the market research correctly, you're pretty much going to learn everything that you need to do about the business. And more importantly, you're going to know, should I do that business? Before you spend a cent.
Every business plan seems to give a false hope, particularly when it comes on to fiscal projections. So is it safe to say that a business plan can also be sort of a premeditated misconception of the actual point of a business?
I understand the question fully because, we come across hundreds of business plans and you can tell when you look at the numbers, come on. You now have the task to find or to package what you're going to say to the person without turning them down, without, breaking their spirit and stuff like that. And there are numerous ways you can test to see whether that particular business matches the financial projections, right? And we come back to research, yeah? Some people will tell you, boy, I will make X amount in a month. So I go back and I say, okay, if you're selling shoes, right? Let's take shoes for an example. In this particular area, and you're staying within this particular area, first of all, what's the population of that area? Yeah? How often do people buy shoes? That kind of thing. If you buy the shoes for $5 and you're selling it for 10, can the people travel, pay 50 cents or a dollar and go somewhere else and buy it for 5? And all the things that Mrs. Thomas spoke about in terms of competition, in terms of pricing and all that kind of thing, because pricing by itself, there are a number of strategies for pricing, yeah? And that you must understand that you don't exist alone in the market. So let's say you come and you come with the strategy of pricing your stuff very low. Nobody's just going to, the people are already in the market, and nobody's going to just stay there and allow you to just come and eat the bread. Some businesses have the power enough to just undercut you in prices just to drive you out of business. That's happening in small businesses, that's happening in very large businesses. Businesses actually civilize war, sanction war by the government. It's nothing friendly about it. So when people make the unrealistic financial projections, they're only hurting themselves. So what we do, we try to tend to bring them to reality and say, okay, who's buying this stuff? How often do they buy it? Are you the only one selling it? And it's more so today because anything you can think of buying around the corner, you can stay in your house and buy it. You don't have to go out anymore. You can stay in your house and buy it. And get it cheaper too. So we have to engage in ways and means of drawing people back to reality.
And that's what makes business risky. There are a lot of assumptions that are made, and I think Mrs. Thomas Francis told you all about it. In a business plans, there are lots of assumptions that you're going to make. And that's where the market research comes into, is important. If you do the proper market research, in those assumptions, you could provide sufficient information to make those assumptions believable and realistic. It doesn't help you as an entrepreneur if you're going to create a false business plan made up of assumptions that you yourself are not convinced about, because you're going to fail as well. So it makes it risky for you, it makes it risky for the financial business institution that's going to provide some support for you. That is why a business plan requires time, effort, skill to be able to develop it. Not every plan or business plan you have is feasible.
I've been doing farming for 2 years now. After I lost my job, I went into farming full time. I grew up doing farming with my parents. They had bananas, coconuts, and other crops, vegetable crops. I have taken it not just as a passion, but on a serious level in terms of sustainability, as well as an income. I've been planting seasoning peppers, cucumbers, watermelon, corn, broccoli, cauliflower, chives, celery. Sometimes it don't go as planned. I lost some of my crops to pests. I lost some of them to the heavy rains. I will continue because it gives me great pleasure knowing that I make a contribution to my community, to my family. When I plant and I see that I can harvest and I can share, I can sell, it gives me great joy to know that I have the potential to make a difference in persons' lives.
We started off in 2020, and originally the farm used to be a banana farm, which was owned by my great-grandparents, then my grandparents. So for the last 2 years, we've been very successful. We held the largest market share of sales for 2021-2022, be it both tilapia and shrimp. Currently, we're looking to expand into aquaponics. We have the guys from the engineering department, Joel and Mr. Quint Odlum, assisting us with that.
5 to 10 years, I see like we exporting.
Looking to be in all supermarkets. We've been working with Export Saint Lucia, Bureau of Standards, to get all our labeling and stuff done so we could package the shrimp, tilapia and produce and have it in stores and on the shelves, both locally and regionally.
In the next 5 to 10 years, I see Royalty Farm as a supplier to hotels, vendors, restaurants, because right now we don't do it on such a large scale. Right now it's just hotels, but in the future I want it to be like import-export.
HydroGrow SLU is a hydroponic farm, and by hydroponics we mean the growing of crops and vegetables without the use of soil. We started this project a little over a year ago. Our plans for this business basically is to grow leafy greens, and by that I mean kale, lettuce, parsley, and anything that promotes a healthy lifestyle for our consumers. I grew up in a household where my father and my mother also did agriculture. However, I knew that I didn't want to do traditional farming. And by that I mean soil farming. I stayed in Taiwan for about 5 years, and I studied environmental and water engineering, a double major.
I am a doctor, so I am in the field of medicine, and you know we always promote preventative medicine, like your diet is your medicine, right? So we don't use pesticides, we don't use herbicides in our plants, so it's 100% organic.
In the next 5 to 10 years, we would like to expand beyond what we have right now. Right now, we are working with approximately 3 acres. Also, we would love to start exporting, not only regionally, but internationally, putting Saint Lucia on the map. The same way that we can import stuff like romaine lettuce to Saint Lucia, we would love to see romaine lettuce from Saint Lucia in the markets like Canada and the US.
My mother was something else. Yeah, she literally said that was just the first thing she thought of. And she was like, okay, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are replenished, you are refreshed, that you made the most of that tea break, and you're ready to go and continue, ready to learn, ready to enhance your capability to identify investments and seize those investment opportunities. At this point in our program, we will present a video presentation on the digital economy. Let's hear what our young people have to say.
Real 3D Printing is a local manufacturing company which is capable of
fabricating or making a wide range of products. These products can be categorized and identified as 4 main categories, which is merchandise, custom parts, prototypes, and replacement parts. In the next 5 to 10 years, we see ourselves as a leading manufacturing company in the Caribbean that's globally recognized to facilitate various industries and sectors within the local and regional economy. I believe for Saint Lucia to be more self-sufficient and competitive, it starts with us being more self-reliant and a bit more dependable on each other as a community.
We do web development, web applications, and custom WordPress plugins. We've been around since 2016, actually registered. We sell software online, so Soaring is actually a software online that people can purchase from around the world. From the first time I touched a computer, I just knew. I knew that's what I wanted to get into. So I went through secondary school, IT topped from 1 to Form 5, went to SAFA. I did computer systems engineering. In the next 5 or 10 years, for Soaringly's local operations, I see us having a lot of unique offerings. In our international endeavors, I see our software being used by tens of thousands of websites, because right now they're being used by thousands of them. What we need to do is look outward. I am in Saint Lucia and I'm building stuff in Saint Lucia, I'm building software in Saint Lucia. People overseas purchase my software and the money comes to Saint Lucia.
I attended a summer camp in Barbados, and it was there I really got exposed to engineering, STEM subjects, and that's when I realized that with STEM I could have the widest impact. So just one product, just one idea, and you have an impact on millions of people. Keegan, Patrick, and I would have started Optronics. Optronics was founded really on the belief that we could solve some of the biggest problems in the Caribbean using technology. One of our first initiatives, we started off with the STEM education aspect of things. We grew into software development services where we offer web and app development services. And one of the things that Optronics is working on is how can we leverage technology to help with the crime situation on the island. So definitely next 5 to 10 years, we want to be the premier technology provider across the Caribbean, forging relationships with government officials across the region. And we formed a lot of relationships internationally with accelerators, incubators, investors.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now help me welcome our next feature presenter to speak on promoting investment in digital economy, digital business and technology for entrepreneurial viability, Mr. Clem Vio Hodge. And let me tell you a bit about Mr. Clem Vio Hodge. In 2015, Clem Vio Hodge assumed the role of Chief Minister of Anguilla's inaugural National Youth Parliament, following his prior involvement with the Anguilla National Youth Council and his 2-year stint as a CARICOM Youth Ambassador. During the same year, he took on the role of managing his family's tourism magazine, What We Do in Anguilla, during its 25th anniversary celebration. Over time, What We Do in Anguilla has evolved into a prominent marketing company in Anguilla, offering a wide array of services, including consulting, digital and print marketing, graphic design, videography, photography, and more. Currently, Clem Vio Hodge serves as the chairman of the Anguilla Youth Business Foundation and holds the position of deputy chair for the Anguilla Social Security Board. He is passionate about youth development, entrepreneurship, and the pursuit of meaningful solutions to societal changes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our next presenter, Mr. Clem Vio Hodge.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today.
And this is my first time in Saint Lucia, and I'm very proud to be able to make this journey from up to the north in Anguilla to be here with you all today. Now, I have been in business for quite a bit of time now. It's approximately 8 years, and I'm not even 30 years yet. And I would like to say that that's a testament to the fact that, you know, you're never too young or never too early to go into business or to go into entrepreneurship. So today my topic is promoting investment in digital economy, digital business, and technology for entrepreneurial viability. So a bit about who I am. You would have heard my bio, which would have mentioned me as having 2 businesses. What we do in Anguilla, which is one that I inherited from my father, as a magazine, a tourism magazine for Anguilla, which myself and my sister have grown to now become a marketing company that represents many businesses in Anguilla and even the government of Anguilla. And a few of the areas that we would have worked in was with the government of Anguilla in this launch of the goods and services tax, and also with the launch of their multi-tax system, where persons can go online, pay their taxes, and so forth, and interact with the government online. And one of the things that they wanted people to do is to no longer come to the office to pay their bills. They wanted them to be able to stay at home. And today, I would say, thanks to our efforts and working with the team at the Inland Revenue Department, you can go in there and you'll find no one in the line. So I think that that's a testament to marketing in general. So as it relates to our other business, Quest Experiences, that one we wanted to make it easy and possible for persons to really engage with our tourism, our local culture and history in tourism. It was something that was not really done. Anguilla is a very beautiful place, so people like it for the beaches, the food, and even the hotels and so forth. But Anguilla has a depth of culture and history. And as a very small country, we also are plagued by acculturation, especially from the United States of America. And we found that a lot of young persons on the island felt that there's no culture, there's no value to our culture. So we wanted a business that did 2 things. We wanted it to preserve our culture by creating products around our tourism. So tours like going salt picking, which is was a very big thing in Anguilla, but that industry would have failed, or making Johnny cakes. And the next thing is to be able to find all of these experiences online and be able to book your entire itinerary before you even got to Anguilla. And I would say we've been able to successfully accomplish that over the past 4 years, and we've revolutionized our tourism product to an extent. And today we work very closely with the Anguilla Tourist Board to offer very unique experiences that make people say, wow, I was in Anguilla. And this is what I did in Anguilla, to be able to show a photo of them going salt picking, to be able to tell their friends stories about their time while they were there. And we've made all of that digital because you can go on our website, you can find all of these experiences and book it. You can follow your itinerary. There's automation, so you get automatic emails, reminders saying that, you know, you have a tour coming up tomorrow. And, you know, those things are not novel to the rest of the world. You know, you can go anywhere else and you can find those things available. But we brought that to Anguilla, which it was not in existence for. Now, in my capacity as chairman of the Anguilla Youth Business Foundation, we are much like the Anguilla, the Youth Economy Agency here in Saint Lucia. We've been around since 2016, and our goal is to remove the barriers of entry for young persons to go into entrepreneurship, because we know that entrepreneurship is the backbone of any economy. Do you agree? Yes. Our entrepreneurs are the ones that offer the goods and services that we have available to us, and the better that they do, the better our lifestyle is, and even the better our country is as a whole. And what we do is we offer access to training, because that's one of the barriers that young persons face going into entrepreneurship, getting an understanding of what it takes to be an entrepreneur, and even what directions they can go with their businesses and their business ideas. The other thing is financing, and that's investment. So we offer a low interest loan of up to 28,000 EC dollars that they can access to start their business. It is completely backed, so they don't have to put up anything up front, and that is another barrier that is removed to an extent. And the other thing is mentorship, because it is even more so important that when you did your business plan, when you did your training, and you receive the money, that you have someone who is knowledgeable and capable of pushing you in the right direction and showing you the way that you need to go. And that is what we've been doing for Anguilla. We've had over 100 clients to have done our programs, and over 17 businesses funded. And in addition, it's not just about those that would have accessed the funding, it's about those who would have started their businesses as well, because in a lot of instances, it's not just money that we need. Most people don't just need money, they need that push in the right direction. So, moving on, it's very important for us to define our key terms. As we know in university or in school, we need to know what the key topics are to be able to move forward. So entrepreneurship, I have it up on the board, but I would like for at least one person to give me a summarized version of what entrepreneurship is to you. Can I get a hand from our younger group of persons here? Anybody brave enough? No? As entrepreneurs, you have to be brave enough to be able to present to a group like what I'm doing here today, because your clients and persons who are willing to take on your businesses and services have to hear from you, and this is that opportunity. But if not, we have it on the screen, but a very simple way of describing what an entrepreneur is someone who takes a risk to create a business around a skill, a hobby, or something that they find as being a societal issue, so a problem, and presenting it as a product for persons to solve that problem that they're facing and create profit from it, to make money from it. I think that is a rather simple way of defining what an entrepreneur is. And there are a number of names that we give to entrepreneurs. So there are hustlers, and there are the people who go fishing, there are farmers. So they're not just persons who are out there in a tie or in a suit. You know, they have on hard shoes and they work very hard to accomplish what they want to accomplish. Next up is the digital economy. And the digital economy is the economic activity that results from billions of everyday online connections among people, businesses, devices, data, and processes, resulting from the internet, mobile technology, and the Internet of Things. Now, the word Internet of Things is not a foreign word. It's not anything that is a difficult concept to understand. It is the connection between all of our phones, this mic to the computer, this remote to the screen for changing stuff. It is our security cameras and things we interact with every day. Who all has smart switches or smart lights at home that you can control? You can control your lights from anywhere. You can change the colors using your phone and so forth. I saw one person. Anyone else? Okay, well that's something you could get. A smart light, screw in the bulb, and on your phone you can turn on the lights. If you're running home late from work, you can turn it on before you get home, or you can turn it on from outside. But that is the level of technology that is available to us, and very cheaply in today's world. And then investment is, we know the investment of money, but we also can invest other things such as time, our skills. We can invest our knowledge into our businesses. And this is very important for us to understand that investment does not only mean money. So, coming up now, everything is digital. Who all agrees? Okay, all right. We have a little bit of a agreement here that everything is digital. But I would like for us to go a little further, and on the bottom of the screen you see it says join Menti. In the meantime, while I'm speaking, I would like you to go on your phone and go to menti.com, and you can type in the code. So everything is digital. In today's world, we interact with digital tools and services for hours each day. We're on our phone, we're on our computer. When we go to the ATM, we're interacting with the digital software technologies. We have digital in collaboration. We use Teams, we use Zoom to collaborate across borders. We use Microsoft and Excel, and all of these devices and programs have a level of communication between each other. Like for instance, I can copy a graph from an Excel and put it in Word, and it would automatically populate. You know, that's the level of collaboration that happens. But also, I can bring someone on a Word document and have them collaborate and work on that document with me at the same time. And we don't have to be in the same space to accomplish that. Also, we have digital for marketing. And I think most people, when they think about digital, they think about marketing a business. And that would be social media, that would be TV and so forth. Anything that we can view digitally on our phones and so forth. But that also includes like videography, photography, graphics designs, and so forth. Now at this point, I'd like for us to move on to the Menti screen, and there I want you to type in what digital means to you. So what is digital? And on the screen, we've already had some responses, which is great. So digital is, let's see, steel pan is digital. Family, cocoa, navy, let's see, houses, chips. And you know, as some of them, we might consider or laugh at them and think that it's absurd, but everything is digital. That's a fact. On the chips bags, the Lays and so forth, you'll find that there are QR codes now that you can scan, and you can go onto their website and interact with the brands through that. I saw the Navy. I know the Navy does a lot of digital marketing to try and get people to work with them. Graphic design. Let's see what else we have. We have a lot of stuff coming in. So it's just that you guys were a little bit afraid of speaking, right? That's the problem. All right. Well, one of the things that I want you all as entrepreneurs, potential entrepreneurs, and even in your own lives, is to develop some of those key skills, which speaking, public speaking is very, very important. All right. So thank you very much for contributing to this. We'll have some more coming up, so don't close out the Menti screen on your phones at this time. So we're going to switch back to our presentation now. So now that we understand what it means to be digital, what digital is, it's important to know what digital means or what it is like from the context of Saint Lucia. Now, I did some research on Saint Lucia to find out what is the adaptation of digital devices, skills, and even the capabilities of the country from a telecommunications perspective was. And you can tell me if you agree or not, but 78% of Saint Lucia has access to internet. Has access to internet. At least 78%, right? Could be more. Who thinks it's more? Maybe less? Anybody think it's less? Let me hear more or less? More? Okay, all right. So that mightn't be true, but what about this? There are 66% social media users. Probably more again, right? No? Less? Oh, okay. So what is the main social media platform you think is used here? WhatsApp is one, yeah? Facebook, okay. Good. And Instagram, all right. And the TikTok and just a little bit? Okay, a bit of TikTok and so forth. But it's really good to know and understand that metric right there, because if that is where people are, you need to be able to meet them where they are as entrepreneurs and present your businesses to them using these methods. A lot of these methods are also cost-free, low cost, and they present a great opportunity to really get your brand out there and even define what the image of your business is. So the next one is that there's 107% of mobile connections. And the reason why that is greater than the population is because some persons have more than one phone Can I get a show of hands of who all have more than one phone? Say it. Okay. Yep. So you're contributing to that over 107% of mobile devices. And in that way, you have more chances of potentially reaching a customer, because if they have WhatsApp on this phone and WhatsApp on the other phone, you know, they might see a text from you, from the telecommunications company marketing your business on that phone, and then they might check the phone later on, the other one later on, and then they see that again. So that builds your brand awareness and the repetition of your brand to persons. Now, as it relates to what the government offers, I think it's very important to note that e-services and e-commerce is very ingrained, as from my research, in the government of Saint Lucia. And is that true? Can you pay your taxes online? Okay, so there's some who know, some who don't know. It might be true, it might not be true. Yeah? And it's very easy. Okay. So you don't have to go into the government offices, pay too many bills. No? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess there's some work to be done. But what that does is it helps us to have ease of doing business. And for us as entrepreneurs, it's very important for us to have ease of doing business, because our time is so precious. We can do so much within an allotted amount of time, an hour or so. So for instance, for me, coming here, I would have had a lot of work to do for my business, because to leave, I had to ensure that everything was in place. So in the morning, I woke up very early. I was up from 1 a.m. and I was editing some videos. And then after that, I did some tweaking on my presentation. And then from that, I had to go and run to the bank to make sure that, you know, everything is okay from that perspective for when I'm about to travel. And I was able to go in the bank in about 7 minutes. I was able to get some cash and make sure that they know that I'm traveling, so they don't block my cards as well. And then I was able to go and check in at the airport. And because Anguilla is small, I ran to the barber shop to cut my hair as well, right in between at that time. So, you know, you can do a lot of things within a very short period of time. And for me to stand up in a line at the bank, at the government's departments, it really wastes a lot of time. And by extension, it can waste money. And that's very, very important in our context. So ease of doing business is important. Now, another important thing that I see is e-commerce framework. And e-commerce framework being embedded here is super important, because it allows us to also create businesses around e-commerce. So that would include areas such as making credit card payments and transactions online. So having your business able to accomplish that is very important, because you're able to meet your customer where they are. They do not have to come to your premises, or you don't even have to have a premises to be able to run your business, depending on what it is. And by that extension, you're able to tap into more people, not only locally, but even regionally around the world. And one of the presenters earlier was speaking about how his programs are being used by several businesses across the world. That shows the potential that we have with our businesses today. We don't have to just think of entrepreneurship within the bubble or the confines or the border of our country, of our village, and so forth. We can look at it a bit further and be a lot more creative and consider the world as our market. And lastly, the Internet of Things, which I would have mentioned earlier. So the communication between devices across different areas, across, like just now, we would have gone on menti.com, and all of you interacted together on this one space, and all of us were able to see what that interaction was like on the screen. That right there is part of the Internet of Things. And there are so many other areas where that connection and collaboration can occur between us and our devices with themselves, and us with each other. So now, we're going to go back to Menti, and we want to speak on some of our digital opportunities. And I found 3 persons that I think operate within digital or even technical space. One such being DJ Styles, who is an Anguillian. He's a DJ, and during COVID, he would have grown his business tremendously, and not in Anguilla. As you can imagine, during COVID days, there was no movement. Really, there weren't any events. No one was focusing on any music. But what he did is he would have gone to beaches and very scenic locations on the island, and he would have set up his deck and play his mixes and have someone record him. And Anguilla has some very beautiful landscapes, and he posted those on YouTube. And within the space of COVID till now, he's garnered millions and millions of views for his mixes, and you can see him holding up an award that he got from YouTube itself for that. Then we also have Moto. Moto has a very strong social media following, and leveraging that social media following around the world is very important. Everyone knows Moto, right? Okay, good. What's his slogan? Moto Day. Yeah. And me from Anguilla, I know Moto. We love soca as well, you know. So, you know, that is one of the areas where people can gravitate and learn about who you are as a person, who you are as a business, and so forth. So his stuff would be on YouTube as well. He has Instagram, so people can follow him, and he's a social influencer. Now, the next one that I saw was Invictus Inc., which is a social solution company that is into renewable energy solutions. And I felt that was very fitting because this presentation is also about technology and the use of technology in creating a better life for us and the investment that we can make into businesses that are able to accomplish that. Do you all know Invictus? Yeah? Okay. And the renewable energy scape is a very vast one. There's so many emerging technologies that are occurring, and there's so many opportunities for us as Caribbean nations who are, in this case, reliant on fossil fuels to be able to delve into these technologies and even present those as solutions for people who are plagued with high electricity bills, issues when it comes to fluctuations in accessibility to electricity. And even so, I would have spoken to one of the persons who was here, and he was saying even for security of his property, he's able to now be able to use solar cameras in areas that are more remote to be able to protect his property. And I find that to be very, very important. So we're going now to Menti. And I want to find out some more persons who you feel are digital influencers, who are businesses that are operating in that sphere. So we go to the next slide, and if you lost the screen, you can just type in the code at the top, and you'll be able to give your input. So names of successful persons, businesses that you know who are operating in the digital economy. Okay, Leslie Collymore, P1 Marketing. Anybody could tell me who Leslie Collymore is? Listening. Okay, all right, awesome. Let's see, who else we have here? Soaring Leads, that's a business. P1 Marketing. Quick Delivery. It's Quick Delivery. What kind of business is Quick Delivery? Yeah, but from my perspective, what do they do? Do they use... Okay, food, medical, and so forth. And do they use digital technology to accomplish that? Can you order it online? Yeah? Okay, awesome. All right, we'll keep going for a little bit more. Phil Henderson. That's a smart guy right there. And what do you do, Phil? Wonderful, wonderful. And just like that, Phil has now marketed himself. Merry Christmas to you too. All right, good. So I think we've challenged our thoughts on who we find are digital influencers, what businesses operate within those fields. So now we're going to continue on to our next slide. Okay. So what is important in entrepreneurship in general? I find that digital skills are very important. And remember what we said, everything is digital. That's where we started at. Every single thing that we do today is digital. In agriculture, it is digital. In mechanics, it's digital. Fishing, fishermen use GPSs today. That is also digital. And those are some of our sectors that are not traditionally not viewed as digital areas. We have marketing. We have so many other areas. And there's an ever accessible user base of information accessible to all of us when it comes to developing our businesses. We have YouTube. Who all have ever used YouTube to learn new skills, new technology for their businesses? Right. Have any of you ever paid YouTube for that knowledge? Not a soul, right? And that just goes to show you that technology, there's so much information out there that you shouldn't necessarily have an excuse for why you're not really going into your business from a skills perspective, from a knowledge and skills perspective. There are a lot of opportunities similar to what the Youth Economic Agency is offering that you should take up at a moment's notice. You should just say, I'm going to do it, because it benefits me. And I'm sure the cost to you is no more than a little time, a little effort, and some learning. And that has been where I benefited. I benefited from actually doing a Get Set program that the Angular Youth Business Foundation would have created. And I would say that that assisted me in learning how to grow my business. It assisted me in also being able to speak well. And that's why I could be up here today. All right. So discuss digital skills from the perspective of accessing information and knowledge and skills is very easy to do today. Children, I'm very sure that you've seen your child, sister, brother, cousin, at 1 year old or 2 years old, pick up the phone and go on YouTube and pull up Cocomelon. How did they do that? It's as if they're born knowing how to use this technology. Yeah, they will go in. You might even have a lock screen on your phone, and they're in. And it's important to know that when children are growing up in this technological age, ready to take on the world that we're living in today, but we are very responsible. We have to be very responsible with the knowledge that they gain and how their minds are shaped. Because if we are to shape them in a way that is most beneficial, we'll find that we have a generation that is very strong and capable to access the markets that we are currently having issues facing. And they'll also be able to create businesses that are able to navigate the entire world just using the digital landscape that they have and the technologies that are available to them. Also, next to a degree, a very strong grasp of digital skills will be a deal breaker, especially in the wake of AI. Who all knows what AI is? Okay, good. Artificial intelligence. And we know that artificial intelligence is, to an extent, replacing a lot of persons' jobs and so forth. But I'd like to challenge that from the perspective of it is making work more efficient. And what we'll find in the next few years is that persons will have to redeploy the skills and knowledge that they have to be able to navigate in today's world. Now, artificial intelligence it does not think on its own. It gathers information from across the world, across the web, and it just regurgitates it. It's very important for us to be able to have the knowledge to put in the prompts to tell it what to do, because without putting in the prompts appropriately, you get a response that reflects the information that you put in. Because I think in IT, all of us would have learned that a device works from inputs, then it processes that input, and it produces an output from that. You know, just it's as simple as that when it comes to artificial intelligence. So understanding how to do the inputs is important. Understanding how it processes as well, and even how to understand the outputs. So, as persons working in businesses across all sectors, we have to come to understand how artificial intelligence will play a part in our lives in general, but also in our businesses. Now, from the perspective of capital, to be able to purchase the software, the hardware that you need for equipment, for product development, marketing it locally, regionally, and so forth. And also, the capital that you would like to get can come from yourself, if you have some money put away. It can come from your friends, loans, grants, and so forth. Mentorship. I put a lot of emphasis on mentorship because our mentors are people who can point us in the right direction. They don't have to hold our hand to get there, but they can be very influential in the success of our businesses. They can be the ones who tell us, don't quit. It's not time to quit. You know, they're the ones that can tell us, you know, that you're not doing the right thing at this time, and I think that you need to pull up your socks. I think you need to focus and get your act together so your business can continue to grow. Who in here has mentors or have someone that they can really say is a mentor to them? Okay, so we have a few, yeah? Okay, good. And I'm sure you say that those mentors were very influential in your lives, right? Good. Now, programs much like the Youth Economic Agency and all across the world, mentors play an integral part in the successes of businesses. Now, they don't necessarily have to be in the same area as we are operating in. And usually that's for the best, because essentially you'll be grazing your own competitor. And that may not lead to the best for either business. But they can come from any field because they have knowledge about how banking works. They might have knowledge about marketing. They might know the right person who's able to assist you with a problem that your business is facing and just point you to the right direction, or even give a good recommendation. So in my years of being an entrepreneur, that has been the most valuable thing for me. I have had several persons say, Clemvio, I think you need to go in this direction. You should check out this, or you should attend this. You should try this, this training. And I've seen the rewards of that mentorship from them. So let's build a digital business. Right here, right now, we're going to build a digital business. And we're going to do it from the perspective of problem and solution. Ole would have told you that the best way to create a business is to find a problem that your society is facing and create a solution that you can monetize. So we've identified a problem. You can take a read of that. Then we're going to find a solution to that. We're going to find out what resources we need to be able to accomplish that and what potential linkages there are. In business, there are vertical linkages and there are horizontal linkages. The difference being that horizontal linkages operate in the same area. And then vertical linkages operate within the businesses. So let me give an example. So we have a farmer. He can operate, actually, you know what, I'm not going to give that right now because we're going to discuss that after we do our this exercise. Because the problem that we're trying to solve is one for a farmer. So our problem is we inherited a banana farm from our parents, and is having challenges finding a market locally, and it's on the brink of failing. So we're going to head over to Menti, and we're going to come up with some solutions for that. And we're going to think of it from the perspective of some digital solutions. So we have the land, we have the space, we might even have the name, the goodwill that business would have had over the years as a banana industry or banana company. But now it's going down in its in its ability to reach a market. So what are some solutions that we can use? So we can think of it from the perspective of sustainability. We can think about it from the perspective of products and its quality, utilizing marketing and social media to be able to reach new markets, using graphic design and a brand, brands, right? Brands are important because people attribute certain things to a particular brand. They attribute quality, they attribute the recognition of a business based on a brand. So that's very important. Okay, let's see. Investors. Let's think about some more areas from a tech perspective. What can we do using technology to be able to make this business successful? Let's think from the perspective of streamlining the business. What technology can we use to streamline that business? Okay. Video tutorials. So video tutorials is it the perspective of understanding how the business work? I'd like to get a little clarity on that one. Not to pull you out, but if you are the one to give that suggestion, I would love to understand where do you see video tutorials coming in to be able to help the business grow? Yes. TikTok, yes. Mm. Nice. All right. So using video tutorials to sensitize persons about what the business is, what it offers. So bananas, how they taste, what's good about them, maybe even some of the challenges, and get people really involved in the business a little deeper. Helps them to feel a lot more of a connection with the brand. All right. So we're gonna continue on, and I'm gonna see if let's go back to the presentation. I'm gonna see if what I would have come up with is much similar to what you all would have done. Okay. So, an agricultural business producing bananas with the potential to go into other crops, which has leveraged its use of technology. That is essentially where I would have envisioned this business going, to potentially assist it in growing, in tapping into new markets and so forth. So that would have been some vertical linkages and also some horizontal linkages. So instead of just doing bananas, we could go into avocado production, vanilla, cocoa, and so forth. And then we could utilize our technology to assist us to extend our markets to other Caribbean islands by using them for supply chain management and marketing regionally and even globally. Some of other things is to streamline the business. We'd use software to assist us with our accounting, our forecasting, purchasing, and sales. Some of those software include like QuickBooks. Anybody ever used QuickBooks before? Yeah, Excel would be another option that can be used for doing your tracking and accounting, and potentially entering into other crops and using our online presence to be able to, online presence and even the systems that we create, the software that we create to provide digital solutions to other businesses that are having challenges in their crops. So instead of only maybe going into another crop, we can say, hey, hey John down the road who's selling vanilla, you're having challenges selling this, and I believe that I can present to you software technology that I've used to grow our business. Our business is a great case study for the growth that we've seen through digital means, and I would like you to purchase this from us. So that's another area that you can go into. Now, one of the key things I want us to think of when we think of business from a digital perspective is that our businesses can become businesses without borders. We are not plagued by the fact that in order to cross from Saint Lucia to Dominica, we'd have to get on a boat. For me to get to from Anguilla here, it would take maybe 12 hours traveling. We can communicate and connect in an instant using our technology. So we're no longer bounded by those physical restrictions in business to a great extent. And there's an interconnectivity of people and our devices, our goods and services that occurs as easy as it is to breathe. Right now you can take up your phone and type a message and send to your friends. Right now you can take a picture of this event and send it, put it on social media, and 100 people see it in the space of a few minutes. And that ease of doing things was one that was not the case in the past. In the past, in order to let your family back home know that you're doing good, you had to send a letter, and that letter might have taken 6 months. And by time they understand that today you had a cup of tea, you probably already had 100 cups of tea since then. So understanding that how much we've grown and how much potential there is for more growth, but even how much potential it is for us to utilize what we have today to get us leaps and bounds farther than what our forebears would have had, is very important for us to grow our businesses in this economy. And it's also important for us to think global when we are developing our businesses. And for us in Anguilla, I think that is one of the challenges that we face when we see more young persons presenting businesses. We've seen a lot of them thinking about going into food because everyone has to eat. It is true. So starting restaurant businesses, opening food vans. But we want to see more software. We want to see more digital solutions that they have to offer that can potentially tap into other markets. Now, the limitations that we would have faced, or we still face, is issues with frameworks. So e-commerce is not really as big of a thing as yet, but it's growing in Anguilla. And the ease of implementing those e-commerce solutions into your business and into your website is still something that we're having issues with. And so persons won't think in that direction of a business without borders because they have those blockades in front of them. But it is my intention and my hope, and also the team that we have at the Anguilla Youth Business Foundation, to be able to remove those barriers and have them participate in a global economy in growing their business. I also believe in starting small and scaling. It's very easy for us to look at the big mountain that we have to climb to create the business of our dreams. But a lot of times, all you need to do is move a grain of sand. And it's just as easy as, and you just move the grain of sand from one location to the next. Now, what it may call for is a lot of repetition. And what repetition does for us, it helps us to develop those skills better. It's just like playing any sport. You shoot 1,000 basketballs. Eventually, you'll be doing it as if you can do it in your sleep. Same applies for business. And when you start small, it's easier to get financing for it. It's easy to operate on assumptions and even question the growth of the business. So when you start a business, you can say, okay, I need to do this much output. So let's say I need to sell 10 hands of bananas a day to be able to grow my business. That's a very small number, but it's a manageable one that we can really understand and say, okay, if I didn't make the 10 hands today, why did I not make it on Wednesday, but I made it on Friday or Saturday? And it may be a case that on Wednesday, everybody's working, they don't have time. So a Saturday is a better day because everyone is out, they're going to the market, they're purchasing. And then you can question that and say, okay, so if I want to sell on a Wednesday, how can I get that done? Do I need to go to their businesses? Should I not go to the market and sell to them directly? Should I have the business online? And if I have it online, they can purchase from the comfort of their desks while they're at work and then solve that problem. So starting small allows us time to test those theories and then adjust quickly and swiftly. And then use a problem and solution approach in developing your business ideas. Because at the basis of it, if there's a problem that needs solving, it won't be solved unless someone does it. And if it's a big enough problem, people will pay for it to be solved. And by that extension, you already automatically have a captive audience. You already have a market. So now our borders would be, borders still exist, and a lot of them are mental blockades that we'd have, thinking that we're not ready, thinking we don't have the money for it, we don't have the support, there's not enough market for it because in our small country that we have today, you don't think anyone is going to buy. But you need to start, and you need to start small. And you'll find that over time, your business will evolve. And it may not take the shape of what it was originally when you started it, but it'll become something more grand as time progresses. And I'll give you an example of our family business, what we do in Anguilla, the magazine. It started off as a magazine to represent the island because when we went into tourism, there was no print publication that vividly represented and captured what Anguilla is and what it had to offer. And that was a problem that my dad wanted to solve. And he did it. And he did it for 25 years. And from that, when he handed it over, I'm sure he would have never thought that that business would have grown to become a marketing company that does video editing and graphic design and consulting, and that would also be able to tap into other markets such as government and so forth, and still have the potential to grow further than that. Also, invest in the things that you already have. You may not have money, but you have time, you have skills, you have knowledge and energy. And even if you feel like you don't, sometimes we have to sacrifice. We have to make sacrifices for the greater good, for the businesses that we hope to produce. Now, don't be daunted. Don't feel daunted by the scale of your aspirations or the scale of your dreams. As we always have heard, I'm sure you've heard before, they say, shoot for the stars. And how does it go? Shoot for the stars, shoot for the moon, and right. Good. So everybody knows that. So it's not bad, it's not wrong for you to have large aspirations. You know, those large aspirations will help you to shoot way beyond what you currently believe is possible for you. So there is no failure, but a failure not to learn from your mistakes. In business, you may think that your business failed, but I would like to challenge you to not think of it from the perspective of a failure. It is a lesson about life, a lesson about business, and the opportunity for you to continue to grow your businesses in the future. Thank you very much for listening. And you know, if you have any questions, I'm here. If you have any questions, you can always pose them to me at the end of today. Yes, thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much, Clamvio Hodge, and please give our regards to all of the wonderful folks in Anguilla. Very happy to have you here with us. Be sure to visit the Sulphur Springs and, of course, hike Gopito. I had to put in a plug. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great, great pleasure to welcome a gentleman who I'm sure you all agree has certainly earned his stripes and earned the respect of every Saint Lucian, every member of the Caribbean, the work that he has done in terms of climate change, internationally. It simply cannot be overemphasized, the importance of the work that he has put in. Our next presentation is on artificial intelligence, AI. Now, I know you've been hearing a lot about AI, and there are so many fears concerning AI. So I will be glued to this presentation because I'm very interested to know what the potential is, what the possible threats are, and I'm sure we will find out so much about this emerging artificial intelligence. His presentation focuses on positioning Saint Lucia for economic development. Dr. James Fletcher was the Minister for the Public Service, Information, Broadcasting, Sustainable Development, Energy, Science, and Technology in Saint Lucia from 2011 to 2016. Under his leadership, the Caribbean's 1.5 to Stay Alive Climate Change Civil Society campaign was developed. During the negotiations on the Paris Agreement in COP21, he was a member of a small group of ministers chosen to help achieve consensus on the Paris Agreement. In recognition of his work, Dr. James Fletcher was highlighted in Profiles of Paris as one of the people who played an important role in creating the Paris Agreement. Dr. Fletcher is the author of the book, Governing in a Small Caribbean Island State. He authored the chapter, The Fight for Small Island Developing States, in the Cambridge University Press publication, Negotiating the Paris Agreement, The Insider Stories, and he edited and produced Where is the Justice?, an anthology of Caribbean youth perspectives on the climate crisis. Dr. Fletcher currently manages his own consulting company, Soloricon, and in 2002, he launched the Caribbean Climate Justice Project, which is an initiative aimed at increasing civil society awareness of the impacts of climate change and ensuring that there are appropriate responses at the national, regional, and international levels to issues of climate justice and just transitions. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our next feature presenter, Dr. James Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mistress of Ceremonies, and good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for standing between you and lunch. I'll try to not make this any more painful than it needs to be, and I hope I don't hear any stomachs grumbling. Artificial intelligence, positioning Saint Lucia for economic development. This will kind of give you an overview of what artificial intelligence is, some of the good, but there's also some of the things that we need to be aware of with artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? Well, let's hear. Audio, guys. Let's try again.
Hey everyone. So, let's chat about artificial intelligence, or AI, which is kind of like the brainpower behind a lot of the tech we use every day. Think of AI as a very smart computer brain that's really good at learning how to do things by itself. AI is able to process very large amounts of data very quickly, and it learns from the patterns that it observes. This allows it to figure out trends, make decisions, and even predict what might happen next, all without needing humans to tell it what to do every step of the way. That, my friends, in a small coconut shell, is AI, and as I am sure you have guessed by now, I was created by Jimmy Fletcher using AI.
So that's AI. AI basically processes large amounts of data in algorithms. And what is an algorithm? Well, an algorithm tells a computer how to solve a problem or perform a task. That's what artificial intelligence is all about. You give instructions to the computer, so you tell it, okay, if I want you to sort out a set of books, when you get this, what do you do? If you get it, where do you put it? That's what an algorithm does. You know, we've heard about algorithms in Facebook, and people say, well, it's because of the algorithm, I'm not seeing my friends, or I'm not seeing their posts. So an algorithm is something that gives instructions to a computer, and it really is at the heart of what artificial intelligence is all about. It allows the machine to learn from experience, make adjustments to new inputs, and perform tasks that are usually performed by humans. So that's what AI allows it to do. You know, it's a set of routine tasks. So that having been said, is AI something far-fetched? Is it in a science fiction movie? What are some of the examples of AI that we've seen?
Have you ever wondered how Instagram or Facebook always seem to know the kinds of posts you like? That's AI at work. It learns from what you've liked or commented on in the past, and it uses that to decide what to show you next. I'm sure you use Spotify and Netflix. Well, guess how they know which songs and movies to recommend to you? They use AI. They look at what you've enjoyed before and find songs or shows that match your taste. Siri, Google Assistant, and Alexa, they're all powered by AI. When you ask them a question or set a reminder, they're using AI to understand what you're saying and to respond accordingly and accurately. How do you think Amazon always seems to know just what you're looking to buy? AI analyzes your browsing and buying habits to recommend other products you might like. As a final example, every time your phone or your computer corrects your typos, or your phone suggests replies in chat apps, that's AI learning how you generate text and offering quick fixes or responses.
The only thing I haven't been able to do is get Caribbean-sounding voices for the, and that's something I think that's an input that we have to work on. But it means that very soon I'll be able to sit there and do this presentation and not have to stand here. So you don't have to see my face, you could just see a whole set of people who look like me and also who can speak various languages. I don't have to learn Spanish or learn French or learn Mandarin. The AI will do that for me. So yeah, AI can transform economies, it can create new areas of economic opportunity, and it can increase productivity and competitiveness in existing sectors. So that is the advantage that AI brings to us. It allows us to increase efficiency, increase productivity, and also create new spheres of economic opportunity. It will improve systems and processes. So things that are done routinely, you know, things that you need to go from A to B to C to D, AI will help improve it, will help to remove some of the wastage in systems. One pet peeve of mine, for example, when I was Minister of the Public Service, I always found it ludicrous that one government agency will collect information from you and tell you that you have to bring it to another government agency and then another one. So you collect a trade license from here and then you bring it somewhere else. But that's the government. So all I really should have to do is to present something that shows that I am James Fletcher. And then the government mines all of the information from James Fletcher and sends it to whatever agency needs to process whatever it's processing from James Fletcher. And that's it. Why do I have to go from infrastructure to trade to labor department to some? It makes no sense, right? And that's what technology will do if we would only use it properly. The problem is sometimes we take the technology and we lay it on top of bad systems, so the technology then becomes a hindrance instead of a benefit. But technology allows us to improve systems and processes, and AI makes that even better. In one of the early videos, you saw someone doing hydroponics with agriculture. AI will help you automatically check that water, because hydroponics is water that's flowing through these tubes, so it'll check to see if the nutrient values are low. So if it has insufficient nitrogen, insufficient phosphorus, insufficient potassium, and then make those changes automatically so that you could tweak it, and it depends on what you're growing. If you're growing kale or lettuce or sweet peppers or cabbage. It knows exactly what combination that you need, and it will do the monitoring and it will do the adjustments. So you can basically, and you could do that from any remote facility. So you could be over in St. Vincent or in the United States, and it will give you a readout of what's happening on your farm, and then you could make the adjustments. If the humidity is too high, if the humidity is too low, if it's not receiving enough sunlight, if it's receiving too much sunlight. How many of you know the reason why we only get sorrel at this time of year? Anybody knows? No, it's not too hot. Yes? Right, perfect. The day length. That's the reason, the only reason you get sorrel at this time of year is because the days are shorter. Sorrel is what is called a photoperiodic plant. My background is agriculture, so I can wax on this. Sorrel is what is called a photoperiodic plant, and that's why sorrel, that's why snow on the mountain, that's why poinsettia will only flower at this point, because the days are shorter, so there are more days of darkness. If you take a snow on the mountain plant or poinsettia plant and you have it underneath a street light, it won't turn, because it's getting light from that street light. So again, AI would allow you to make those changes so I can control the amount of day length in my greenhouse, and I can have sorrel all year round, because all I need to do is to ensure that I have shorter days in my greenhouse and I can grow sorrel all year round. That's what the technology would allow you to do. Tourism, improve visitor experiences. You know, right now, we can't communicate with potential visitors coming out of maybe China or Spain or even South America, because we have a deficiency in our ability to communicate with them. Well, you could set up a chatbot. How many people know what a chatbot is? You've seen chatbots, right? So you go onto a site, and then suddenly this thing comes up and tells you, can I help you? There's nobody at the back of this. It's not some person at 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for you to come on and ask you, can I help you? It's a chatbot. And a chatbot was created so that it would interact with you and answer, you know, all these frequently asked questions that we always see. Well, that's what the chatbot is doing. There's sometimes you'll ask the chatbot a question, it'll get stumped, and it might have to tell you, okay, I'll have to refer you to somebody else, and somebody comes on the live chat. But a chatbot will interact with you and give you, and that's AI. But the chatbot can also interact with somebody out of China in Chinese, in Mandarin. They can interact with somebody out of Argentina and speak Spanish to them, somebody out of Brazil and speak Portuguese to them. So you don't have to have people trained in all of those areas, and you could provide instantaneous responses. So somebody wants to know, can I see the Pitos and Groseley Friday night on the same day? The chatbot can answer that question. You know, how much does it cost to travel from Uronoro Airport to my hotel in Rodney Bay? The chatbot will answer that question. So it improves the visitor experience. It also customizes the visitor experience. So based on what your interests are, if your interests are hiking the Pitos, then it will customize an experience knowing that you're an eco-traveler. It will give you all of the things you could do in Saint Lucia that would be directed at the eco-traveler. If you're somebody who wants to do carnival and groseley, then it'll give you something customized for that. That's what AI allows. It allows us to personalize the experience of the visitor. Energy. We haven't yet gotten to that point yet, but what AI would do is allow us to optimize distribution of renewable energy and energy in general. If you look at Lucelec, Saint Lucia Electricity Services, most of the demand for energy is at this time. So around 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when there's a peak demand. People at work, also it's hot, so air conditions are running. Then there's another peak around 5, 6 o'clock when people get home, but around 9 o'clock it starts going down. Now really, what should happen is that Lucelec should charge us more for electricity during the times that we use their electricity more, and charge us less for electricity during the times we use it less. That's what happens in many countries. So what many people do is they program their washing machine to do the washing at night, because that's when the price of electricity is lower. So again, you could then, and if Lucelec does that, for example, if Lucelec charges us more for electricity when we're using the electricity at its peak, it allows them to flatten that curve, and it's a lot more cost effective for them. And it also works out better for us. AI allows you to do that. AI allows you to make those intelligent decisions about how you program energy, how you put energy on the grid, how you use energy. Healthcare, robotics. You can now get diagnosed. I read something that said that based on information that was being collected from Google, one of the most difficult cancers to diagnose is prostate cancer. Not prostate, sorry, pancreatic cancer. people who are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, it's almost a death sentence, because by the time you diagnose pancreatic cancer, the person is usually in stage 3 or stage 4, because it's one of these very, very difficult cancers to diagnose. But they had found that people who have pancreatic cancer, or they believe that there was a correlation between that and people who had back pain in a particular part of their back, because they found that a lot of the people who eventually presented with pancreatic cancer also searched for things to do with back pain. So is there a correlation? If you can mine enough information that can allow you to correlate people with pancreatic cancer, what else did they look for? Did they report a pain in their neck, a pain in their back? Then you could probably say, okay, there's a high probability that if someone is showing some problems with their back, then they should get checked for pancreatic cancer. By mining all of this information, artificial intelligence allows you to process large amounts of information that we need tons and tons of people communicating with each other, and it would be almost virtually impossible to manage. So healthcare can now be revolutionized. But not just that. I'm wearing an Apple Watch right now. That's no plug for Apple, but I'm wearing an Apple Watch right now. It's collecting information on my heart rate. So it'll tell me if, as I'm speaking to you, if I'm excited, if my heartbeat is going up. I was in a party, I was on a boat in Miami 3, 4, 5 nights ago. A friend was celebrating her birthday. And I got a message telling me that I should get out of this environment because there's a decibel of 95. It's bad for my hearing, get out. Now, now, a decibel reading of 95, those of you who go to parties know that's nothing. But it's telling you that, okay, this is not good for you. Prolonged exposure to noise above 95 decibels is bad for you. So, you know, you're getting all this instant feedback, but this can now start feeding into a health app that can now start giving you information on, okay, you need to exercise more. I know that, but you don't have to tell me. But you need to exercise more. You need to change your diet. You need to change your lifestyle. All of that information being mined helps you to make better decisions about your own health habits. And that, again, is what AI allows you to do. Social services. In-depth analysis of crime data that will allow you to look at crime prevention and predicting where crime will happen next. Because if you're collecting all of the information, you know, are we seeing an increased incidence of knife crime in a particular part of the city, or crime with a gun in a particular part of the city? There was one part of Saint Lucia that was known for a proliferation of cutlass attacks. Do you know that? What do you do in those areas? So it allows you to tailor your police intervention, and it allows you to maybe be a lot more targeted and a lot more specific and a lot more effective in how you deal with preventing crime. And that all is artificial intelligence, because that is mining information from all different sources, putting it in and analyzing it and giving you real-time data. Disaster risk reduction, accurate information on risk analysis to facilitate better risk mitigation. If you know that, okay, these areas are prone to landslides or prone to flooding, then you could make decisions, okay, if there's a weather system moving in, and you know it's going to be a weather system that's going to produce a lot of water, then you could give advance warning to people, get out of those areas. Not just, you know, people living in low-lying areas, a generic message we give, but you could actually target and say, okay, people in Mark, people in Fort Saint-Jacques, people in these areas, we know there's a very strong likelihood that you will experience catastrophic flooding, get out. Take your animals out, take your livestock out. Again, AI makes that type of decision-making possible. That graphic, by the way, was one that was generated with AI. I told it, do a graphic that shows a country, Caribbean country, that is prone to hurricanes and droughts and flooding, and using AI for disaster risk reduction, and that's what it came up with. Navigation apps. Wednesday, I was driving from Fort Lauderdale to Miami International to catch my flight to come back to Saint Lucia. I was traveling on the 826, the Palmetto Expressway. And I get a notice telling me that there's traffic congestion on the 826, get off the 826, and I can save 6 minutes by taking an alternative route, and it routed me through the alternative route. That's AI. But if you think that's only in Miami, yesterday, I put this in to get this graphic. So I asked, how do I get from my home to town? And it gave me this graphic that I used, and I put it in there. But I forgot I still had it active in my phone. So I was driving from my home, going to a meeting, and it told me, there is traffic congestion, use the Moshi Road to save 12 minutes. So it's not just in the developed countries. This is available everywhere. And you know, it's how we use it. It helps us save time. It helps us be more productive. And it told me that to travel 8.8 miles would have taken me 40 minutes. using because of the, and you could actually see from the yellow marks where the areas of congestion were, because what it's doing is that it is taking digital breadcrumbs from all of the people who are using their phone, and it is saying, okay, to move from this area to this area, it's taking so much longer, so there must be traffic congestion. Nobody's telling it it's traffic congestion, but you can see that from the time it's taking people to move from one area to another, that there must be congestion. That's using AI. Consumer experience, improving online customer experience. It can be a bit of a nuisance sometimes when they actually believe they know what you want better than you know what you want, but that happens. It'll tell you what you should buy. Uncannily, it doesn't just work on the app. So if you do a search for something, all of a sudden you see all sorts of things popping up on Amazon telling you that you might want this. And you never searched for it on Amazon before. And it shows you how interconnected all these data systems are and why you have to be careful what you put online. Because very soon it'll get to the point where, again, because we are so liberal in putting everything about ourselves online, and I cringe when I see people share information about their children online, because that for me is wait until your child gets to the point where your child wants to make a decision about what you put online. But I see people putting everything about their whole family and where they are. That is information that's there, and it's there in a domain that everybody's using and everybody can use, and is being mined for all sorts of reasons. Some good, but also some nefarious, which you should be aware of. Smart home. I use this a lot. So I have Alexa. I have 2 Alexa units at my home, and I also have smart plugs. So Christmas time, I will tell Alexa, in fact, I don't even have to tell Alexa. Alexa puts on my Christmas tree and all of the lights, comes on at a particular time, goes off at a particular time. It's also good if you're not at home, because it means now that you could fool people into thinking that you are at home by programming when lights go on and when lights go off. Now that I've said that, people will know, okay, there's a strong possibility I'm not home. But you could do that. You could tell, I can get on my phone now and tell Alexa to put something on, to put on the humidifier in my bedroom, to do this, to do that. That's a smart home. You could program your lock so that it gets switched on with your cell phone. Of course, you have to depend on the reliability of service, of Flow and Digicel, so that you're not locked out of your home when you go in and find that you don't have any access to your broadband. But that's all possible. Education, it can personalize your education experience and make it more adaptable. So, again, people can learn at their own pace, which is one of the problems with our education system right now. It's a one-size-fits-all conveyor belt system where once you pass common entrance, or whatever it's called now, that you get thrown from one form to another, and nothing looking at how well you can assimilate the information. They say universal secondary education is a rising tide that raises all boats, but you have all the different types of boats being raised, and we have to understand that sometimes we have to personalize the experience, and AI allows us to do that based on the person's abilities. And the creative sector. I mean, the possibilities for the creative sector are immense. The thing I like about the creative sector too is that it expands your reach. So the creatives, it allows them to reach into areas that until now were not possible. The challenge for creatives is that it can eat into your market. During the Calypso season, I told ChatGPT what kind of Calypso I wanted it to write, and it produced a Calypso that was scary. I mean, that Calypso had every element in it. I told it I wanted a humorous Calypso about the political situation in Saint Lucia. And it went and it spoke about red and yellow, and I mean, it was scary. And I could have given that to maybe Ashanti or somebody to go and sing, and they might not have won the crown, but they would have certainly progressed through quarterfinals with it. So again, you have to be careful, because people can now, I can probably sponsor 2 people in the tents next year and get them to reach through to quarterfinals or semifinals just on AI content, and the judges don't know any better. So that's the challenge there, that you have to be able to differentiate what is creatively yours and what was created for you. And but again, the opportunities for marketing, promotion, augmented reality, those are immense. And workplace, automating routine tasks, organizing workflows, providing insights from data, using chatbots. One of the things that we prided ourselves when I was minister was creating the 311 call center, where people could call this number 311 and get information on what was going on in the public service. We can probably now automate that. We can probably automate a lot of that by putting in AI to respond to many of the routine queries. That's what that. But on the other hand, we're now robbing people of jobs who would otherwise be employed doing this work. And financial management. You know, I have an account with Bank of America, and every now and again it tells me how well I'm doing, whether I'm doing a good job managing my finances, whether my expenses are higher than my income, and it can give you advice on investing and everything. That's possible now. You know, it also fraud alert. I use my card. I tapped my card somewhere. Where was I last week? I was in Dubai, but I was also in Miami, so I'm trying to remember where I tapped my card. And when I tapped my card to make a payment, it said fraud alert. But when I took the card and I put it in, it allowed the payment to go through. Because anybody can tap your card and make a purchase, but putting the card in means I have to put my PIN in. So not by making any calls or anything, it was able to determine, okay, there's a very high possibility that this is a fraudulent transaction. Also, my wife taps cards. I am old school. I like pushing my card in. So they probably figure he doesn't normally tap his card, and he's tapping his card for a $300 purchase. No, my wife doesn't use my card. She uses her card. So they probably figured, okay, you know what? That's probably fraudulent. Or maybe his wife has his card and it's still fraudulent. But yeah, that happens. Improve communication. As I said before, language, it completely breaks the language barrier. You know, I have an Instagram. My Instagram profile pic is of a young me at university in Ottawa, 23 years old. And this young lady from France decided that she wanted to communicate with me. So she wrote to me in French. So I kept the conversation going. I used Google Translate, and I communicated with her in French. And we had a conversation going for around 5 up and downs, until she told me that her heater wasn't working and she wanted some money to pay for a heater, and then the conversation ended right there. But these things happen. But yes, so it allows you to break that communication barrier by using Google Translate, using AI. I can now go to any country in the world, and with my phone, I can communicate with anyone. I don't need Rosetta Stone. I don't need Babbel. All I need is my phone, and I can communicate with anybody, anywhere in the world. That's AI. So AI will create new jobs, and some of the jobs it will create are things like algorithm developers, data analysts, ethics and compliance audit officers, robotics engineers, healthcare technicians, AI trainers, application managers. There's a wide range of new jobs that will be created. And there are also new entrepreneurial ventures that are becoming possible as a result of AI. So agri-tech, you know, using technology, using AI in the agricultural sector, tourism and hospitality, health tech, the wearables and, you know, education, fintech, which is using AI for financial management, ecotech for making decisions about managing resources, could be water, could be whatever, creative and entertainment, retail, e-commerce and marketing. But for me, the most exciting thing about AI is that it increases your market access. So you as young entrepreneurs don't have to worry only about the market of 185,000 people who live in Saint Lucia, or the market of 600,000 plus people who live in the OECS. Really, the globe is your market. The planet is your market. You have an opportunity that my generation did not have. Whatever product you produce, whatever service you're providing, you can now market it to a global audience, and you could have a sales team that is powered by AI that responds to people in real time. And for me, that is the biggest benefit of AI. But it will also threaten existing jobs. So let's not pretend that this is all rosy. This is milk and sugar, and then we're good, and once we have AI, we're sailing. No, there are jobs that will threaten. There are jobs that either no longer exist or threaten. When was the last time you saw a VCR or a fax machine repair person? When was the last time you saw a VCR? It doesn't exist. Some of you probably don't even know what a VCR looks like. A fax machine. Fax machines were big things when they came out. I still see some companies putting their fax number on the board. They say, who uses a fax? Who sends faxes? But some companies actually have their fax number. You know, film processing shop employee. When Carnival was a big thing, and Carleen Jules, who's one of our premier photographers, will tell you the number of times she would have gone to Kade's lab or whatever to process film. Nobody processes film anymore. Maybe you process film at Walmart, you go with your jump drive and you upload your photos and you get it printed at Walmart, but there's no film process. Switchboard operator. When I was studying in England, my parents wanted to contact me, they'd have to go for a switchboard. There's a joke I give, whenever somebody says, can I call you? I say, yeah, you just don't call me collect. For most of you, that means nothing. Calling collect means nothing because you don't know that phrase, calling collect. Calling collect was calling someone and that the person you call would then accept the charges. You do that for a switchboard. That doesn't exist anymore, you know? So switchboard operators and the Cable and Wireless had a whole team of people manning switchboards in Saint Lucia and every single one of your islands. A DVD shop employee, going to a DVD shop to rent a DVD on a weekend was such a big deal. Then going and buying a CD or a DVD at my favorite place to shop, what used to be my favorite place to shop, Best Buy, was a big deal. I can't even find a Best Buy shop anymore because Best Buy, Amazon has taken over from Best Buy and everybody buys things online. Video store employee, newspaper publishing and printing staff. That was, Stan, you worked with a newspaper. You used to work with a newspaper. First of all, people don't read the hard paper anymore. They want everything online, so there's no need to publish anything. In the next decade, AI will likely replace bank tellers, speech transcribers, data entry clerks, translators, telemarketers, customer service staff, receptionists, proofreaders, ChatGPT will proofread for you, retail salespeople, travel agents, accountants. Because I can put all my Excel spreadsheet data into an AI and it'll give me a full analysis of everything, as if it were done by an ACCA or a CGA. Completely. So it'll give me all the analysis that I need. The only thing I believe that we're safe on is driverless cars. I will not get into a driverless car in Saint Lucia. I don't care how good the technology is, I will not take a driverless car from Saint Lucia to Soufrière. I don't care. I just believe that there'll be a glitch somewhere along the way and I'll find myself down a cliff somewhere in Canaries. But apart from that, there really isn't a sector that won't be. But ladies, unfortunately, and this was something that was done by Bloomberg, there are a lot of jobs that are held by women that AI will threaten because women are the ones who populate many of these employment, bill and account collectors, payroll timekeeping clerks, executive secretaries, word processors and typists. And it shows you what the US average is. So this was done for the US market. So that's why I'm saying AI is not all roses. There are things that we have to be aware of. Thank God for marketers. Now, how many of you have ever used Fiverr or Upwork? How many of you know of Fiverr or Upwork? Okay, Fiverr was one of the greatest things that I discovered because I could get on Fiverr and in 24 hours get somebody from Bangladesh or somebody somewhere else producing graphics for me or whatever, very good quality. Now, the downside of this is Fiverr is taking work away from you guys. Because that is work that I would normally have to go to a graphics person in Saint Lucia and say, I want this done. Unfortunately, you would probably tell me that it would take me 4 or 5 days to do it. And you would probably charge me 5 times what Fiverr is charging. And through no fault of yours, but it is because you have such a small market to work with, then you have to charge more. The people who operate on Fiverr have a global market to deal with. And it has always bothered me that I've not seen more of our Caribbean people on Fiverr and Upwork, because I think that is an opportunity. And if we're talking the Youth Economy Agency, I think that's something that we need to do to expand our market, get our young people on Fiverr, get them on Upwork, so that they can market their services there, because you have skills that are as good as anybody from Bangladesh or anywhere else. And you speak English. And if you don't speak English, you have a translator that will be able to communicate with anybody for you. But the reason I'm talking about Fiverr and Upwork is that now I don't even use Fiverr and Upwork anymore. ChatGPT gave me these images. I put in different prompts and said, I want this, then tweak it up. And in the space of 10 minutes, I got 10 different images from ChatGPT, which I would have probably had to go to somebody on Fiverr, tell them what I wanted, go back and forth with them, and over 24 hours, probably pay them, depending on how good they are, anywhere between 25 US and maybe 85 US for this work. I got it for free on ChatGPT. So again, it shows you how even the market that you're not yet on, that is sophisticated from your end, is now becoming obsolete as a result of AI. These jobs did not exist 15 years ago. App developer, social media manager, Uber, Lyft driver. My father was a taxi driver. So the hardest thing for me to do was to not take a taxi every time I landed in Miami. I just felt solidarity with taxi drivers. But after a while, I realized, you're forming the fool. You could take an Uber or a Lyft. It'll cost you a fraction of what the yellow taxi was cost. You didn't have to take money out of your pocket because it's already programmed out of your credit card. You don't have a fellow looking at you, as we say in Saint Lucia, gozy with big eyes because he's expecting a tip and he's waiting for you to give him a tip. You can decide whether you give him or her a tip afterwards, depending on the service that you get. You can also have a record, because for me, I need to keep records of my travel so I can claim for it for tax purposes. That's their permanent record. You could now, what both Uber and Lyft have done for safety reasons, you could share your ride with somebody else so they know exactly where you're going. They can follow you every step of the way. You can't do that with a taxi. But Uber, Lyft drivers didn't exist 15 years ago. That, by the way, I said, sorry, Dad, you're long deceased, but Uber and Lyft, I can't deal with taxis anymore. Driverless car engineers, cloud computing specialists, big data analysts, sustainability manager, YouTube content creator, drone operator. We didn't have drones back then. Now, a drone operator is a big deal, particularly when you need to get assessments, very quick assessments of, could be after a disaster or whatever, just for valuation purposes. If you can operate a drone, you're in big demand. Telemedicine physician, SEO specialist, search engine optimization, so that your website gets at the top of these search engines whenever it's being searched for. Podcast producer. But what we need in Saint Lucia is, and in every country in the Caribbean, is a national framework to maximize the opportunities and respond to challenges. Our education system needs to be transformed. The education system we have right now is not ready for this. That education system is stuck somewhere in the 1950s. I read, there's this book called Wounded by School, and it says that if Rip Van Winkle were to return after 100 years of sleep, the only two institutions he would recognize are prisons and schools. They haven't changed in the last 100 years. That's a sad indictment on our education system. For us to be able to respond to the opportunities that AI and the digital economy provide, we need to change our education system. We need to introduce computing, coding, basic AI at the primary school level. We can't wait. And somebody spoke about it earlier, the previous presenter, that the young children now are digital natives. What it will take us a while to figure out, they will get onto a tablet and they'll navigate it like, wow. You know, they don't need a manual. They just know what to do. They know how to swipe. They know what to do. They are digital natives. I don't know what it is. So you need to take advantage of that to get them to be able to take full advantage of this world that they grow. Don't wait until they get to secondary school and start introducing it to them. Develop specialized AI courses and encourage research and innovation. Teach problem solving. That is the most critical thing we have to do. Critical thinking and problem solving, because that is, you have to challenge what you see in front of you. We've never made progress by just accepting the status quo. You make progress by challenging the status quo, saying, why not? Why not? Why can't we do this differently? We don't teach this in our schools. We teach our children to just regurgitate what has been taught to them, and if they do not regurgitate it as it was taught to them, they fail. I dropped geography. Teddy Francis is there. We were in school together. I dropped geography in college because of that. Great geography teacher, Brother O'Connor, at St. Mary's College. If you could not regurgitate it exactly as he taught it, you would not get a high mark. And I mean, I like to internalize and process and reproduce. I wasn't getting good marks. And I said, sorry, to hell with this. I'm dropping this subject. I regret doing it because geography is such an important subject. But that is how our education system works. It works by making us learn by rote, and that's not how we will learn in this new environment. Ensure schools have the necessary infrastructure, because if you have a school that is disconnected, I don't understand how we make our children disconnect when they go to school. Children should be taught that that phone they have is such an important tool, not just to WhatsApp each other or, unfortunately, take videos of people when they're in bad situations and post it on Facebook or YouTube, but to research. I could do the entire research for this. I could have done it on my phone. So make our children use their phones as the valuable tools that they are to learn how to interact with the world around them and to do research. And I think that's something that we're failing in by causing our children to disconnect when they come to school. And train teachers to use AI, because the teachers, if they can't use it, will be lost when we try to work, learning, and citizenship in the 21st century demand that we all know how to think, to reason, to analyze, weigh evidence, problem solve, and to communicate effectively. Education must focus on critical thinking, communication, and problem solving, and not only focus on the transmission of knowledge and facts. And the thing is, what we know as knowledge and facts now is evolving. So if you enter into a technical program in a college, in 2 years' time, half of what you learned in your first year is already obsolete. So to get children to just regurgitate what it is that you've taught them really is not serving any purpose. We have to cause them to understand and to think for themselves. The 21st Century Education Skills, and this is from a book by Tony Wagner, The Global Achievement Gap, Critical Thinking and Problem Solving. If we are going to take advantage of the opportunities of AI, we have to now start putting this into our education system. Collaboration across networks, not selfishly doing your homework and not sharing it with anyone. That's not the world you live in anymore. The world you live in anymore right now is a collaborative one where you must learn to communicate with people. So yes, I want to test you on your ability to understand, but I also want to test your ability to work in a team and to collaborate, which unfortunately we don't do enough of in our education system. Agility and adaptability, in initiative and entrepreneurialism, effective oral and written communication. If you can't communicate, it doesn't matter what you know, you will get left behind because what you know is not being communicated and you're not convincing anybody that you know anything. Assessing and analyzing information, and curiosity and imagination. We beat that out of our children, from a very early stage. When they ask questions, you're asking too many questions. Big people are talking. Don't put yourself in a conversation. We stifle the natural creativity and imagination that they have, which is what will allow them to be the trailblazers later on. Some of them do it despite, but a lot of them are beaten into submission at a very early age, and that's not good. Make sure that we have the laws and the regulations, particularly for ethics, incentives for investment. Island-wide high-speed broadband, leaving no community behind. Expansion of public Wi-Fi networks and hotspots. Every public building in this country should be a Wi-Fi hotspot. There should be no place that you go and you can't have access to Wi-Fi. And that's one of the things that we had tried to do when I was minister, to have this island-wide Wi-Fi. Professional training, Youth Economy Agency, NSDC. It's good that you're doing this. This has to be continued. Collaborate with regional and international tech firms. Internships and scholarships, incubators for mentorship and funding, hackathons, bring everybody together, let them tackle a problem. Communication strategy, we have to get this message out because many people are very worried, as they should be, about AI, but we need to demystify it and make them understand what are the potentials and what are the pitfalls. AI is very important to our economic development for all of these reasons: promoting economic diversification and expansion, improving efficiency of public services, enhancing educational opportunities, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship, overcoming physical and geographical limitations, better natural resource management. But availability and accessibility of digital information is critical. If you don't have digital information, then you have nothing to feed into it. And unfortunately, we have a dearth of information. We don't like making evidence available. And those people who have information hoard it because they believe that will make them indispensable. So I have information, guys say, you're mad, you can't get that, that's mine. And if you want it, then I can only give you so much. That information should be out in the public domain because the more information that's in the public domain, the more it can be hacked, the more it can be converted into something that you would not know what you can do with it. So access to digital information is important. But we have to be careful that we don't cause AI to disenfranchise our citizens because we have a digital divide in this country. And we can't push headlong, full steam ahead with AI knowing that there's some people who don't even have the ability to use AI or struggling with other things. So that's why, this has to be nuanced. Then we must ensure data privacy and security because the more information we put out is the more exposed we become. AI ethics is important. I heard, there's something that is still a myth. It's not there yet, but it's called Artificial General Intelligence, AGI. And AGI is when this thing transcends what we have right now, and the computer is able to think on its own, access information. So it's not depending on inputs that you put in. It is now learning from experience. Now, that is the holy grail of a lot of the people working in the AI sector. When we get to that point, it's going to be scary. Because that's when you talk about the rise of the machines and the machines now taking over. That will be when AI will cause machines to be human-like in their ability to process information and make decisions. That is still something that many people are working on. It was rumored that that's why the head of ChatGPT was fired because he said he was working on it, and then they brought him back. So it's left to be seen, but artificial general intelligence. So we must look at ethics where AI is concerned. Public awareness, as I said before, rigorous public awareness and education programs. Preventing bias and inequality, particularly in law enforcement. They found that many instances where they use AI for facial recognition, all black people look alike. So once there's a description that somebody has facial hair, a flat nose, and lips of a particular type, half of you in this room would be arrested. Because there isn't enough data that has been fed into the AI, into the algorithm that will allow it to differentiate Teddy from me and anyone else, or KOD. So we have to be careful that it does not introduce bias and inequality because of the way it's programmed. And that's why we have to be involved in what's going on. Safeguard employment and labor rights. In all of our countries, we have high unemployment. The last thing we want is AI coming in and, yes, making life very good for people like me. I mean, I can tell you, I use AI extensively in my work. If I was doing some work with someone recently who wanted me to come and speak somewhere, and I told them, okay, it's going to cost you money. And they said, okay, do you have a speaker agreement? I went on to ChatGPT. I said, develop a speaker agreement for me. ChatGPT gave me a speaker agreement in 5 seconds. I tweaked it, I sent it off. I would not have been able to do that otherwise. You want a non-disclosure agreement, it'll do that for you. But there are people who will lose their jobs as a result of this, and we have to ensure that government understands that and puts in place mechanisms to protect them. Develop partnerships with private sector and academia. Continuously monitor, review, and update and adapt. Somebody reminded me of a quote that I'm very, very, very often I give, and it's a quote by Alvin Toffler. And he says that the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is the skill that is most important for you right now, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Not reading and writing, yes, but if you cannot unlearn some of the things that you've learned before because these principles no longer hold, they found information that has blown this out, and then relearn, then you will find yourself unable to adapt in this new environment.
This was your brief introduction to the exciting world of artificial intelligence. I hope you now begin to understand how AI can open up new opportunities for youth employment right here in Saint Lucia. With the rise of technology, the job market is changing, and it's important for us to change with it. In Saint Lucia, we are starting to see the impact of AI on our local industries. AI is not just about robots and machines. It's about data analysis, problem solving, and creating efficient systems. These are skills that are in high demand and can lead to well-paying jobs everywhere on this planet. But how can you get started in AI? It's not as hard as you might think. There are many online courses and resources available that can help you learn the basics. With dedication and a passion for learning, you can start building your career in AI. The government of Saint Lucia is keen to support the growth of AI. It is investing in education and training programs to help young people like yourself gain the skills they need. This shows how important AI is to our future economy. So let's embrace the opportunities that AI brings. It's a field that's full of potential, and it could be the key to a successful career for many of you. Remember, the future is in your hands. Make the most of it. Finally, on behalf of Jimmy, I want to thank the Youth Economy Agency for this invitation to speak today. I wish you a productive investment forum and great success using AI to create new exciting opportunities in whatever field you choose. Let's turn that hobby into money.
So really, there's nothing left for me to say. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Fletcher certainly brought his tech riz to the stage today. A great presentation, helping you understand how to embrace AI to further your businesses. And remember, as he said, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That's very important. I hope that sticks with you. We are going to move right along. Mrs. Donna Regis Prosper. She is the Secretary General and Chief Executive Officer of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO. With a distinguished career spanning more than 22 years, Regis Prosper is the first female leader of the intergovernmental organization which serves as the Caribbean's Tourism Development Agency. Hailing from Saint Lucia, Regis Prosper is an exceptionally dynamic and transformative leader who has cultivated and nurtured a robust network of professionals spanning both the public and private sectors. Her collaborative efforts extend to working closely with regional government officials, tourism stakeholders, and industry experts worldwide. Her professional journey includes pivotal roles such as Director of Marketing and Product Development at the Saint Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, Director of Business Development for Margaritaville Caribbean Group in Jamaica, CEO of Tortola Pier Park in the British Virgin Islands, and General Manager of the Antigua Cruise Port. And I think we will have Mrs. Regis Prosper with us a bit later to present on promoting investment in tourism and hospitality. Okay, I think she is joining us virtually. Can I get a thumbs up? All right. So Mrs. Regis Prosper is joining us virtually. She will be speaking on promoting investment in tourism and hospitality beyond sun, sea, and sand. Mrs. Regis Prosper, are you with us? Can you hear me? Am I coming through loud and clear?
You are right now. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. I am certainly honored. I'm so sorry that I cannot be here in person, but just know that I have been following and I'm there in spirit. Saint Lucia is my home, Saint Lucia is my heart, and I am so proud of this conference that you have in. And, you know, it's just so wonderful to have heard some of the speakers that came before me. I totally enjoyed everybody that have spoken so far. And shall I go right away into my presentation? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you're hearing me. Okay, wonderful. So I'm just going to go into my presentation. And before I do that, I do have a very special gift that I would like to provide to participants, and that is to be my personal guest in a conference that the Caribbean Tourism Organization is having in Grenada in April of next year. I did share it with you, Crystal, so you could tell the audience a little bit more about it. But you would be able to get this special prize at the end of the session when I ask you 5 questions. And the person who answers the most questions correctly would get that, that prize. So it requires that you really pay attention to my presentation. And it is something that I know that doing this virtually just before lunch might be quite a bit of a task. So I'm going to go straight into it. This is what I'm going to be talking about today. This is I'm going to share my story with you. Then we'll look at some of the global travel trends in the tourism industry and specifically its impact on the Caribbean. And my topic is moving beyond sun, sea, and sand. So I will talk a little bit about that. And then I will then end with your investment plan as it relates to tourism. So my story is that I left Saint Lucia just about 10 years ago. This is me in 2013, and this is me in 2023. I left Saint Lucia in just at the start of 2014, and I moved to the British Virgin Islands, where I was the general manager for the British Virgin Islands ports, cruise ports specifically. After that, I went to Jamaica. I worked at Margaritaville Caribbean Group for 2 years. I lived in Montego Bay. And then after Montego Bay, I moved to Antigua, where I was the general manager for Antigua Cruise Ports. And then I'm now living and working in Barbados, where I'm the Secretary General for the Caribbean Tourism Organization. And recently I had the honor of being one of the recipients, one of the 7 recipients of the Caribbean Media Exchange Leadership Awards. So I just thought I should share that story with you. Just a little bit about the Caribbean Tourism Organization. We're 35 years old next year. Our headquarters is in Barbados. We have 25 member countries and 48 allied members, and that's mostly private sector members. We are members of several international agencies to include the World Travel and Tourism Council, as well as the UNWTO. And we have several donor partners, agency partners, funding, as well as educational partners. Our vision is to promote the Caribbean as the most desirable warm weather destination, year-round warm weather destination. And just some key facts about tourism. The Caribbean, and I think it was said before, the Caribbean region is the most reliant on travel and tourism globally. So there's no other region in the world that's dependent on tourism as we are. Just about 14% of GDP, tourism contributes just about 14% of GDP to the Caribbean. Now, this varies per destination. You have some destinations that is low as 5%, and then you have some destinations that is as much as 90%, and Saint Lucia would fall somewhere in the middle there, just about 60 to 65%. And in terms of jobs, tourism, travel and tourism supports just about 15% of all of the jobs in the Caribbean. So this is a very important industry for us, whether you're directly involved in the industry, as in working in the industry. This is an industry that touches everybody who lives and works in the Caribbean. Now, I want to focus a little bit about sun, sea, and sand, and I'm sure you all heard that term. And it is a situation where we're not forgetting about sun, sea, and sand, because this is what got Caribbean tourism to where it is. Traditionally, this is what brought our visitors to the Caribbean. This is what that we have traditionally promoted the Caribbean as. But going forward, we're not going to change that. This is going to remain because this is the core of our product, it's part of our brand. And the marketers in the room would understand the importance of branding and keeping consistency in terms of your messaging. But what do we do as we move on? To be able to do that, we have to look at global trends. And I'm going to share with you a few global trends that we started seeing from just before the pandemic, but it's really being manifested now. And as we go into 2024, we will see that we will really see that in a big way. So the first thing, and I think Dr. Fletcher and some of the other speakers spoke about climate change. And climate change is real. It is not imagined. We felt it, a lot of us felt it in the summer. And guess what? Now, the summer is not a traditional time where we have a lot of visitors coming to the Caribbean. We have a lot of visitors going to Europe during the summer. What we saw is that there were significant heat waves in the summer in Europe that caused a lot of travelers to look for places that are cooler. While we felt hot in the Caribbean, it was nothing like Europe. So we had a lot of inquiries as to people wanting to come now to the Caribbean for the summer. So it creates an opportunity for us here. Then we have a lot of people who are foodies. And it's not just going out and enjoying a fancy meal. A lot of people are now saying, I want to eat like a local. I want to know what is the local dish and I want to sample it. And I find myself doing that as well. It's not only about taking a photo and putting it on Instagram. People want to know where their food comes from. Who's the farmer that provided, the ingredients, that sort of thing. And who's the chef? Where does the chef live? That kind of thing. So we see that trend towards people wanting to experience the destination through its culinary experience. And then there's another trend. Post-COVID, where there was a lot of exclusivity, we now see that is translating into the future where people are now, we see a rise in the private jet. And take good note of that. The private jet services market is expected to reach $14 billion in 2024. So that's another space that is growing. People are willing to pay for those private experiences. And we see that persons are no longer looking for package vacations. There was a time that you would go, you would get your all-inclusive, you would pay for your airfare, you pay for your hotel, and you would do that through one clearinghouse, and you also pay for your tours. Now people are looking for experiences of culture, education, wellness, community tourism, and that is something that is growing. As we go forward, that industry is expected to be 420 billion in terms of investment in that industry, because people want to experience the vacations in addition to the sun, the sea, the sand, and having a cocktail on the beach. People want to learn about the destinations and the people that live in those destinations. And we, Dr. Fletcher just spoke a lot about AI, so I'm not going to speak too much about it, but certainly there's a lot of opportunity within that space as it relates to tourism. And we now have a visitor that is very, very sophisticated, that know more about the destination sometimes than we could provide in the destination, that have gone and done their homework. So we hear those stories about a tour guide saying something about a destination and then AI saying something else. So we have consumers and travelers that are very, very engaged, and they have information at their fingertips, and they're very connected as well. And we see a trend, as I mentioned before, towards sustainability. And that is why our sustainability conference in Grenada in April of next year, we're going to focus a lot about that, because people want to come to a destination, but come to a destination and be very responsible. You find that visitors now are asking for opportunities to get involved in community projects, if you have a beach cleanup, things like that. And research indicates that at least 76% of global travelers are looking for sustainability. You go into a hotel room, people are looking for signs that you're environmentally conscious. You practice water conservation, renewable energy, things like that. So the visitors are demanding the same things of us that we are now demanding within our various communities. And there's a new trend in travel and tourism. It's called leisure, where persons would come for business or conference, but they wouldn't just leave right after the conference. They would spend an extra day or two, or they would invite their family to come with them. And so they would mix that business travel to vacation. And this is the trend that we see, into the point that 89% of travelers are saying that this is something that they would consider going forward. So there is an opportunity now for us to, when there's a conference, if there's a conference happening in Saint Lucia, it doesn't mean that these people are only coming for the conference. They might decide, you know what, my conference ends on Thursday, so I'm going to stay until Friday to enjoy grocery on Friday. Or I'm going to stay the weekend to do a lovely island. So we see that as a trend. Now, as we move from traditional to non-traditional, this is how we imagine that it happens as tourism practitioners. Remember, I said that we do not throw away the sun, sea, and sand, because this is part of our brand. What we do now is pivot a little bit to 3 new S's. That is sustainability, social inclusion, and smart destinations. And how do we do that? We do that through investment. An investment in 2 key pillars, that is people and planet. So let's talk about that a little bit. So at CTO, we've invested significantly in people. We have several training programs, and these training programs could be both virtually and in person. You could look at our website and look at our training programs and see what's available. Then we have a biannual HR conference. We just had a very successful conference in Nevis, where we had persons from all over the Caribbean, and some of our international partners also joined that conference. We also have a regional congress, a youth regional congress, that we have attached to our flagship event, which is called SOTIC. This year, it was in Turks and Caicos Island. Next year, it is actually going to be in the Cayman Islands. And what we really support at CTO is an all-of-society approach. So when I speak of investment in tourism, I don't only speak about the Ministry of Tourism or the Saint Lucia Tourism Authority. I speak about all sectors coming together. And I was very encouraged in some of the presentations I heard earlier in terms of the agriculture sector, the information sector. For us to solve our issues and to move forward and promote investment, we really have to invest in our people in a holistic way. So the other pillar is investing in our planet. And again, CTO, we have taken the lead in several areas where we have an entire department that is dedicated to sustainable tourism and several projects that we do with our partners. One of our key partners would be the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, where we've included or we've launched several initiatives with the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have a sustainable tourism conference every other year. So this year we have it in Grenada in April. And remember what I said at the beginning, somebody's going to be my special guest to join me in Grenada for this conference. And what we promote also at CTO is to elevate from sustainability to regenerative. What does that mean? In addition to protection of the environment and all of these things and being responsible in our tourism, we're also supporting ways of giving back. For instance, planting trees, increasing the flora, the fauna, the coral reef population, getting funding and projects that will support that. That's some of the things that we do. And I think there was extensive discussion in renewable energy. That's another area that we focused on. And we spoke a lot in terms of smart destinations. And this is what is going to be the future, investment in those things. A simple thing as ensuring that every vendor, every taxi driver has the ability to operate cashless. Many people now are not traveling with cash. They travel with their credit card. So they don't expect to be going to the bank, paying an extra fee for the ATM to be able to pay a taxi driver. So in terms of getting the destination on that path and creating platforms for persons to be able to provide their services, provide their goods, and do it in a cashless environment, this is very important to the future growth of tourism. And, as I go into now your investment plan, I think when we speak about your vision, you speak about a professional vision, but oftentimes we forget about our personal vision. And what I want to share with you is that before you even start thinking about that business and that investment you want to make, think about your personal life. And the way I like to look at it is with 5 S's. And what does that mean? The 5 S's is fitness, your health. Very, very important. We take it for granted. We're young, we're strong. And, life will continue that way. We'll be forever young. No, the clock never stops ticking. So we have to ensure that we have an exercise regime, that we eat right, because fitness is very important to our ability to do business. And then family. Our family are going to be that support network. So we need our family to be able to understand what our vision is so that they will support us. And then finances. It's never too early to start to save and to have a financial plan for yourself. And your friends, your circle of friends, these are very important people that's going to support you if whatever you decide your vision is going to be for your personal life. And finally, faith. And I'm not only speaking about religion there, but your core values, your core beliefs. Where do you want to be? Where do you see yourself? And that sort of thing. And what are the areas that you seek your inspiration from? So these are very important. And from that, you develop your investment plan, and you heard a lot about opportunities for investment. You got a lot of tips from various persons who are in business. So what I'm going to share with you from a tourism perspective is that you lead with passion. Don't go into something within the tourism space because somebody else is in it or you heard it's profitable. You have to be passionate about it. If you spend 8 hours, 12 hours doing something that you do not like, then it's going to be very onerous on your body, on your mental health. So and your finances as well. So you do not want to do something that you're not passionate about. So find out exactly what is your passion and lead with that. And then prepare your business case and your business plan. If you need help doing so, obviously you seek help doing that. And then you ensure that there is a return on investment for you because you do not go into business not to make a profit. And then there are ways of seeking funding if you do not have it yourself, and that could range from the commercial banks, the credit unions. It could also be donor funds that you seek funding. There are many agencies out there, and you could seek funding for your projects. And you could also get private sector investors as well. And you launch an execution plan. So you do not only do all of those things I mentioned and do not have a plan for launching and executing your business. And then you do not stop there. You have to monitor and evaluate it. And I always tell people that you do these things in 3-year spans because the world tends to change that way. So if you do not constantly go back and review your business plan and say, well, how could I pivot? I think Dr. Fletcher mentioned earlier about the taxi driver scenario. It's a wonderful opportunity now that the taxi drivers have to go and use the digital platform to be able to transform their businesses. If it continues to be traditional, they will continue to lose customers. So that's what I mean when I say you monitor and you evaluate. And then I want to just share this very quick formula, which forms a little a summary of everything that I have said. Investment in people plus investment in planet leads to prosperity. And at this point, what I will do is to go into my quiz. I don't know if Crystal, if you're there to help me out because I cannot really see or hear the audience. Am I being heard?
Hi, we're hearing you loud and clear. I'm here to assist.
All right, so I'm hoping now, Crystal, that the audience is ready for my quiz because there's a trip to Grenada as my guest to come to our Sustainable Development Conference. It's in April of next year. So I have a few questions. And Crystal, you're going to be my eyes and my ears because I can't see or hear the audience. But I'm going to ask my questions right now.
It's lovely. Lovely, St. Amy Joseph.
Sorry?
It's lovely. Lovely, St. Amy Joseph. Here to assist.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, lovely.
That's okay. That's fine.
So I'm going to ask my questions. Can I go ahead with question number 1? And you're going to help me out in terms of letting me know who answered correctly?
Sure.
Okay. So how many members are part of the Caribbean Tourism Organization? Government members, just the government members.
Did you hear that answer?
What was the answer?
25.
Oh, that is the correct answer. I hope you took a note of who answered that question correctly.
Your name?
Okay.
Safia. Okay, we're ready for the next one.
Question number 2 is what is the contribution of tourism to the Caribbean's GDP?
Five to 9.
Yasma Vinay, 5 to 90%. Mr. Finister, I hope you're taking note of
that is not incorrect, but I just wanted the total figure when we look at the Caribbean as a group, as a region, not the range per destination.
Is it 15.2%?
15.2%. It is close.
We have a competitive spirit in the house. 14%.
Okay, well, I will accept the 14%. So lovely, you're taking note of this.
Yes.
Of
our communications officer, yay, Mr. Finister, is taking note of the names, the winners of the Range Rovers.
Oh dear. Okay. So question number 3 is give me 3 emerging trends in travel and tourism. Just 3. I presented 8, but I'm only asking for 3.
It would be nice to get a meal. Okay, this young lady to the front. Plaid.
Is it climate change?
Yes, climate change is one. I need two more.
Traditional tourism product?
Okay. Just maybe a quick explanation on what do you mean by non-traditional tourism products?
Let me help you. And sustainability?
Okay, that's two, yes. Just one more.
Okay, I think the young lady at the back.
Sustainability, climate change, and social
Mhm.
inclusion.
And social?
Inclusion.
Now, I'm looking for the trends, the emerging trends. You have two. If you could give me one more, that would be great.
What I said? I can't remember the last one.
And finally, we have a gentleman.
Yes, business and leisure, bleisure.
Okay, so that is correct, but do we have a combination of winners? I wanted one person to give me all of those three.
I can give two more. Transformation and AI.
Okay, so what's your three? Just give it to me in a summary.
Okay, so AI, transformation, and leisure.
And what? What's the other one?
Business and leisure. Bleisure.
Okay, bleisure. Okay, wonderful. So lovely. I hope you took a note of the answer.
My
Remember,
name
it's
is
the
Giovanni
person
Jabaptist.
who answers all of the who answers the most correct questions. So it's one trip to Grenada. So it's one person who's going to be the winner.
Oh.
So I have one more. I have two more questions then. What are the three non-traditional essays of tourism? We spoke about land, sea, and sun. I want the three non-traditional
Anyone in this section?
essays of tourism.
No.
Sustainability, social inclusion, and smart destinations.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so our final question. So you have to listen carefully because it's a dash. So I'm going to read it out slowly. Okay, the culture, education, wellness, and community tourism market has grown by 12% in 2023, and expected to reach dash US dollars by the end of 2023. So I just want that figure. I could repeat it. The culture, education, wellness, and community tourism market has grown by 12% in 2003, and it's expected to reach dash by the end of this year. What is the dash in terms of dollars?
$420 billion.
That person is very close. Person just needs to add a little bit more.
I think she had her hand up first. Okay, right there. Right there. Animal print.
That's what he said. 420 billion. To me, that's what he said.
That's what was.
Yes, that is a close answer, but it's you just need to add a few more dollars.
$488 billion.
A little lower. It's somewhere between the 420 and the 480.
438 billion.
400 what?
And 38.
Okay, it's a little higher than that. Think of a lovely figure. Think of a nice figure.
456.
400 and what?
56.
Let's think of a multiple of 10.
450 billion.
That is correct. So lovely. Do we have someone that answered, at least one person who answered several questions?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
wonderful.
That would be Safia.
So what is Safia's last name?
Safia Paul.
So Safia Paul will be joining me. Let me see Safia. Oh, wonderful.
Safia, I'm free.
Will be joining. Safia will be joining me in Grenada. I will get Safia's contact details and send her an email, but she will be joining me in Grenada for our Sustainable Tourism Conference. That's in April of 2024, sponsored by the Caribbean Tourism Organization.
Excellent, excellent. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations, Safia Paul, and we certainly thank Mrs. Donna Regis Prosper for making that possible. What a wonderful opportunity. Let me allow
you to
get back to your presentation.
No, this is the end of my presentation.
Oh, we ended with a bang, and what a great way to end.
Yes, this is the end of my presentation.
Hats off, Mrs. Regis.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from
but
our
I
audience?
wanted to stick within my 30 minutes.
You have a question? Okay, so I don't think we have any questions at the moment. So we say thank you, Mrs. Regis Prosper. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. And of course, for that wonderful giveaway for one of our young entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful being here. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye, and thank you so much. It's a great time. Oh, so Mr. Terry Finister has now entered the role of chaperone. No, I served as the bridge between Miss Paul and Mrs. Regis Prosper. So if anyone is going, it's me. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a great time to break for lunch. Now, because we're a bit behind schedule, we are going to shorten lunch to half an hour. So please, let's try to ensure that we're back here in half an hour so that we can continue the day's proceedings. We still have some dynamic speakers to come. We have a panel discussion to come. There's so much more to learn, so much more to take in. So definitely get some nourishment and be back here within a half hour. Thank you very much.
Entrepreneurs of Dennery, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us here this afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us for what we think is going to be a very special interaction and a very special evening. We look forward to the very many takeaways that we expect that you will have from today's proceedings. It is my pleasure to introduce you to the chairperson of the Youth Economy Agency, Mr. Thomas Leonce, to deliver welcome remarks.
The Youth Economy Agency is on a mission, and the most important participants in that mission are the young people of Saint Lucia. We're just facilitators
in this movement. My excitement at what I've been privileged to witness on this journey thus far keeps growing day by day. Our young people are innovative, our young people are inventive, our young people are ambitious, and our young people are tenacious. I expect that a large percentage of the ideas that have been presented to us will come to fruition. I expect to see youth businesses grow by leaps and bounds in the coming weeks and months, because close to 800 young persons have made an application for support as at the end of May. And the support is either for grant financing or loan financing. Our doors have been constantly opening and closing, or revolving as it were, since our official opening at the beginning of April 2023. We registered walk-in traffic at an average of 30 persons daily during the month of May. Our phone lines are ringing off the hook. The incoming and outgoing calls registered now number in the thousands. If you have not been following our communication in the digital space, then now is the time to sign up, like, or follow our various pages or platforms. With that said, I wish to thank everyone for coming out to provide support to YEA in various forms, inclusive of your presence here today. We also look forward to providing support to you. Thank you very much.
Today, I stand before you, filled with immense pride and most of all, excitement, as we celebrate the conclusion of a highly successful entrepreneurial development training program. The Introduction to Business Planning was the first training exercise facilitated by the Youth Economy Agency since opening its doors in April. 100 participants from across the island participated in this program. The program was held in 2 locations. We hosted 50 participants at our offices, that's on Chaussee Road in Castries, and 50 participants in the south of the island at the Viewfort ICT Access Center. Participants have already pitched their business ideas and presented their business plans to a panel who will evaluate these plans. If approved, participants will qualify for an angel fund of $5,000 cash injection into their respective businesses. Yay. The objective of the training was to help young entrepreneurs develop a deeper appreciation for the importance of planning. Over the course of the training program, we delved deep into the fundamentals of business planning, marketing strategies, financial management, and operational excellence. Together, we explored the intricacies of entrepreneurship, and you participants demonstrated remarkable progress and an eagerness to learn. The knowledge and skills you have acquired will undoubtedly serve as a solid foundation as you embark on your entrepreneurial journeys. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed an incredible level of dedication, commitment, and growth among our participants. Now, let's look into the future. Our exciting mentorship program, which will further empower and support our aspiring entrepreneurs. This will continue for a duration of 6 months in the first instance. This program intends to provide our budding entrepreneurs with invaluable guidance, support, and encouragement as they navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities that come with entrepreneurship. The goal is not only to expose participants to the best business practices, but also to help them develop an appreciation for best business practices. We will be launching a bookkeeping training program soon, very soon, where our participants will understand and master the process of recording and organizing financial transactions and activities of a business. The primary goal of this training is really for participants moving forward to understand how and why they should keep a comprehensive and reliable record of all financial transactions, providing a clear and accurate picture of the financial health and performance of the business. As we know, bookkeeping is essential for various purposes, including financial reporting, tax compliance, budgeting, and decision making. So we really do look forward to launching other programs, other training programs, including sales and marketing, savings and investment, digital marketing, product and development, and that's only to name a few. Each of these training programs will expand the knowledge, expertise, and insights crucial in your entrepreneurial journey. They will help our participants navigate through the intricacies of starting as well as growing a business, providing you with the tools and equipment and techniques, to overcome obstacles and foster innovation. In conclusion, as we embark on our next phase of your journey, our journey together, seize the opportunity to learn, to grow, to succeed through our mentorship program as well as our upcoming training programs. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable journey, and I look forward to witnessing an incredible accomplishments that will unfold for each and every one of you. Again, thank you.
How did you decide on a target market?
When I worked at Bryden's, I realized there was an opportunity that wasn't tapped, and that was the small tea-boutique shops, mom and pop shops, right? Mm-hmm. And the more I spoke to my managers, I could not get decisions made in a timely manner, so I decided to go out and target the small shops. I did not focus on hotels or restaurants at the time, and I just wanted to make sure that I was consistent and reliable to the small shops, because at the end of the day, those people are the ones who serve the communities. Okay. And that was my actual target, and that's what I always focused on. My businesses still focus on the small communities, and that's why I have the retail shops, WMAT, who service the communities.
When you started photography, it was not as big of a deal as it is right now. Can you walk us through some of the things that you did to set yourself above the competition?
I think even when we did start doing photography, there was competition, but you could honestly say that photography was something that was somewhat looked down upon. Like, persons never said, if I'm gonna leave school, I wanna become a photographer. And it was really such a shame as well. So when we did go into it, myself and my business partner, Jesse, we decided to try to set ourselves completely apart from the competition. One of the first ways that we said that we're gonna do it is we're gonna dress differently. That was the main thing. Okay. So when we would go to events, when we would go to wherever we were going for meetings, we made sure we dressed up in our shirt and tie. Sometimes we'd wear our suits. Whatever it is, we just wanted to make sure that we looked the part. And sometimes down the line, we've actually talked to clients and they said that's why they chose us, because if they're having a corporate function or whatever it may be, they just like that we were not in shorts and sneakers or, just jeans by itself, We made sure that we took it serious as an important profession. So that was one thing. One of the other things that we really had to do to set ourselves apart was find something that nobody else is doing. And for that part, we ended up winning the Saint Lucia Jazz contract, which at the time was one of the best contracts to get in Saint Lucia. So we're trying to think, boy, what can we do to really set ourselves apart? And then, we literally just bit the bullet and we purchased that drone, and it was a huge drone that we purchased, but it really did set us apart from the competition after that. So again, it was always making sure that we can be ahead of the competition by staying innovative, because the problem is when you're not innovative in what you do, right, you can become obsolete, as it were, right? And unfortunately, some photographers, they didn't, maybe like years ago, when it went from film to digital, they didn't make that leap. They didn't go with the times. So what happened? They became obsolete. Okay. Right? So you always have to make sure that you stay ahead of the curve, look at the new technology that's around, not just in the region, internationally, and make sure that you always stay ahead of the game.
First of all, anybody looking to start a business, I have critical advice for you, right? One, do not hire friends or do not hire based on charity. You always, one of my biggest lessons in running my business was that you have to get the right person for the job. I experienced a lot of losses in my business in the early years because I hired people who I thought were friends, who I thought were competent and could do the work, but the mindset when they came to work was totally different. So that's one piece of advice I will give anybody starting a business. It will cost you a little more up front. This is so critical because it really hurt me in my business. It really hurt me. So make sure you have the right people, especially in accounting. Anybody dealing with your money, anybody dealing with your books, make sure you have that right person who understands it and who will be transparent with you and show you everything, all the details in your business. From a marketing standpoint, it depends on whatever you go into, whether you use social media. I use a lot of radio advertising. I haven't gone on TV as yet. A lot of word of mouth. And also based on your product delivery, if you have a good product, if you have a good service that you offer, word of mouth is very important.
How has social media impacted traditional marketing strategies for you?
Well, without social media, I don't think I would have a business. Straight out. It's essential. One of the things that we did was our market was social media, straight out. And that's where our demographic, our following, that's where they've come from. So for instance, what we had to do was basically we would, you could be posting pictures, nice pictures, but how do you get persons interested? And one of the events that really did propel us was actually saying, let's target the schools. And we actually targeted a couple of schools to do the prom pictures for them. Okay. And from there, that literally helped our business tremendously. Because not only do you have a generation of persons now, they've just finished school, who are interested in your brand, you also have their parents now who are also interested, and it grew our following tremendously. And then now when we started doing events as well, everybody wants their picture after an event. So persons started following us because they want to see their pictures. So social media really did help there. And with any of you there, what you have to also realize is if you have 10 followers, that's 10 potential customers, all right? So even if you do one post and maybe only 4 people like it, that's 4 people who will like what you have posted, all right? And maybe even if you only have 2 persons that you get business from, that's 2 new customers. And that's what we had to really realize, that it's not just social media likes, it's not just a following, these are potential customers. I will encourage everybody, social media can really propel your business, not just on a local level, but sometimes even on an international level, because it really is a level playing field when you're on social media. By using the right hashtags, somebody can just click on that and find your page and you're able to do business with them.
Right now, which social media platform do you use the most and why?
I would say Instagram. We use Instagram a lot. Before we used to use Facebook a lot, but yeah, I think that it's kind of been like a changing tide towards Instagram now and Reels. TikTok is really an untouched social media platform. I see you nodding your head because I show you on TikTok a lot too. But TikTok, a lot of businesses in Saint Lucia, they're trying their best to utilize that platform. I'm trying it. I mean, it is quite difficult, but they are, the things that you think may not succeed, do succeed there. What works on TikTok doesn't work for Instagram Reels. Okay. So you have to be aware of the benefit of everything. We also use Twitter as well. But yeah, I would definitely say Instagram and Facebook have really been our main platforms that we use.
How did you go about deciding on that particular target market?
Okay. It was by default, actually.
Oh.
Really, I've always been into building and maintenance, whether it was fashion designs, because of course you have to construct garments, whether it was architecture, because that's what I learned at Sir Arthur. I got into maintenance and engineering, and when I met my husband, he was into building maintenance services and janitorial or custodian. And I decided it's an area that I'm going to take to the next level. So of course I pursued studies and became the only certified industry management standards for the cleaning industry in Saint Lucia and the OECS.
What would you rather, having a website or using social media to sell your products and service?
Okay, that's a very good question. I would say both. Both are essential, right? For instance, the daily updates that you may do on your site, your products and everything, your following will always be seeing that. So you need your social media. But have a link to your website, essential, right? And now with Instagram, you're able to have a shop as a business. So you could still sell on there, right? But you can still have your website. Now with your website, somebody could go on Google and be searching for your products, right? And then let's say they type craft shop, custom-made tumblers, your website can come up. So you're not limiting yourself just to a social media site. That is also important for you to have your own website. So, and some websites, like let's say you use a hosting site like Wix or there's quite a few others, right? There's templates that will tie in your social media. So all of your posts can appear on your website as well. So I'll tell you, use both.
What advice would you have to someone who remains consistent in a brand, but for some reason or the other, it does not work out? I know that with business, you may encounter challenges, you may encounter trials, but for some reason or the other, it doesn't work out. How would you advise that person to move forward?
In business, perseverance, should I also say patience, and aligning yourself with the right network of people. There are 4 types of people you will meet along your business journey. The dream stealers, as the persons you give an idea, and even before you implement it, they have implemented it. You have the dream killers, persons that make you believe you will not make it. That's what you're doing. If I were you, I would. That's the dream killers. You find the dream nurturers, like YEA, I see them as the dream nurturers. They nurture your dream and they create opportunities for you to mushroom into a business person. And you have the dream initiators. These are the persons or the institutions that will assist you with thinking outside of the box. So sometimes along your entrepreneurial journey, you will find that you would change things that you would like to do to things that you see opportunities to do better. As young entrepreneurs, my advice would be, let money work for you, don't work for money. How do you let money work for you? By using your creativity. We all have talents that God has given us naturally. Some people love to bake. If you love to bake, why not make a living out of baking cakes? Why not learning to ice the cake? So you have the full value chain. You can make the cake, you can ice the cake, you can sell the cake. Some persons, they realize they have skills from little girls or young men. They like to sew for dolls, or they just like craft. Why not make it work for you? So along your entrepreneurial journey, if something doesn't work out, you have tried patience, you've tried perseverance, you've tried everything, and it doesn't work, see what else that your intuition could tell you that you can do, and you can do it well. And you must be successful if it is your ambition, because success does not lie in the job or the skill, it lies in the person. So you surround yourself with like minds. There is a phrase, if you want to fly like an eagle, You don't associate with chickens, because chickens don't fly.
What I would add to Dr. Lewis is also that patience is very important. But if you realize that it's not working out and you have investigated and looked at all the different strategies and changed strategies, remember I started in computer science. And that's why I started. But I always knew I wanted to go into business. I made good money in computer science and software engineering. But along the way, you decide, all right, it's okay to change. You might start in what you're doing right now, and 5 years later, you might see some other development that say, boy, I could go down that avenue. Go for it. And do not limit yourself to just one opportunity. There are many that's gonna come by, and they always say to put all your eggs in one basket. Diversify. And like I said, be patient. Look at what is not going right for you, and if you have exhausted all your options, then you look at something else. But don't give up.
Just to add to that, I'd also say maybe some of these persons, if they feel like they're not really progressing, there's nothing wrong sometimes with just changing the packaging. You understand? So maybe how they presented it, it wasn't getting too much traction. Then go online, go on YouTube, type in exactly the same thing that you're doing, see how other persons are presenting it. And there's nothing wrong with replicating it, you know? You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but try to do something different. And maybe persons all of a sudden will say, yo, I need this product, I need what this person is doing. So sometimes just take a step back, reevaluate, and why not change the packaging?
How would you guide a young entrepreneur like myself and the many persons here into choosing that one thing out of the many things that they love and turn it into a career?
You have to be truthful to yourself, and usually it's already there. From the time I was going to school and traveling back from the US every year, I used to come down with a suitcase full of clothes. I was in computer science, but during the year, I'd ask my parents to set up money for me, and I'd go to Old Navy and buy all the t-shirts during the winter time for $2 a shirt. Come back here and sell it for 30, 40 EC, right? So in the back of my mind, I always knew I wanted to do business, right? Because it was always there. For me, computer science and software engineering was a means to an end. It was where the money was. It was year 2000, Y2K bug. I don't know if you know about that, but they said the world was good, all computers were going to crash. So, and that's where they were hiring people in the US to actually do computer science. But in the back of my mind, I always knew I love business. So, like I said, you need to search yourself and figure out, because you're doing a lot of things, construction, marketing, but if it's real marketing you love, give it 150% and go after it full blast.
How do you suggest that you approach these financial institutions when you come up with this idea that you alone have the vision, the passion, the dream, you have everything for it and they don't see what you see?
From my experience, is that they don't really take business plans on. You will have to probably go to like a SLDB, a development bank, or probably somebody like a Fix or somebody like that. But what I've realized is that, credit union, yeah. I had to come up with a lot of my own money to fund the business. And like you said, you ask for 20 grand, the bank tell you, bring 20 grand. So if I give you my business plan, I tell you what my initiative is, right? I know Belfund used to give money before, but Belfund never, in my opinion, trained people well enough to manage the fund. Sales is not profit. A lot of people mistake sales for profit. Sales is sales. Profit is after you pay all your expenses. And a lot of people don't understand that. For me, I always, when I make money from my business, I put it aside for the business. Not for my personal use, because I know if I go to the bank to ask for a loan for $100,000, I need $100,000. Or I need property to secure it. Or I need something to secure it. So for me, it's tough. There's no easy answer for that. For me, there's no easy way. I don't know if you have better luck with the banks or you, but it's been very tough for me. Very, very tough.
Just to add to that as well, I feel your pain, bro, okay? Because like I mentioned before, that was my biggest issue. So exactly what he just said, sometimes you just have to kind of realize, can I do something for myself first? Because it's going to be very difficult. Thankfully, he mentioned a few places that are willing to help right now, like Fix. Fix has been very good. We have a good relationship with Fix. And again, once you have a good business plan, they will help you out. Another place he also mentioned is SLDB, who have something going on right now, right, for entrepreneurs that you could tap into. And of course, now you have this youth economy agency who are not just providing the loans or the grants. They're providing you with the training. Take advantage of it.
Don't be discouraged by going through the rigors. You have options. The thing that resonates with me that you have, that persons like me did not have growing up, was an institution like YEA. In my time trying to do entrepreneurship, there was not SEDU. It did not exist at the time. But now you have an institution where you can get training, they assist you with your business plans. You have forums like this evening where you have persons who have gone through the journey and still going through the journey can share their story. Before, business people would not tell you how to be successful or how to go through the journey. They would see you as a competitor. Oh, you want to start business? You can work for me. But it's rewarding to see that we have somewhere we can go to at least get some help. But as Mr. Ajuda said, you have to start some things on your own. You have to show some willingness, make some sacrifice. You can only know what success is if you have experienced failure. You will not know what is success. And every cent you make, a lot of young people or people fail in business because once the business starts to make money, they sell the Sketel vehicle and they buy a Audi. So the whole business is in one vehicle. You have to go through the rigors. You want the best for yourself because you are the investor, but you have to make the sacrifices. Don't see your monies that you make, your sales, as a profit. Sales is not profit. You start a business, whether you start selling rotis, every day you collect your money, bank it. Even if you have to go back on the account to withdraw to buy ingredients. But let the bank, the credit union, your financier see on a daily basis you depositing. That's very important. You sell $5 today, deposit it. But you need $3 out of that $5 for materials, go and take it tomorrow. So your financier will have confidence that on a daily basis, you're making money and you're depositing it. Even if you have to go back to take 60% of it or 40%, the fact is you are disciplined with your deposits. Once you do that, you will not take a long road to success. You may take the shortcut because you're disciplined.
How much of your budget goes into marketing? How do you determine that this particular post needs to be boosted or not? Should you put money aside for radio and television marketing?
Honestly, I would say between 20 to 50 US can do so much for your business, right? That's all you need to boost. I mean, there's times like let's say it was something that I was promoting or something and I've gone as far as maybe saying, let me put 100 US, but it's not really necessary, right? The impact that you will get with that little 20 US to 50 US can do so much and make sure that there is an action behind that sponsorship. You understand what I'm saying? So if you are posting something, you're for 20 US and it's a sponsored post, make sure there's an action. So make sure it goes to your website, make sure it goes to your WhatsApp, make sure it goes somewhere where it's not just a case of somebody just coming and liking the post. There needs to be an action. So with regards to social media, just that little budget can really help boost whatever it is that you are advertising.
We do not per se have a specific percentage that we put towards marketing. What we have done as an institution is to analyze where we need to place information to get value for money. So as Mr. Judah says, if social media, we spend between 20 and 50 US a month. It depends on what's trending. Say, for example, if there was another wave of COVID, we would have made an ad that could tell persons what are the cleaning protocols they should take and why our institution can assist them. So there's nothing trending, so we would cool out from that. So you have to use strategies. We recognize that through sponsoring certain activities, we get visibility, or persons remember that you exist. But as young entrepreneurs, let social media work for you. And if you boost who are your target audience. You don't just boost for boosting's sake. You always have to identify who do you want to reach and why. Do they have spending power? That's very important.
The reality is, the commercial banks, they do not treat entrepreneurs properly. Young people, they see you as high risk. That's the commercial banks. That is why you have your credit unions and you have the Saint Lucia Development Bank. That is why these institutions exist. Your credit union, you are like family. That's what they say. That's your money. So the level of risk that they're willing to take in you, the bank wouldn't do that. And of course, as a young business person, going to the credit union, it doesn't seem sexy because a credit union doesn't give you a credit card. A credit union doesn't give you, so it's kind of archaic in terms of its business model, the credit union. But if you're looking for funding for your business, you go to the credit union, you have a seat with the loans officer, you tell them what you want to do, you have a little collateral there and the sweat equity again, you have a little something there, they will work with you. They will work with you. And that's a fact.
There are times you need a job or something that augment your salary. So sometimes in wanting to start your own business, you need to start it as a side hustle, whilst you have a steady form of income in which you can hone on to build those opportunities to stand on your own two legs. Because there were times in switching my business ideas and business journey, I had to find a full-time job that was able to provide me financial access for a job, because even some of the loan sharks, they want to ensure that you have a job letter, a salary statement in order. So sometimes in making your dream a reality, you have to do what you have to do before you can stand up on your own 2 feet.
I was born with a disability and stuff, but I always like to sell and stuff. From 16 I used to go all around selling and stuff. And I always wanted to have my own business. But now, I notice like the confidence I had at 16 years, it's not there again, because like when you have a disability, people watch your parent, they don't think of what talent you have with your parent, and you will go to an interview and the person will, you will hand in the letter, the job letter, and they will not even look at the letter. They will, in their mind, it's appearance, the way he speaks, the way he walk. You don't deserve the job.
Boss, you did a very, 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 very good job tonight in coming up to the mic and talking. So that's confidence building right there. First step. You said when you were 16, you had the confidence and you felt the urge to do certain things, and over the years that's dwindled. Now you have to get back to 16. And you have to get back to there where, because it's a mind thing, right? You start looking at people and how they look at you. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You are you. You're a human being. And people appreciate you for who you are. A lot of people in this room tonight, right, cannot come up to that mic and talk like you did. Sure. I'm not asking you that. So you are very confident, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
The first advice I could give you is never see your disability as an inability. So you started seeing that, and that's what gave you the lack of confidence. And being here tonight is testament that there is an institution that is willing to provide you the education, to provide you the experience, to provide you the expertise in the room. You have the 3 E's that could help you meet your dream. But you need to start somewhere, and do not allow persons to tell you what your value is. You make your value.
Again, as everybody said, big up to you. That confidence, the way you spoke, it was amazing. But I don't want to use any bad words here. But all I want you to remember is forget people. You know what I want to say, all right? Forget people, all right? People can be so bad mind and fight down what you want to do, right? But as you mentioned, you know how good you were and you know how good you are, right? So forget, yes, when you were 16, you had the confidence, but your skill right now, has your skill diminished? Has your skill gone down? So you're still as skillful, you're even more skillful than you were before. So even though your confidence has gone down a little, you're a more skillful person, right? So you now have to think and get in your head that you do not need people's opinion. You yourself know what you bring to the table. So what you need to do is pick up yourself, get up, look in the mirror every morning and tell yourself you're a boss.
Are there legislation such that we can outsource our insurance as young entrepreneurs and have an insurance broker from England or the US insure our businesses and still keep it up and running within the current legislation in Saint Lucia?
These insurances, I never saw insurance as important because I'm just like, I'm a photographer, what I need that for, you know. But then it was a customer, well, a client, a potential client on BBC, were coming down to Saint Lucia to do something. And the requirements for us to work along with them was we had to show our insurance policies. So that's when we actually say, this is serious, yo, like we need to, with them, was we had to show our insurance policies. So that's when we actually say, this is serious, yo, like we need to find out. So thankfully we went to our insurance broker. And again, as Ms. Lewis mentioned, there are good insurance brokers here. And they sat down with us, they showed us, okay, you need first of all content insurance for your studio, because you have a lot of expensive equipment there, anything can happen. And then of course we needed a liability in case anything happens on the shoot with the models, whatever may happen. In your field when it comes to tourism, there are service brokers that will help you out when it comes to insurance. You just have to shop around.
Here's hoping that you had a good lunch break and that you are ready to continue the business of learning. At this point, I would like to read the introduction for our next presenter, Dr. Tamu Petra Brown. Dr. Tamu Petra Brown works at the intersection of education and entrepreneurship as the founder of Innovative Education and Training Solutions and Coaching by Tamu. It is headquartered in St. Kitts and Nevis. It has been in operation since 2012, focused on creating bespoke, experiential, and online learning engagements to enhance productivity, profitability, and innovation for private and public sector entities. Coaching by Tamu is the entrepreneurship education component of Tamu's ventures focused on guiding Caribbean female entrepreneurs to create and effectively manage high-growth, scalable, and innovative ventures. Her Mentored to Millions initiative uses action research to leverage to lead at least 10 Caribbean women to $1 million in revenue. Dr. Tamu Petra Brown received her doctorate in technology entrepreneurship in 2018, having researched strategies that minority female founders use to receive venture capital funding for technology companies. Dr. Brown has provided services to regional and international entities, including the World Bank Pitch It Caribbean Program, Caribbean Export, UNESCO, and led the final 2 cycles of St. Kitts and Nevis's Citizenship by Investment Funded Seed Initiative, a multi-million-dollar government venture capital program. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let us welcome Dr. Tamu Petra Brown. She will be presenting on the businesses of the future, the next big thing.
The next big thing. All right, everyone, I do have a video they're going to queue up because, you know, I'm the next big thing on the stage. And y'all were in here this morning, daddy. Me don't want none of that. You understand? So we want excitement, we want enthusiasm, because if you're going to be the next big thing, you have to be bold like me. All right? And I'm gonna say something. Y'all cue up the video, it's okay. See how we're commanding? Yeah. Cue up the video while I warm up the audience. All right? Go ahead, you could play the intro video. All right. See? Next big thing. Yeah, that's how we go. Scant it out. Hey. So when you walk into a room, you got to come with it. You understand? You got to come with it. All right. So we're ready? Okay, so this is interactive. I used to be a teacher, so I walk a lot. I know that they said the couch is for the other guests, but I might do the couch. I run things. Things not run me. So watch here. We're here in this moment to talk about the actual steps that you have to undertake to get investment. You understand? So when you see a talk, write down. Because I have worked with women and interviewed women and researched women, black women in particular, who have received venture capital funding for their tech companies. Now let's talk about how rare that is and what an awesome opportunity you have here in this space. So when I was doing my doctorate in 2018, I was wrapping up. Lord, did it too hard, buddy. And I chose this topic about what are the strategies that women in particular use, right? Black women in particular, to receive venture capital funding. Now, if you're a man, this still relates to you. Now, at the time when I chose my topic, that was like 2014, kind of doctorate does take time. It sounded really good. But then when I began trying to reach out to women, there were only 20 black women in the whole of North America who had received venture capital funding. 20. You hear that? So imagine trying to even interview half of them. But let me tell you, I learned a lot. Okay? Now, in the introduction, she spoke about lovely about me, running the St. Kitts Industry Diversification Fund's government venture capital program, right? So I managed a multi-million-dollar program designed to provide businesses who we felt were positioned for growth, right? And aligned with national priority with hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I say all of that to say, I know what I'm talking about. You understand? So listen up. All right. I only have 5 slides there, so nobody watch up there. I only got 5, okay? Here is what you need. Here. Slides? Yeah. Okay. Now, to be a game changer, I'm not going to talk about innovation or creativity. You know why? Because if you're an entrepreneur, you're already innovative and creative. We're not going to talk about that. So let me talk about other things. So let's talk about positioning yourself in your mind as a mogul. Somebody Google up what is a mogul. Google up that. And then somebody tell me, what is the definition of a mogul? So I have this phrase that I use all the time about creating the mogul mindset. So from today, you will refer to yourself as what? Tell me what's a mogul.
An important or powerful person, especially in the ocean, or a steam locomotive with 3 pairs of driving wheels.
Not motion. Right? Somebody else give me. Rich. Okay, go ahead. Right. And we leave out one word. You know what that word is? A mogul is wealthy. Important. You understand? Because in the region, when we talk about entrepreneurship, you know, we don't use that word. Think about it. There are a lot of words for us. We hardworking. We creative. Right? You're working. Yeah. You're hustling. But when do you become a mogul? When do you become wealthy and powerful? Right? Hey, you're on it. Right now. Right? The reason this is important is because it takes a particular type of mindset to be investor ready. Because the road to investment is real hard. And you have to be discerning and powerful in your conviction to be able to determine the right type of investment for you. Everything not for everybody. And if investment is for you. Because if you want to stay small, no better talk about no investment. Because I think it was the minister who said, remember the investors coming to look back for their money, eh? I'm speaking in dialect throughout the whole thing, so you walk out. Okay? Right. So, if you don't want to do business that exceeds your borders, to do business that exceeds $1 million in revenue, we can't continue. You see what I'm saying? Because who is having a conversation with you about giving you their money and you telling them, I just want a little small business and all that. You don't lose. So today, you have to decide. You're mogul or what? You understand? You have to decide. And I'm going to tell you from my own experience, when you don't decide early that you want to be big, you make a lot of errors that you have to retrace. Because if you know that you want investment, if you know you want a high growth business, the decisions you make even today differ. So, we have someone with a spam. I ain't going to tell them your trade secret. Okay? I ain't going to tell them that. She has 2 spas. And perhaps now she is looking to invest in something new, diversify. Right? What she decides to diversify in must be directly linked to her future mogul self. You understand? So, we're not going to invest in new creams and lotions unless they are revolutionary and you are making them and patenting. Different decision. You see where we're going? So I made that mistake. You know how it go? You start the little business. You're feeling yourself. And you make, see your moves them. Because you have no intention of reaching over there. So the decisions you make are unsuitable for a business that requires investment. They're unsuitable. So it starts with the mogul mindset, because if you've decided from today you're going to be a mogul, then everything you do, where you show up, who you engage with, what platforms you engage on, the questions you ask in spaces, they align with being a mogul. You got me? That was a big mistake I made. No make it. I come to tell you. Okay? So tell me where you be now? Where you be? A what? Only Raphael is a mogul? You let a Bajan come here, go show for you, man? What are you be? Man, tell me like you mean it, man. A mogul. That sound nice, eh? Mogul. That ain't sound better than I'm a business person. Has a better ring on the tongue, doesn't it? Yes, I'm a mogul. Okay. All right, so we got that. So to be a game changer, you have to have a mogul mindset. Otherwise, what game you changing? What game you changing? If you don't consider yourself to be a mogul, that making sense? Everything tie in, you know. Everything tie in. Now, you see this relentless? Let me tell you something. Just the business you're doing now, in the way you're doing it, you have to be relentless. Imagine when you want somebody $500,000. Let me tell you, closed mouths don't get fed, baby. Okay? You have to be relentless. And you know why you have to be relentless? Because to be a game changer, you're gonna be talking and pitching something new. Something new that people don't even really grasp. You see where I'm going? So if you are engaging in a paradigm shift, and paradigm shift is one of the 4 P's of innovation. People don't talk about that. Them always talk about the product innovation. Yeah, but the real money is in the paradigm innovation, where you're changing an entire industry's way of thinking, of doing business. Now, when you pull the paradigm, position, product, and process innovation together, the 4 P's of innovation, now you're in the money. AI is an example of that. Now, you see how them smart? Let's talk about paradigm shift and then being relentless. So, AI, listen, right now, if you say AI, people think the only AI is ChatGPT. People swear that there was never no other AI. ChatGPT late to the game. But here's what. They're relentless in their pursuit of mass adoption. So everybody else was developing the AI for like the little group of professors and engineers, and, right? We ain't none of them people. But then here comes ChatGPT. Say, how are we going to grow a multi-million-dollar venture on the back of something nobody knows about nor uses? That makes sense? How are you going to be a mogul? I say, hey, masses use that. So now everybody using ChatGPT. Imagine all the other people who were doing AI before. Who they be? You're not there? Do you care? Do you see my point? And so now, listen, let me tell you something. Even if somebody tell me write a thank you letter, me pull up ChatGPT. I ain't even, you know why? Because, yeah, they done do a paradigm shift on me. Still, 30 seconds. Thank you. You see? But imagine you, small, Caribbean, we have stereotypes we have to really be honest about. We don't like talk about it, but it's true. There's a way people see us. So now, imagine, they come from some little knack island, right? With little small nigger. Nobody talk about St. Kitts because Saint Lucia practically huge compared, right? And then, you know, with your forwardness, others use, out of order self, come with some innovation. How dare you, little small island girl and boy? Do you understand the level of relentlessness you will have to attract money? You see what we're talking about now? Now let me tie it back. You know. I know. This is true. Now, if you don't have a mogul mindset, guess what? You cannot be relentless. You see how we go? So you see where we started there? And we didn't even talk about the product, the service, the nothing. Because it's this. Because you're changing everything people know. And worse yet, you have the stereotype to contend with, especially too, that youth stereotype. What do you know? Then I went to school. Then I got no degree. Oh, you know how we go, right? So, you have to be relentless. Now, here's your time for the notes. Now, remember I said that I did a lot of research in what it takes to be investment ready. And I've also prepared entrepreneurs for investment. I just had 2 entrepreneurs return from the Draper Institute in California, right? I have an entrepreneur moving on to tech startups in London. So now what I'm doing, right? It's the truth. I ain't bragging, it's just true. So let's talk about what I know from my academic research, but also from my experience as a coach training entrepreneurs to get investment. Now, there are some strategies that are common. It doesn't matter the gender. And the first strategy is be in every competition, join every accelerator program, grant program that aligns with your business. And this is why. Winning is irrelevant. Exposure is everything. And when I did my research, I can't even say many, because remember it was only 20 women, huh? And me only interview about half, because most of them who got venture capital funding did not do so from the competition that they were in. But somebody, sometimes it was the pitch judge, somebody in the audience say, they didn't win this, but I think, based on my strategic vision for my company, this innovation can do well here. So sometimes we are focused on the prize. But remember, if you're a game changer, you have to do the ChatGPT model. You need mass adoption. People have to know. So your face must be everywhere. You must be in everything, which goes against the grain of Caribbean culture. In St. Kitts, we say you're too enough. That means you show yourself and you want to be everywhere doing everything. Well, see how enough you could get. This is what is the winning thing. And it ties seamlessly with the other strategy of being able to perfect your communication. But if you're not talking about your product to nobody in a high-pressure situation, and when the people then with the money ask you questions and you start to sweat, you could get the money. So look at the accelerators, the grand competitions, the pitch competition. It's practice. Because you're going to get valuable feedback from the judges, etc., but you're also going to see how other people present. Even little things, like as a presenter, I look at, I'm the person that dressed nicer than me, So next time I got to, fix it up. Right. Raphael going to thief. You see how I had my trailer like a movie? He on it. See what I say? Right? So you enter these things so that you can see what the competition is. You can see where your deficiencies lie. You can see who is best in class, whether it's for communication. Sometimes some people slide deck just looking slick. Like I see Clem via slide deck, hear me? I got to do a better job with slide deck, right? But all of these things are learning experiences. And you have to get smoother, more sophisticated, better at communicating your compelling value proposition in order to get investment. So look at these things like practice, not about the money. And remember I spoke about decisions aligned with the mogul mindset? Now, if you don't got a mogul mindset, you know what you're thinking? Grand competition again, so much things they want. Not me. I'm not able to do that. They want this. They want that. But with the mogul mindset, you know where you're going. You see what I'm saying? So all of a sudden, it don't feel like too much work because you know your end game. You know your end game. So you see how everything tie back? Now, with investment, a different type of communication is required. And so as entrepreneurs, we are really good at communicating what we do, who we do it for, how we do it better, your value proposition. That's great. But investors have the communication language of money. And so what you need to do is you need to look at as many pitch competitions as you can find where they are pitching to real investors, not the mock tour them, the real thing them, right? Like tech startups and so. To see how they weave in the value to the investor in the discussion. Because the investor wants to know the size of your market and the return on investment. They also want to know what you've achieved. Right? So when you are communicating for money and for investment, the discourse is different. It's a different language altogether. So just put it in ChatGPT. What's the... Yeah. Okay? Now we have ChatGPT. Ask it a few things. So, how you even build your pitch deck and what you talk about is different. So we're talking about real investment. Me talking about when you're looking for a 10,000. I'm talking real money with serious investors. The language has to be different. Because in their mind, they're thinking like, okay, yeah. They're just waiting for the money. The ROI slide. You also must investigate your investors. So imagine, I know some of you are going to have the opportunity to meet with Invest Saint Lucia. Nobody just show up with your a little pitch deck from last month. Nobody with that. Shut down that. You need to ask Terry them, well, who will be there? And you Google them down. You go upon the, what Twitter name? X? You go upon the X. That don't even sound right. Okay? You go upon the X. Right? You go on the LinkedIn. Because you want to understand the type of investor they are and what they like to invest in, what businesses they have in their portfolio, and maybe what they might be missing. And maybe you're the gap. right? Or maybe you play nicely with things they already do. So you don't go with your own little pitch deck and you show the same pitch deck to the 3 different people. It's jokes, man. You know what that tells me as an investor? You imagine, you ain't even use ChatGPT. That's him that you do. But you want me money? That makes sense? Doesn't make sense. And so you must understand the investor so well that when he speaks about an element of his company or what he likes to invest in, you're almost completing his or her sentences. You understand? This is how that works. So, just show them pitch deck. All right, okay. Here's another tip from the communication bucket with investment readiness. The next tip is follow up. Do you know how many people have gotten money based on the following up? So they entered the accelerator program, they pitched, maybe they met with Invest Saint Lucia's matchmaking people that they're going to partner you with, and they ain't hear nothing. You think the investor like you, they're not got nothing to do? They're busy. So in their week alone, could you imagine the number of things they had to do? So they had maybe best intentions to reach out. Or maybe they've selected who they want to work with and you're not the person. So many people have gotten assistance, maybe not in money, but maybe mentorship, because they followed up and thanked the investors and asked for feedback. Why you didn't invest in me? Why? You know, I thought I presented a compelling case, but I'd like some feedback to grow my venture. And I know that you're an expert in XYZ. And you tell them, just, 6 lines will do. It distinguishes you from the pack already. And so many people have gotten additional opportunities because of the follow-up. And sometimes, and this can go seamless, hey, I'm exciting myself. They put you on to someone in their network because they know they're not the right investor for you. But they know other investors, and they give you an introduction. Let's talk about networks. I'm going to simplify it. There are generally 2 types of networks. And the people in these networks, they're called ties. Like Toyo Show, Toyo, right. Okay. So you have weak ties, you have strong ties. So we could substitute the word ties for relationships. Weak relationships, so you have networks full of weak relationships. These are people maybe you've met here. In a conference space, at a meeting. They don't know your business, they don't know who you're dating, they have your number. And then there are networks filled with strong ties or strong relationships. These are people you went to school with or you're from the same community. You understand? When you feel inside, you call them and you bawl. You know? I know we're going to pay me employees this week. Yeah, right? Which network is best for entrepreneurship? What do you think? The one with the strong ties or relationships, or the ones with the people you don't know personally? What tell you? May I tell you talk up? Both? Okay. Weak ties. And so there is a paper that started this whole network debate, and it's called The Strength of Weak Ties. Here's why. Follow me. Strong ties are people like you. They're from your community. You went to school with them. You all travel in a similar path. In here, These are weak ties. So now, I know things you don't know. I know opportunities you don't know about. I know other people you have never met. So weak ties have new knowledge, and you need new knowledge to grow ventures. Strong ties are good for emotional support, and sometimes if you need a little seed capital, small little startup money. Now, where a strong tie is helpful is if that strong tie is embedded in a network of weak ties. So Raphael might be my partner from school, but Raphael don't do all kind of things, so he network hot. Okay? So those who got investment strategically cultivated their network. Now let me going back again to tie it up. How are you going to cultivate a network of people when you know where you're going? So you see, once again, if you don't have the mogul mindset and know where you're going, you have the wrong network. So that's why you're moving. That's why you're not moving. So you know you want to do business in Barbados. Well, don't let Raphael go from here and you ain't talk to Raphael. Will you talk to your friend for she got business in Barbados? She from Barbados? You talk to she from? You see the point? So everything about being investment ready is thoughtful. Do you see? This is how you know where the next conference is that you should go to. So Miss Paul here. You see where we're going? Miss Paul? Okay. So now when you go, good thing Tamil Petro reach. So when you go to the conference, you know where you're going. So you know the conversations you must have. And the network you must build. Yeah, she's like, I don't want to talk to you too. That's right. You see how everything ties in? There's a lady called Ayori, and she created the life model canvas. She's from California. And I did a life model canvas session with her many years ago, because this was like pre-COVID. And you know, one thing she told me that stuck with me to today, she said, every time you enter a space, write down the intention you have for that day. Don't leave without accomplishing that intention. So, the intention might be to get close to Dr. Tamil, right? This one here again winks. I'm outing you, right? The intention might be to speak with the organizers because maybe you have a training venture. What is your intention for the space? If you are looking investment, who in the space will lead you to the next step? Now I just show up. I just show up and I come with all your nice clothes. That's not how we work. Intention. Okay? Miss Paul? Okay. So let me tell you practically what you could do now when it comes to your network. When you go home, I want you to write down what is it that you want to achieve. What does your future business self look like? What does it look like? I am going to be a mogul with a chain of what does it look like? And then you are going to do a network audit. You're going to say, well, who are the next two? And when I say who, I don't mean Petra and Jane. I mean, what types of individuals do I have to engage with to move to my next level? Then you're going to list out all the people you know or somebody who you know? No. Who fit the profile? Then you get to contacting. So a lot of times we have people in our network, you know, I believe the network hot, isn't it? You see me? Right? We have people in our network. But because we are not intentional about building investment-ready businesses, they go untapped. Because you know your next step. You know your future self. But I am sure when you sit down and you say, but I know some mother who does work in the bank. You see where I'm going? We from the Caribbean, everybody in our life is about a hookup. It's just that in North America, they're intentional about using the hookup. You got me? So, that's what you can actually do. Do a network audit. What's next? Who can help me? Huh? It sounds bad, but that's how you go. Okay. All right. Now, I want you to think about something a little different. So what I have here, if you can see it, because nobody much over here, is I have some problems with our entrepreneurship ecosystem in the region. Okay? So we have here problem 1. Ecosystem partnerships positioned to facilitate scaling are few. We don't have a lot of players in the ecosystem who are talking about scaling big ventures. We don't. You might be the first one really in Saint Lucia and maybe the OECS. Frankly, if we're to be frank. Then we have small markets, right? With a reluctance to partner. You know, you want to partner with your own person in Saint Lucia put by somebody in St. Kitts. Problem, which is of our making, right? Next, business models that cannot be monetized to be investment ready. So right now, you are probably operating on a business model that cannot get you to investment. Me here to sugarcoat. I here to truth tell. Most people not. It's people money you're saying, maybe I got to give them back their money with a return, you know. So you have to think like, am I operating a business model that can attract investment? Now, I present these problems for you to find solutions, but here's why. We focus on the products and services we want to put in the marketplace, but there's also a place for products and services that solve these ecosystem problems. So you can be an entrepreneur, and this is scale. Because if you are able to figure out how to create a framework for collaboration of businesses in the region, that is scale. You see where we're going? So sometimes in the region, we focus a lot on products and services and not big solutions. The big solution is where the money is. That's where the investors say, hey. So we complain as entrepreneurs often about what's not right. That's the truth. The banks not lending, the this ain't doing that. All of these are legitimate. But that ain't crying out to you that there's a need for a solution. And if you go to St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Barbados, Montreal, everybody, all of us saying the same thing. So you know how big that opportunity is. So sometimes the money is in the framework. See the mogul shift? See the mindset shift? So we all saying, I can't get inputs. They're too expensive. But which are you going to be the next big thing? Which are you going to solve the logistics problem? Which? You see the shift? Game changer. Game changer. Not for yourself, but for entire people, entire industries, entire nations. This is where I want you to go. You got me? But you got me or what? Oh, okay. Because I know I'm doing good, me need all your affirmation. This is the high growth entrepreneurship roadmap created by me. Why? If you in YEA, you know about business model canvas, right? You know about value proposition and value product proposition canvas, right? Yeah, but so what? So when you done do up them there, it tell you where to go? No. You're done, you just do it. I found, see, paradigm shift. This is an example of a paradigm shift. So I found that what did not exist was a road map. Go here, then turn so, and go up so. And if you down here by C, where do I go next? Where? So this is based on research. Right now, I've worked with over 400 and something entrepreneurs in the region. Through my own programs and through partnerships with UNESCO, OAS, etc., I understand a Caribbean entrepreneur. And I understand Caribbean context. And what was missing was a roadmap that told you how to become a high-growth entrepreneur, because here's what it is. If you're not a high-growth entrepreneur, you can't attract investment. So when we're telling people about investment and be investment ready, you even know how to be high-growth? It's a prerequisite to attracting investment. And there was nothing that spoke about that. So I created the high growth entrepreneurship roadmap. So in the middle, you'll see it talks about mindset. You see, that's where I started. And the mindset piece doesn't move in the model because you have to maintain the mogul mindset throughout the entire journey, right? And then mental health and self-care. I find, especially with female entrepreneurs, this holds them back. It holds them back. Yeah? And you see that network piece, it ain't shifting either. Why? Because as you move along the journey of becoming a high-growth entrepreneur, your network will need to shift. Right? So who you had in stage 2, you will need a new network to take you to stage 4. So right now you serve in Saint Lucia, but now I want to export. I need a new network. Now I want to do business outside the region. I need a new network. And it's not about getting rid of people. It's strategy. It's part of your strategic framework. All right? I want to point out something different to you here on this. Now, you see where I have mentor? Mentor is the second to last thing. People do not want to mentor confused individuals. Big fact, says Raphael, because our time is precious. And so, before you need a coach to help you along the journey, but mentorship is almost at the end of the game. Because the mentor doesn't want to come to work with you and then your finances ain't in order. This is jokes. You come to me and you're not going to finance me, but you waste my time, man. No, man. You know how much things I thinking, you know how much things I had to do this thing, I make an hour to talk to you, and then when I ask you two questions, you neither got finances, you not got nothing. Guess what? You can never get me on a call again. Because, guess what? I'm a mogul. And the truth is, moguls don't have time to waste. That's why they are moguls, right? So I'm using myself just to make it funny, but you get the point. And so this is why I created the roadmap, so that you know that there are some fundamental steps that have to be taken in order for you to become high growth so that you can seek investment. Does that make sense to you? Okay, good. It makes sense over here, Kyle. You just watch me. Okay. So the future begins today. We like to talk about the future like the things that had to be done to do the next big thing in the future starting some other time. It starts today. So to invent something for the future, it got to start when? No. It got to start now. Right? So the next big thing, your business model, your ideas must be positioned in the future. So you might get vexed with me, but do not let anybody talk you into creating entire businesses around problems of today. They will not be the problems of tomorrow. You got me? Yes. Where would we be if innovators were thinking about the day? We wouldn't have the cell phone. We wouldn't have none of these things. Do not let anybody talk you into taking a loan, right, that is not aligned with your future self. The money has to be put towards the where? So, when you're ideating for today, that makes no sense. It's for tomorrow. What are the problems we are going to face tomorrow? You're done facing some of them now, and they will be exacerbated tomorrow. So if you have a solution for a problem that is happening now, like climate change, right? But you know that tomorrow, we're using tomorrow like 5 years, right? It's going to be exponentially worse. Your solution should apply to the exponentially worse. Why? Because that's where the money be. In the exponent. So if 100 people have the problem today, you want 10,000 people to have it tomorrow, and you have the solution. You got me? That's how the maths does maths. Okay? That makes sense? Okay. The next thing, man, whatever business model you got now, radicalize it. Look at it and say, I thought you was good. I'm sorry to cheat on you, but, I'm trading you out for a bigger, better vision. That's how we got to level up. Hey. Bigger, better, bolder vision. And no business model at this point that you are presenting to any investor must not have a sustainability portion. Nobody is investing in non-sustainable businesses. There ain't no money for that, right, Mr. CDB? See, he's saying. No money there for that. And sustainability is on the high growth entrepreneurship roadmap. Because climate action will continue. It's one of those problems that we're not going to get rid of. Climate change ain't going. It's only going to get worse. So do not bother trying to attract investment if you have not incorporated sustainability as part of your business. Ain't going to work. So you must green your business model. That's what they call it, greening of the business model. Put that in ChatGPT and spit out something, work with it. Beta stage. Now, tech people like to use beta stage. Beta stage is like when you're testing, right? Now, when you're going for investment, because this is the context we're in, we're not talking regular business, are you with me? You have to show the investor that you have traction. But a lot of times we go to the pitch and you say, well, I done sell X amount, and so it shows that my business will be profitable. Okay, that's for now. You want to position it as a beta test, not as the final product, because an investor already knows, even before you talk, they don't know they're going to ask you to change some things. They don't know. Because they have a wisdom, they have something in their mind for your business, why they're investing. And it's going to require evolution. But if you go and you say, well, this is the model and it doesn't work, and hey. They're like, I'm not going to be able to work with this entrepreneur. So you're referring to all the progress you've made as your beta test. I've tested this in the market, and it's showing it has potential. But guess what? I'm open to hearing your feedback. Remember, ego in the game too, eh? Investors are not robots. They're not ChatGPT. Not yet. And these are some of the little nuances. People want to feel like I can school you, mentor you, move you down another pathway so that we can make money. So if you're married to your idea, hey, we have a problem. I'll give you an example. Early when I started doing this coaching thing, I feel like this was 2018, 2017, somewhere there. World Bank had a competition called the Pitch It, thing on it, so IT, Caribbean. And I was paired with Sergio Escobar. He owns one of the tech startups, accelerator programs, global accelerator programs. And we had a young girl in there. Her name is Shade Samuel. You can look her up, from Dominica. And she had this idea for kind of like a food delivery service, right? She wanted to do it for raw students. And, she was so gung-ho. And then, she's talking to us, and she said, her father owns a small fleet of taxis, and so. And the first question I asked her, because they were actually pitching for money, real money, and spaces in these international accelerator programs, really good stuff from the World Bank. And I said, darling, how married are you to your value proposition? I was waiting. If she said, till death do us part, then I would have just hushed. Because I know that model was never going to work. So Sergio said, this is a good question. How married are you to this idea? And she was brilliant. She said, I'm not married at all. Right? She divorced he quick. And she started a business named Quick. Q-W-I-C-K. I say, hey, your father has a fleet of taxis. I heard you all talk about a business today, but this is in 2016, eh? Think about that time. I say, you're going to carry everything. Everything. So now, Quick deliver gas tank, COVID mask, like anything you need. And then what we did is she did it in reverse. So she pays you. So I drop off your gas tank to you, your small tank of gas for your house. You have something to go the next way, we take it. Because otherwise you're just wasting gas when I don't reach you. How we paying for the next leg? But that was, and we had other people in the program who remained very committed to their business model husbands, and they didn't win. And she's winning up to today. Quick is still doing business. All right? So, they tell me wrap up. I know you're vexed, but it's what. Raphael is almost as good as me, so it will be good. So the question is, who are you? Not who you want to be. Right? Who are you? And so the answer should be that you're a game changer, right? You know you're a mogul, and you are a creator of generational wealth. So that's it. Thank you.
Come on, young people. It's the vibe for me. It really is the vibe for me. Thank you so much, Dr. Tamu Petra Brown. A lot to dissect there. Our next presenter is Mr. Raphael Saul. Raphael Saul is a 35-year-old business consultant, motivational speaker, corporate trainer, attorney, and entrepreneur with a passion for helping people achieve their full potential and helping businesses exceed their targets. After spending several years as legal counsel for the multinational telecommunications corporation, Cable and Wireless Communications, Saul began speaking and consulting for companies in the financial services, insurance, retail, automotive, and hospitality industries. With a global perspective, he has led enterprise change management and integration projects in volatile merger and acquisition environments, including program design and implementation. Over the last 5 years, he has become a sought-after speaker across the Caribbean, sharing the stage with international media personality Steve Harvey and working with several large conglomerates to train teams in Barbados, Grenada, Saint Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Jamaica, Belize, and Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Mr. Raphael Saul, and he will be presenting on investing in youth entrepreneurship, millennials, and Gen Z as trailblazers.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. A bit more energy, please. Good afternoon. Fantastic. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Raphael. Everybody say hi, Raphael. And I am a mogul. Thank you for that, Dr. Tamu. Everybody stand with me, please, really quickly. We're going to do this exercise. I want you to pair up, turn to the person next to you, pair up, or maybe you can do this in threes if you're near a three. I want you to reintroduce yourself now based on what we've just learned from Dr. Tamu. So here's how we're going to start. Hi, my name is Raphael. Y'all don't say Raphael, though. All right? Hi, my name is... And I am a... Oh, y'all warming up. All right, so you got game changer, you got moguls, and you've got I am a creator of generational wealth. Love that one. All right, so go for it. Now listen. Y'all can't do this and giggle it off, right? Of course, Terry, of course. Now, y'all can't do this and giggle it off, right? We can't do this. This is just a game or a joke that we're doing to warm the audience up at the start of Raphael's presentation, all right? I'm talking about an affirmation of self-identity. We are making a shift now in mindset. We're not just the small business person. We're not just the hustlers doing this thing to make ends meet. This is who I am. And we're going to talk about why that's so important in a second. So turn back to the person you're with, please. Turn back to the person that you're with. And now we're serious. No, now for real. For real, for real. My name is. And you look that person straight in the eye, And I am a mogul. I am a game changer. I am creating generational wealth. I am shifting the trajectory of my entire bloodline. Things are changing because of the work that I'm doing. Good, 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 good. Now, what I want you to do, you can have your seats. What I want you to do is practice doing that every day in the mirror. Every single day. People tend to have very negative opinions and views about these types of self-affirmations, but I want you to borrow this. No one should have more opinions about you than you have about yourself. You should be the person setting the tone and the culture of who you are every day before anyone gets the opportunity to tell you who you are. So I start every day with an affirmation of who I am before anyone else's opinion has the opportunity to influence that. So I have a whole presentation here that I use ChatGPT to create. If you can just scroll through it really quickly, please, because I was pressing and nothing was happening. So yeah, just at your leisure, just scroll through it. There we go, yeah. To the next one, entrepreneurship. Okay, great. Next one, please. Thank you, ChatGPT. This is the foundation. Okay, great. Next one, please. Thank you, great. That was a nice graphic ChatGPT did there as well. Pioneers of change. Next one, please. Thank you, Gen Z, digital natives. We talked about that. Next one, please. Great. Okay, good. Obvious, self-explanatory. The next one. Fantastic. And the next one. Okay, and the last one, I think it is now. Oh, wait, the second last one. Go one more time. Most important slide. That's how you can tap me afterwards. All right. What I really want to tell you about, even though I had a whole presentation prepared that covers all of what you've already heard, there's absolutely no reason for me to come here and rehash all that you've already been told today. I want to tell you about how this mogul, y'all heard what I did there just now? I want to tell you about how this mogul scaled a business from $150 per transaction to over $15,000 per transaction. Can I tell you that? Is that a story you guys can borrow some belief from? Well, that's why I'm here. If for no other reason, and you can borrow some belief from this story, then I feel like my time here would have been well spent. So I'm an attorney at law. As my bio said, I used to be legal counsel for Cable and Wireless, which you all know as Flow. Spent a few years there doing some amazing work. I was able to travel across the region at that time, negotiating these big sales agreements and everything, until I realized there was a tension. I was growing internally more than the space I currently occupy would allow me to spread my wings and flourish. I had to go. I made a transition. I then started working on my own, consulting, and I capitalized on an opportunity where people heard this voice. They heard this passion. They heard the ideas, the excitement I had for personal growth and development, and they started to give me opportunities to do exactly what I'm doing here right now. I remember distinctly, I started getting some calls from these small churches and youth groups. Had 2 or 3 people that used to come together for youth group on a Friday night. Can you come and pour into our youth? These churches would say, absolutely. And I dress up to the nines. Y'all see me today? I'm not new to this, baby. I'm true to this. I've been fine. I've been on this. There's a reason why a bit earlier, a few of the ladies who were in the room came to me and asked me if I am one of the investors. There is a reason. So I would go and I would dress to the nines. I'd go and I'd speak to these 2 or 3 young people at this church. I'd fire them up. I'd energize them and I'd leave there. Pour my all into them like it was the last opportunity I had. And then what started happening was some PTA associations got wind that there was this young guy full of passion and energy. Maybe he can come and speak to our troubled year groups. Oh, we've got some students that aren't doing any work. There are about 30 of them. Will you come and speak to them? Absolutely. And I come and I pour my heart into them almost like magic. 2 or 3 weeks later, their performance would start to improve. Their behavior would start to change. Like I'm making a real impact on people's lives. And I remember this moment distinctly. I've been doing it for maybe a year and a half at that point in time. And a lady asked if I'd come to speak at their school. I said, sure. She said, well, when can you come? I said, well, I can come next week. Let me know to whom I should communicate my requirements. She was like, requirements? What are requirements? Well, I'd like to know if possibly you maybe have like a budget for my services. Well, how much would you charge for something like this? Maybe like $150. The woman bursts out laughing on the phone. I mean, like she's on a comedy show, bawling out laughing in my ears. And she says to me, Terry, and all you do is speak. And somebody's going to pay you $150 for that? Can I tell you all I was gutted? That hurt me. It hurt. You know, when you can see so much value in what you do and the impact it has on people's lives, and someone looks you in the face and laughs at you, scoffs almost on something you're so passionate about, that's making such a huge difference in people's lives. At that point, I felt like, I'll just give up on this. I went thereafter and I'm like, well, I tried. I went for it. It didn't work out. Started sending out some job applications because, I'm a qualified attorney at law. I've got a bunch of certificates and so on. Maybe I'll just go back to doing what I was doing before, where people accept me and they think that what I do is good enough. I sent out 25 job applications. To this day, December 9th, 8th, 2023, not one of those 25 companies has acknowledged receipt of an application from me. To this day. Imagine you're already at a low moment where you went after this passion that you had. You then were struck down. You were rejected by the people you hoped would accept you. Then you try to go back to what you knew before, and even the thing you had before rejected you. Crushed. Gutted. Depressed. Disappointed. Poor. What do you do after that? You remind yourself of who you are. There's a moment, if anybody has watched The Lion King here, anybody has? The Lion King movie? There's a moment when Simba's out there acting a fool, and he stands by the water and he's looking up in the sky, and out of the sky, the clouds start to shape into the face of his father, Mufasa. And his father, Simba. Simba. And what does he say? Man, you're big and strong. No. What does he say? Man, I raised you better than that. No. What does he say? You have forgotten who you are. And so it was that. That's why I actually started by asking you to make that affirmation. Why? Because as much as you love what you do, as passionate as you are about it, something called life is going to come up and slap you in the face. How dare you think you can make a living doing this? Why would you think anyone would pay you for that product or service? Who do you even think you are? And if you aren't prepared for that, then you're not prepared to be a mogul. Hello? If you're not prepared to take rejection and disappointment as your daily vitamins, you are not prepared to be a mogul. Because it's going to come. And it's going to come, worse yet, from the people you most hoped were going to support you. Oh. It's going to come from those friends and family members who always encouraged you when you were in school and gave you those participation medals and points. And now that I've got my thing that I'm trying to build, all of a sudden, ain't nobody got no money. Ain't nobody got no time. Worse yet, they start telling you things like, when are you going to get a real job? Oh. If you can't say amen, say ouch. When? When you're going to get a real job, like, okay, you had a little time doing this thing now, all right. time to settle down. But there's something within you that says, I am built for more than this. There's something within you that says, this idea that has been given to me isn't for me only. The world needs to benefit from this. So I pulled myself back up, reminded myself of who I was, and I started going after this thing like I had never gone after it before. Dr. Tamu told you about being relentless. It's what moguls do. $0 and 0 cents in my bank account, but I'm relentless. Not a dime to my name, but I show up just like you see me showing up today. You wouldn't know. I deliver at such a high level that you're sure that you got to be on the international stage. No, I don't even have a stage in my garage. But I started to manifest it before I had even realized it. Moguls see a different future, and so they operate as though the thing that they see in the future is a reality right now. Slowly, a few people started to reach out to me and they asked, well, would you come to speak at our company? And I'm like, absolutely. How much would you charge? Immediately my PTSD kicked in. And I'm like, oh, damn. My palms start to get sweaty. I'm like, Lord, don't let me walk this road again. I've been here. And it didn't work out very well the last time. I said to them, well, I'll charge $1,500. And I braced for it. Y'all, I braced for it. And I remember the CEO saying, is that all you charge? Dr. Tamu, at that moment, I turned a corner. I'm like, did I say 1,500? I didn't really mean, what I really meant was 15 for 100,000, 100,000. Trying to adjust it now in the moment, right? Yeah, before I knew it, my guy had that check cut. I then absolutely smashed this engagement with this company. Then these CEOs, weak networks, weak ties. These CEOs are all in clubs together. They play golf. They're in similar social impact groups like Rotary International and all. You have Rotary here, right? And all those other types of groups. And you know what they do when they're around the table having canapes and wine and cheese? They're talking about me. Oh! They're talking about the mogul. Woo! And word starts to get around. I start to get more of those 1,500s. More 1,500s. More 1,500s. And I'm thinking like, all right, great. Then I made the cardinal mistake that moguls should never make. Y'all take mental notes. I started talking to people who didn't think that what I was doing was valuable in the first place, trying to prove a point. Y'all don't be me. Moguls don't have anything to prove. Somebody take that home. Moguls don't have anything to prove. And so I'm calling them in, my guy, and I'm like, yes, but look at me now. You didn't think this was a real thing? And here I am now, making $1,500 per engagement. You know, I realized maybe for them it would never be about the amount of money that I made. They just refused to see what this mogul could see. What I interpreted that to mean, though, is that $1,500 per engagement is probably my peak. You went from not being able to make $150 to now you can attract 10 times that. You're making $1,500 every time you open your mouth and speak, bro. You have made it. So much so, you've exceeded the expectations of everybody else who thought that 150 was going to be your cap in any event. Claps for you, right? Wrong. One of the most powerful lessons I learned in life, I learned the first time somebody flew me overseas to speak, and they flew me in first class. Your boy is an economy boy. Let me just be straight, right? Let's just be honest, right? I be in that economy. I be back by the toilets. I be back there. I feel your luggage in my back, right? I be back there. First time somebody flew me first class, it changed my life, bro. Changed my life. I remember being the person who would be at the gate, right? And when they call for we now like to invite all of our Group 1 passengers, American Airlines Advantage, Gold, Platinum, and then they call him like, hurry up, we're trying to get on this plane, I ain't Group 9. Truly. Entitled self. And then, I come through now with my suitcase, Now, the thing is, you're in first class, but I have to walk past you to get to where I'm going. And you better believe I remember when you got on board before me. So I'm coming down now. Yes, group number 9, seat 42F. We're ready for you to board. Come on now with my oversized carry-on bag. And I'm watching for your knees. Oh, so sorry. Oh, y'all don't pretend like y'all never did it. Honestly. My goodness. Y'all playing with me now in St. Lucia. Y'all know y'all did it. Okay? Everything changed for me. I was telling you though, bro. Everything changed for me when I went in first class for the first time. Because I was up there now. The plane hadn't even taken off yet. They came in there, Mr. Saul, I'm like, who do you mean? They know our names on flights? No one's ever called my name before except when I was late. Yes. They're like, would you like the wine, a mimosa? Or I'm like, yes, to all. A, B, C, and D, all of the above. So I'm there now, and I'm sitting in my first class seat. All right? Now, one must now be reclined, given the leg room that I have. And I'm there, and I'm sipping my wine, and in comes this person sitting, of course, in 42F. Walked past me, my knee, of course. Eventually, I got over the offense. Plane takes off, we're in the air. Of course, after this curtain has been pulled across first class, come this far and no further. It's very simple, right? You follow instructions. In comes this lady, 30,000 feet. When he comes in, swings open my first class curtain to use my bathroom in my first class. The audacity, the unmitigated gall. The air hostess comes out, no, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm like, yes, get her, please. Truly. I don't have any decency. Everything changed, honestly. The first time I flew in first class, and this is mogul mindset we're talking about, everybody say exposure. Exposure changes everything. At $1,500, when I thought that I had reached my peak, my cap, my zenith, this is as far as you go. I was blessed to be exposed to some people who were making $200,000 and $300,000 and $400,000 every time they opened their mouths to speak. You know the problem with some of us? Why we're so comfortable? Because we only expose the economy. When we share our small ideas with smaller-minded friends and family members, and they give us that proverbial pat on the back, we feel good enough to continue at the level that we're at. We're not being challenged because we're not being exposed. Some of us need to take some of our savings and go on a trip and see what the future of your industry looks like in countries where the industry is more developed. Some of y'all think the 3,000 or 4,000 you make in Saint Lucia is going to be all because that's all you've seen. But you want to eat the fruits of your labor. Oh, Lord. You want to take the $3 or $4 your business makes and you want to dress up and look cute. Oh, my. You want to buy a purple jacket like Dr. Tamu. Huh? You want everybody to see that your entrepreneurship journey is successful, so hopefully they'll believe in you now, Clemview. Eating the fruits of your labor when you should be reinvesting in raising your vision. It was one of the best things I've done in my life because I'm sitting next to people who are standing at the future of my business. And it feels different when you're in a room and they ask, okay, well, I'd like to know how everybody in here is doing financially. Literally, that's what was asked. People got up and said, well, you know, right now I made about $50,000 last year. I'm like, well, yeah, that's great for you. 50,000 US. That's 100,000 Barbados. How much EC is that? About 135,000? Okay, yes, so about that kind of range. And I'm like, shoot, that's a lot of money. I'll never forget this. Tall lady, very stately, very elegant and well-dressed, got up. She said, very modestly, yeah, last year it was a pretty average year. I cleared 970,000 US. Y'all, I almost choked. I tell you no lie. I almost choked. You cleared what? 900 and who? It was an okay year for her. But she's at that conference, just like I was, trying to figure out how to take her business to the next level. Why? Because her mogul mindset won't allow her to settle. Moguls don't get so absorbed with where they are that they forget where they want to go. Dr. Tamu. All right, we're keeping it going. So Tari, don't flag me. So we at, what number are we at now? What number are we at now? We came from 150. We're now at 1,500. No. Oh, God. I receive it now. Now, I receive it. Yes. So I was sitting at home one day. I had done a little bit of work outside of Barbados throughout the Caribbean, a few projects I was telling Dr. Tamu about. A few companies had flown me around to do some work. Got a call from a hotel. This hotel happens to operate a very luxurious, high-end, 5-diamond maybe, resort. They say, we'd love for you to come in, speak to our staff out of the clear blue, and do a leadership development with our team's leaders. I'm like, yes. So how much would you charge? Oh, my God. Here we are again. I'm like, all right, so tell me what you've budgeted for these services. Y'all hear the growth in the mogul mindset here? Y'all stay with me. Whether y'all take this or not, I'm still going to walk out of here and be the mogul, you know, so I need y'all to take this. She says, well, you know, it's kind of off-season right now for us in the hospitality industry in the country that they were in and so on. Right now, we could only accommodate maybe about 15,000. I said, well, I'll just have to double check some of my other engagements. My calendar was blank. Let me be straight, y'all. There wasn't a thing, but I didn't even have a date night with my wife on my. There was nothing on it. Came back to her the next day with a long email. Well, yeah, I'm pleased to let you know I should be able to fit in the engagement. Her response was, oh, we are so grateful. Would you allow us to bring you out for an entire week? Hey. I said, well, it just so happens, that week happens to be clear for me. It just so happens. Few weeks after that, your boy is on a resort, on a bicycle. Right? Haven't ridden a bicycle probably in about 25 years. On a bicycle. And I'm riding through this resort. Tell me it's a resort where Justin Bieber and all these celebrities normally come and so on. So I'm just riding there, because if this is where celebrities are, then this is where I should be. Okay? Made sure I had my expensive shades on. Right? They were $25, but that's just it. It was the look. And your boy in my little shorts, and everybody that I saw, how are you? But stay with me, mogul mindset. I went into that event and I absolutely, I smashed the life out of this event. Everybody said it was by far the best engagement they had ever had since working at that hotel. Moguls don't only like the life that comes along with being a mogul. Stay with me. Some of y'all want to be flued out. Some of y'all want to be kept and you want the luxury and high-end experience. But when it comes time for you to deliver, your product or your service is mediocre. Hello? Moguls have mogul quality products and services. When they call on you, the reason why I feel very comfortable calling for my mogul prices is because I know when you call on me, I will deliver. No discounts, no short change. Tired, hungry, hot, cold, I will deliver. You call on me, that is what I will do. Nobody sets my speed, sets my tone, sets my standard. You get this every single time. Whether you want it or not, you get this. This is my standard. I don't sugarcoat, I don't shortchange. I don't discount. You're getting it full price because you're paying full price. So now that I'm in my 15 plus period, my exposure also changes. I hope y'all listen to what Dr. Tamu said. Like for real, for real. Now I factor into my budget time to be in spaces that inspire me to keep growing. You know why? Because I've told people that I'm at the 15,000 level and people get very giddy. Oh my God, you're so amazing. No, I'm not. I mean, I am. Let's be honest. Let's speak the truth, right? You don't just roll out of bed like this. But everyone I speak with, I tell them this is just the beginning. You know why? Because I've seen. I sat next to and spoke with people who every time they stand before an audience, large or small, are making $400,000 and $500,000 a pop. So you feel you're trying to nice me up and make me feel like I'm ever so fancy and cute at the level that I'm at? Could never. Moguls don't operate like that. So let me encourage you. Scan that QR code and let's link. But also, let me encourage you Don't get so discouraged at your 150 that you miss your 1500. Don't feel so fancy and cute at your 1500 that you end up missing out on your 15,000. And don't get so settled and comfortable and la-di-da that you stop waking up every day and hunting for the future that you see. Because I promise you, ain't nothing stopping me, and I don't want anything to stop you. Thank you so much.
Do we need to do something here? Is it? No, it is on. See, it's on. Thank you so much, Raphael. Fantastic presentation. It's a pleasure to have had you. Ladies and gentlemen, Raphael Saul. Now I'm giving Lovely a little bit of a break, but just for a few seconds, because she is going to be joining us once again on stage. Lovely, if you don't mind taking your seat. Mental health advocacy. Beyond steering the innovative initiatives at Tropical Kayak Adventures, he is dedicated to fostering an understanding of mental health and well-being, with a long-term goal of contributing to the field as a mental health advocate and a therapist. At the 2023 Jimmys, he was given the Special Award for Youth in Tourism in recognition of his youthful and entrepreneurial spirit in the tourism sector. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Johanse Casabon. Lovely. The floor is once again yours.
Thank you so much. So, am I the only flower among the thorns, the weeds? Certainly not. Our gentlemen are very, very accomplished, and I know there's so much to learn from their experiences. Our time is brief, but we're going to make it short and sweet and try to get as much advice and guidance from these gentlemen as we can. So, gentlemen, I think I will start with Mr. Prosper because who says Jean Soufouye? And you know, So, you know, a little plug for Soufre in the house. Soufre, Choiseul, you know, my south, southwest. We love everyone, you know, but, you know, a special little corner in my heart is for Soufre and Choiseul. So, Mr. Prosper, we'll begin with you. Tell us what led to your start with youth entrepreneurship.
Okay, so I have, I'm not sure if it's like a common story or if it's unique, but it's unique to me. So basically, I started with Kindle publishing. So I went to college to learn architecture, and that was my world before. And then right after college, I decided to follow my curiosity into certain areas, which led me to explore business in a sense. So I created a Kindle publishing business where I was basically selling books online, and it's where I made my first dollar. And at its peak, I was making $3,000 US a month, which at the age of 19 was pretty crazy for me. So that's where it all started, but then it evolved from that into other areas, and now where I'm at is helping businesses with their brand.
All right, now I heard that you have quite the experience with your, how do you describe it? What is the business called?
Well, when I started, it was a Kindle publishing business. So basically publishing books online on Amazon.
Oh, I mean is it kayaking?
Oh no, I'm Pros Impact, so I do branding.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you because I know everybody wants to have that experience. So I would like to, Mr. Michel SLDB, Caribbean Development Bank, my apologies. We know that young people, we've been speaking today about identifying and seizing investment opportunities. What would you say are some of the common mistakes or pitfalls that young people make when trying to open businesses and look for investment?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say I'm pleased to be here as a Saint Lucian to be part of this discussion.
Welcome, welcome.
Well, to answer your question, there are several areas, but I'll try to mention a couple that would be quite relevant. First of all, a number of persons, young persons, who go into business because they have a passion for an idea that they feel that they can pursue and make money out of it without undertaking the necessary market research to ascertain whether there is an existing market or potential market for the venture. Again, you'll find some of them will start, money is coming in, they're selling, things are coming in and out on a daily basis, and to them, they're making money. So they will not reinvest in the business to ensure that it grows to a certain point where they can live the lifestyles that some of them will want to live. Especially the young men. Some in our local panels will say they run and purchase a vehicle and to run women here and there and to live lavishly. And this is not something that you should do as a young entrepreneur growing up. What you need to do is to reinvest in the business to ensure that it grows to a certain stage where you can live that type of life. So I'll leave it for now. At this for now, and can discuss further if other issues came up.
Now, we didn't really get to have a Q&A segment, so if anyone in the audience has a question that you would like answered before we wrap up today's forum, please feel free, just raise your hand if you would like to put a question to any one of our panelists. Mr. Nikolai Lancico. Nikolai Lancico, hi. Let's wake Mr. Lancico up. My audience, can you say a big hi?
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, everybody.
So many beautiful ladies singing hi to you. I know you're up now.
Very much.
So you've been blessed to wear many hats and to succeed in several different areas. But let's talk a bit about some of the challenges that you have encountered. What would you say has been the biggest challenge for you, and how did you overcome that challenge to ensure that you could become a success in the field of business and entrepreneurship?
All right, so afternoon again, everybody. One of the biggest challenges that I've faced, and I'm guessing it is the same for most young entrepreneurs, is accessing finance. That is one of the biggest challenges as a young entrepreneur that you would face, capitalizing your business. And of course, for most of us, we have to take we have to short circuit the system. So you have to go and find some job, some form of employment that would give you the resources that you need to finance your business or to secure a loan to finance your business. So as a young entrepreneur, I'll keep it brief. That is the biggest, if not the most challenging part about your business or starting your business, getting financing. Coming from school, you may have all your grand plans and all your grand ideas, but the issue begins when you want to put it into action and financing it. So I would say getting financing. For me, it was going to find employment, going to find something to do that would cause me to secure the finances to go into my business.
So I'm curious, how does it feel? Because I see here that you are a director of the Youth Economy Agency. Having gone through that challenge to now work with an agency that focuses so heavily on providing funding, and not just funding, but training and putting on forums such as this, the Youth Investment Forum. I'm sure that must be very gratifying on your end.
Yes, it is. And I was making a point earlier that when I started off in business, there was nothing like the Youth Economic Agency. There was nothing like the youth economy. When I started, there was no MSME, there was no YEA, there was none of that. You had to go and find some employment. If your parents didn't have the money to give you to invest in your business, you didn't have somebody, a rich uncle or an aunt, to give you those monies. In Saint Lucia, we say nenen and power. If you didn't have a nenen and power to give you those monies, you had to go and find a job because the banks wouldn't look at you. They wouldn't touch you. You'd be like a leper. They wouldn't touch you. They wouldn't look at you if you had no form of financial standing. So what the youth economy does, it kind of bridges that gap. So it provides that funding. And of course, like the Prime Minister always says, it is to turn your skills and your hobbies into business. So you have that idea. You have that idea that you want to develop into a business. That's where the youth economy comes in. So we provide that seed money, and of course, we provide the training, because like the other panelists said, we have all of our ideas, and we think it will work because somebody tell us that making money. But have we done the business research, the market research, sorry? Have we done a business analysis? And that's where the youth economy comes in. We provide the training to equip our applicants to do the necessary groundwork before they begin, to find out whether or not that business is even viable before we actually give them the money and they can take off. So the youth economy right now provides avenues that were not available before. And of course, that is a good thing for young entrepreneurs.
So correct me if I'm wrong, there's additional support, I think, that has come into the agency, so we can expect to see even more grants being awarded to young people?
Yes, so in addition to the monies provided by the government of Saint Lucia, we have received some monies from the Caribbean Development Bank, and of course, we have a mandate to give more grants and more loans to make it more accessible to our applicants, and not just grants and loans, but of course to provide training, necessary training.
I just want to remind our audience, you are free to place your questions to the panelists. I mean, you have Mr. Michelle Thomas here. Trust me, I would corner him somewhere to ask him some questions. Caribbean Development Bank, it really doesn't get any better than that, an opportunity to maybe find out if you're facing some stumbling blocks. Why are you facing those stumbling blocks? How can you get over them? You know, what inroads can you make in terms of accessing financing for your business? It's a great opportunity. So be sure, if you're shy right now, at least be sure to connect after the forum. All right, now I want to know, was there a Soufrière mix-up? Gentlemen, are you also from Soufrière, Mr.?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am from Soufrière.
So that is the mix-up, the Soufrière mix-up. So I know when I hear Prosper, I know that's probably Forceja.
Yeah, I do have family there.
All right, and Mr. Johannes Kazabo, Managing Director of Tropical Kayak Adventures, also out of Soufrière. I'm telling you, I've not had this experience, but I've heard so much about this experience. Tell us a bit about your business.
So I'm Johannes Kazabo, the Managing Director of Tropical Kayak Adventures. And I'm not sure if you all ever heard about it, but we're Saint Lucia's first and only clear bottom kayak adventures. And we offer drone photography. Again, that's something you might see in like several Caribbean countries where persons just like posing on that clear kayak over the waters. We do that. And we also do clear bottom kayak tours. And then with our tours is like it's a eco-friendly tour. So the idea of the tour is to just educate persons about the different corals that you would see. Like it's a snorkeling above water tour. So similar to a glass bottom boat, you would have a glass bottom kayak and you get the exact same experience on there.
Excellent, and I think Mrs. Regis Prosper was, you know, really generous with the trip. Maybe we can get Mr. Kazabo to be really generous and ensure that everybody at today's Youth Investment Forum, you know, gets a complimentary experience on the clear bottom kayaks. All right, so Mr. Kazabo, tell me, what led you to make the transition from idea, I think I can, I want to, I may try, to actually doing? Like Nike says, just do it. How did you get to that place?
So I started off as a social media manager. Well, not started off, but I was previously a social media manager. And getting the work at the hotel and everything is like, you know, you just get to a point where you want to take yourself to the next level. Like you have all these ideas, and then you really just see the impact you could have. And I believe that that idea was one that's, again, it wasn't in Saint Lucia, and I saw it and I just made the jump. But then with that jump, it was through various persons who were close to me. For example, my current fiancée, like she has a big impact on just like supporting me to get to that level, and the family and my family, because like sometimes when you're in this zone yourself, you feel like Raphael was saying, you feel like everyone is against you and all of that, and then just having the right persons, the stronger links around you, like you're able to make that jump and then tap into those weaker links and that's why I'm here, to tap into the weaker links.
I must commend Stan. A gentleman was the only one who clapped when he indicated the contribution of his fiancée. Ladies, ladies, did you hear the man? The wind beneath his wings, his fiancée. So let's hear it for the fiancée. What's her name? What's her name?
It's Joya. She's right there.
Joya, big up you, big up you, big up you. Yes. All right, so let me head back to... We have a question in the audience? Excellent. The mic is coming to you, my dear.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. My question is for Mr. Lancy Cole and Mr. Thomas. I know funding agencies, sometimes they have policies that don't allow the funding of certain things or certain ideas. For you guys, is there anything that you're not allowed to fund? For example, some persons are not allowed to fund infrastructure or the purchase of a vehicle or something of that sort. So is there any policies that don't allow for funding for certain ideas on your ends?
All right. So from the agency's standpoint, based on the act, the law that governs us, there are certain things that we cannot fund. The purchase of a vehicle is one. Construction is another one. And for obvious reasons, these things are, they require large investments. And because we must accommodate so many young entrepreneurs, we cannot go and buy you a Hilux for $200,000 or give you probably $250,000 to invest in a structure. Now, the purpose of the agency is for startups. We're looking at people turning a hobby and a skill into a business. So that's the first stage. We do not believe that at that first stage of your business development, you'd require a loan to probably do construction or to buy a vehicle that costs over $100,000. So based on the act, we do not fund these things. And of course, that's with reason.
Yes. So let me just add to this mic has a problem, or is it my voice? CDB provides the financing to SLDB, well, to Government Saint Lucia through SLDB. But we go by what the Government Saint Lucia stated as the criteria or conditions for the loan. So we don't get involved at that level to determine or to insist to the government that they have to provide loans for a particular type of business or venture. Okay? But I have my personal views on this, if you don't mind me chiming in.
We would love for you to share.
I work with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for a number of years, and our current Prime Minister, you may hear me saying this now, we had a debate on this in terms of providing support to business people as it relates to vehicles. I'm saying, and I argue with him for a long time on this, I said, if you're providing concessions to taxi drivers for them to do the work, he said to me, well, that's what they use for the trade. But I said, but look at someone. Let's say someone who's into manufacturing. He needs to transport his raw material, finished products. Let's say a bakery, for example. You're a bakery, you produce cakes and pastries, bread and stuff like that. Now you'll want to transport this to do your own sales on the road. So I'm not saying you're going to buy a BMW, but give someone a vehicle that is applicable to the type of business that they're into. Yeah. And I think the government, and I think the government needs to revisit this. Okay? Well, I use my own word, a utility vehicle for the type of business that you're into.
If I may just come in again, and I agree with you. The vehicle must be fit for purpose. I agree with you 100%. But you see, for me, in the life of an entrepreneur, there are different growth stages. And of course, most people, they start, I use the bakery example. They start a bakery today. They're barely selling 25 loaves, but they already want to buy a van to go and sell those 25 loaves. So there are growth stages in the life of an entrepreneur. When you get to that point, there are avenues to explore in terms of probably the SLDB and probably your local credit union. Because at that point, you would have already proven your financial worthiness. You've already proven that, hey, that business is sustainable, and of course, I could afford to pay back that vehicle or pay back that loan or whatever the facility is for that vehicle. But I do not believe that an entrepreneur starting tomorrow, unless the business is a transportation business, requires a vehicle, especially if it's a startup that does not, the vehicle is not directly involved in the operations.
Let me add again, please, if you don't mind. I'm not saying that based on where you're at, that you should get the loan from SLDB to purchase the vehicle, you know. I'm saying that government, through concessions, provide a waiver of duties on that vehicle. You go and get your loan, but you get a waiver of duties to make it cheaper for you to acquire it. That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
I think we had a question from the audience. Right over there.
So just to touch on what you said, for the bakery owner, maybe they did not sell 25 loaves per day from their bakery, but they having access to a vehicle might reach 200 people. So by limiting them, by not allowing for some sort of assistance in getting the vehicle based on you not selling more than 25 loaves, sorry. It's not a mogul mindset.
Where is Dr. Tamu? So this is what we mean when we say a takeaway, when we talk about internalizing the message. It is not a mogul mindset.
I agree, and I see Dr. Tamu in the back there. But I will say this: banks and other financial institutions look at figures. They look at figures. The figures must be sound. You have to do your market research. And as the other panelists would have said, if you go into business and you've done the requisite market research, you've crunched the numbers, it makes sense, they will invest. But you do not expect to get, again, money to go purchase a vehicle when you've not done your homework. And of course, all the speakers this morning, all of them, including Dr. Tamu, and our last speaker spoke about doing your homework. No investor will invest in you if you have not done your homework. Yes, you want to buy a van. Yes, you want to scale your business because you have that mogul mindset. But that mogul mindset comes with work. You must do the homework in the background. You must do your market research, your market analysis to show that you can sell to 200 customers when you get that van. All right?
And just something I want to touch on along that same topic. So I'd recommend a lot of the times we look to do something outside, but rather we should focus internally, focus on yourself, try to grow yourself, invest in yourself. So for me, this is an uncomfortable setting, public speaking and everything, but I want to get better at it. So I'm here to build on that skill.
Oh, let's give him a round of applause. You've been doing very well. And I hope you continue to push yourself in this area because you can only develop and grow. All right, we have another question from the audience.
It's not really a question, but it's just to touch on what he said that I disagree with because based on my business model. So for example, from the onset, I require a vehicle for my business. Now, from my personal experience, I can share that right before I started my business, I purchased a personal vehicle. But because because the business came and then I saw the potential, I had to make a choice I had to make a decision whether I wanted to keep the personal vehicle or sell it and use the money to start off the business and then later on get back another vehicle. So not every business can start off not requiring a vehicle. So for example, I have a company where I rent baby gears to traveling families, right? So to the hotels, Airbnbs and such. And from the onset, I need a vehicle. However, because I have made my research and my figures, they do make sense, when I approached certain organizations, because my business was new and because I wasn't in business for a year as yet, I could not get a loan. However, if there was probably some program where, like he said, there was concession for business owners and stuff like that, I could have purchased a vehicle, but then you find that after purchasing the vehicle and when it comes, you still have to pay all the taxes, and it's just ridiculous for a young entrepreneur. So,
thank you so much. Any more questions from the audience? Would you like to respond?
Yes, yes. All right, so I don't want to be the panelist who rebuts everybody, but but I understand as an entrepreneur myself that there are certain requirements that you would need. So for me, I'm a farmer and I have an agro-tourism business. I need a vehicle for my business. I need to bring the workers to work. I need to bring the inputs to the farm. I need to transport stuff. I need to take my produce to the market. I've invested over $200,000 in my business, and my business still doesn't own a vehicle. I have to use my personal vehicle. So at the end of the day, we have to understand what is it that we need now. What does a business need now? Because, of course, we as entrepreneurs, we do have bottomless pockets. And our resources are limited for now. So you now need to ask yourself, what is important for the business now? What do I need to invest that $100,000 in now? That becomes the question. So if the vehicle is what you need, you invest in the vehicle. If products is what you need, then you invest in products.
All right, now I wish we had into the evening to discuss, to take questions, to debate. But unfortunately, our time is winding down, so I just want to pose this question to each panelist. What would you say, throughout the journey of your career, what would you say has been the most profound piece of advice that you have received that has allowed you to propel your business forward or encourage your own personal development and success? Single most profound piece of advice?
If I were to narrow it down to one word, I would say network. If I were to narrow it down to just one word, it would be network. Your network is key, your network is important. And of course, you'd have heard from presenters who presented before, you have your strong ties and your weak ties. Your network is important. As an entrepreneur, you need to zero in on your network. Who will take you to the next step? Who do you need to go to that next step? So network for me, let's not down to just one word, it will be network.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Mr. Michelle Thomas.
Yes.
Same question.
Yeah, for me, I'll say resilience. I want it to be very resilient as an entrepreneur if you're trying to be successful. Things may not go well at the beginning, as Raphael mentioned. So you must never give up. Always try your utmost so that at the end of the day, your business can be successful. I am a product of someone who was very resilient. I have been telling a lot of my friends that I did all my studies by candlelight, and I worked very hard, studied very hard, and today I am at International Development Organization, and I'm proud of what I have achieved because of that.
And we're proud of you also. Mr. Prosper, same question, most profound piece of advice.
Yeah, I think for me, there's two things that are very important. And the first is vision, because I don't think anything is possible without having the right mindset and having the vision to actually achieve the goals that you want. And the second thing, which I think is very much just goes with that, is execution. Because yes, you could have the vision, but if you don't execute relentlessly and put in the work, then nothing will come to be. So I think those two go together, one having the vision and then two being able to execute on it relentlessly. So just as an example, what I mean with, let's say, vision, for example, and also believing in yourself. I remember at one point growing my business, I went from a project that was about $2,500 to then the next month doing a project that was $25,000. And it was just a restriction of mindset. That was the only thing. So basically, I was the one sabotaging my business, and I think that's something that we do all the time as business owners, where we limit ourselves because we don't think we're worthy of something. So I'll just leave it as that vision and execution.
Excellent. Mr. Kazabo, for you, the advice that has really helped to propel your success, your development.
So just to tap into what all of them said, I believe that's very important and something like every one of us, like we should apply to our lives, but we should also celebrate the small wins of life. So rather than always focusing on the long-term goals and just being like dead set on what you want in the future, literally just celebrating the everyday wins, like being in the now and just like embracing like what's happening right now. And there's also another thing that's the monk mindset, which I find is very powerful as well. Just like taking out within the span of the next 3 to 6 months, just focusing on you, growing you, building you, setting a routine, and just getting things going.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And resilience really resonated with me. One of my all-time favorite quotes, which I will share with you, is "Life demands Spartan endurance." It's by the writer Tennessee Williams. And every time I think of it, I'm like, indeed, life does demand a high level of endurance. As they say, the race is not just for the swift, but those who can endure. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I really wanted to end on that note because the advice that has helped them can also help you. It is important for us to learn from each other. It is now my pleasure to wind everything down and to and to now introduce, to deliver our closing remarks. Help me welcome, give a warm, warm welcome. Put your hands together. Mrs. Janelle Mondesi. She is a project officer, business development. She will deliver our closing remarks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants. Allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. We extend our sincere gratitude to each of you for gracing our inaugural Youth Investment Forum with your presence. Your commitment to being a part of this event, despite the demands of your busy schedule, is truly appreciated. And we recognize the value you added to this gathering. A special acknowledgement is due to the Honorable Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, whose visionary leadership gave birth to the Youth Economy Agency. We express our heartfelt thanks to the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their unwavering support since the inception of the Youth Economy Agency. Our gratitude also extends to the Caribbean Development Bank, esteemed guest speakers, panelists, officials who took time from their busy schedule, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our Board of Directors, the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, Excel Science, J. Bagas, Landmark, GIS, Always, and the administrative staff of the Financial Center, particularly Lana. We are grateful for the participation of our clients, whose engagement has been instrumental in the success of this forum. A special shout out goes to the dedicated team of Bank of Saint Lucia and Ms. Sonia Polius for their invaluable contribution to the investment training provided to our clients. Your efforts have undoubtedly empowered our clients to navigate the world of investment with confidence. Last but not least, we commend the outstanding effort of our Youth Economy Agency team. Without them, this would not be possible. Led by our COO, their unwavering dedication, countless hours of behind-the-scenes work, and meticulous attention to detail ensured the seamless execution of this event. From coordinating with the vendors, asking for discounts, to making arrangements for guest speakers, engaging our clients, and inspiring the participation of our very own clients of the Youth Economy Agency. Our dynamic team played a pivotal role in bringing today success to fruition. To everyone involved, in whatever capacity, your contribution has left an indelible mark on the success of this forum. As we bid farewell, we extend our heartfelt thank you, and we wish you a joyous season's greetings. Thank you.
Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me add my voice to say happy holidays, safe travels home, and thank you for being a part of the Youth Investment Forum. Good evening.
Real 3D Printing is a local manufacturing company which is capable of fabricating or making a wide range of products. These products can be categorized in any of our 4 main categories, which is merchandise, custom parts, prototypes, and replacement parts. In the next 5 to 10 years, we see ourselves as a leading manufacturing company in the Caribbean that's globally recognized to facilitate various industries and sectors within the local and regional economy. I believe for Saint Lucia to be more self-sufficient and competitive, it starts with us being more self-reliant and a bit more dependable on each other as a community.
We do web development, web applications, and custom WordPress plugins. We've been around since 2016, actually registered. We sell software online, so Soaring is actually a software online that people can purchase from around the world. From the first time I touched a computer, I just knew. I knew that's what I wanted to get into. So I went through secondary school, IT topped from 1 to Form 5, went to SAFA. I did computer systems engineering. In the next 5 or 10 years, for Soaringly's local operations, I see us having a lot of unique offerings. In our international endeavors, I see our software being used by tens of thousands of websites, because right now they're being used by thousands of them. What we need to do is look outward. I am in Saint Lucia and I'm building stuff in Saint Lucia, I'm building software in Saint Lucia. People overseas purchase my software and the money comes to Saint Lucia.
I attended a summer camp in Barbados, and it was there I really got exposed to engineering, STEM subjects. And that's when I realized that with STEM, I could have the widest impact. So just one product, just one idea, and you have an impact on millions of people. Keegan, Patrick, and I would have started Optronics. Optronics was founded really on the belief that, we could solve some of the biggest problems in the Caribbean using technology. One of our first initiatives, we started off with the STEM education aspect of things. We grew into software development services where we offer web and app development services. And one of the things that Optronics is working on is how can we leverage technology to help with the crime situation on the island. So definitely next 5 to 10 years, we want to be the premier technology provider across the Caribbean, forging relationships with government officials across the region. And we formed a lot of relationships internationally with accelerators, incubators, investors.